Chapter 1, So Petunia, You're Not a Witch. Harry, Harry. Wake up, the wild hunt is coming. Gerald's half-dead voice echoed in his ears. Harry's eyes flew open, and he struggled up from the bed, only to smash his head with a dull thud, on a step. Steps? Dazed, he clutched his throbbing forehead and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. A narrow, cramped space, dimly lit, with stairs overhead, leading up step by step. The faint, rustling sounds of spiders scurrying added an eerie touch. And most unsettling, his own frail, skinny body, a body that felt like a gust from a griffin's wing could blow it away. Memories long buried came flooding back. This is his aunt's house, back on Earth. Harry carefully sat up and pushed open the cupboard door, peeking his head out. The familiar surroundings started to align with the hazy memories long locked away in his mind. I'm back. But how? Was it all a dream? A vivid, disturbingly real dream? It was hard not to doubt. For whatever reason he'd returned from that world, his body seemed to have regressed as well, back to when he was 10, maybe 11. Yet he was sure that the experiences he'd gone through weren't just a dream. He could feel the magic within himself, a magic that was distinctly different from that of sorcerers or witchers. He could sense the changes in his body, the tangible effects of those experiences. Sharper senses, a ravenous hunger. And Igni. Harry whispered, uttering the rune. With a flick of his fingers, a small flame flared up, then vanished in an instant. He still retained the power of the signs. Was it Ciri? The girl with elder blood, capable of controlling time and space. As implausible as it seemed, if she'd sent him back to this age, it wasn't outside the realm of possibility. Harry rubbed his head. This really wasn't good news. If he ever got a chance to see his old mentor, the White Wolf, he hoped Gerald would sit down and explain the reason behind all this. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps echoed hurriedly from not far away, not heavy but clearly impatient. Get up, came a sharp female voice, preparing to shout for the household's troublesome brat to get up as usual. But upon seeing Harry sitting on the stairs, the voice stopped abruptly. What an astonishing sight. Petunia's tongue twisted in her mouth. You're already up. Well, at least today you look halfway decent. Go, wash up, get the mail, and breakfast will be ready. Harry nodded, following his memories. After washing, he walked to the front door. Petunia watched Harry's back with a furrowed brow. Today's Harry. Something was different. But what, exactly? There were only 3 letters on the doormat. The thickest one was addressed to him, Mr. Harry Potter, cupboard under the stairs, for Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Who would be sending him mail? Memories of his childhood felt distant, almost foreign, but the pain they held had only grown sharper over time. Thanks to his aunt and her family, both socially and at school, he'd been someone no one liked, friendless and isolated. He took the letter back to the kitchen, placed the other 2 on the table, and prepared to open his own. Suddenly, an ambush. Harry ducked, rolling off his chair, squinting up at the reaching hand. Uncle Vernon. What's that in your hand, boy? When Harry didn't immediately hand it over, the troll-sized man pounded the table with his fist and snarled. A letter, Harry answered simply. My letter. Uncle Vernon sneered, who'd be writing to you? Give it here. Let me see. Ignoring him, Harry tore open the letter, unfolded the paper, and scanned it. His eyebrow lifted slightly. It's from a school called Hogwarts, a magic school. They're inviting me to study there. He looked up. Uncle Vernon's eyes widened, his face filled with terror as it drained of color. In the kitchen, a pan clattered as Aunt Petunia dropped it in shock. She dashed forward, reaching out to snatch the letter from Harry. Harry sidestepped her casually. So, you do know about Hogwarts? Care to explain? You brat, give me that letter. Uncle Vernon roared, rolling up his sleeves as he advanced on him, or you'll regret it. Ard. Harry raised his hand, casting the sign. With a burst of telekinetic force, Vernon flew back, crashing into the dining table, leaving a mess of splinters and debris. Petunia shrieked, her voice sharp and piercing. Harry waved the letter lightly in his hand. Now, perhaps we can talk. No, how can you do that? Petunia stammered, staring at him in disbelief. You haven't even started school, how can you already use magic? Magic. Harry repeated the word, his tone contemplative. So, this letter is real. Back when Vesemir, the oldest master of the Wolf School, had found him, he'd been lying next to a group of wraith corpses. It resembled the kind of magical surge that happened when a source was in danger, and he was assumed to be a source mage. But when Yennefer had checked him over, she found that although he had a source of power, it was different from the magic used by sorcerers. That hadn't stopped him from becoming a witcher. In fact, it might have made him the first witcher capable of wielding powerful magic, not just the simple signs. Harry had always assumed that magic had come to him as a strange gift when he was dropped into a foreign world. But now, it seemed the truth wasn't what he'd thought. This power, which strengthened his signs with just a bit of practice, had always been his. Your eyes. Petunia suddenly gasped, realizing what made her nephew look so unsettling. Your eyes, what happened to them? He wasn't wearing glasses as usual, and his eyes. Harry remained unfazed. He knew what Aunt Petunia was referring to. Witchers were a mutated breed, creatures with human appearances but different on the inside. And their eyes were the most obvious difference. Amber-colored, with vertical pupils, cat-like, or perhaps serpent-like. That doesn't matter. Now, tell me about Hogwarts. Harry motioned to the chairs, pulled one over, and sat down. I can tell there are things you've been hiding from me. Petunia stood frozen, her expression distant and conflicted. Uncle Vernon lay slumped, exhausted, amidst the splinters of the broken table. Oh, all right. If they've sent the letter, and if you really don't know why you can use magic. After a long pause, Petunia sighed and sat down. If you want to know, I'll tell you. Your parents, they were actually wizards. Wizards? Harry's eyebrow quirked up, unable to resist interrupting. So, my mother was a witch, too? Petunia nodded. Yes. You were her sister. Doesn't that make you a witch? Harry pressed. Petunia's face froze. It brought back memories of a letter she'd once sent, with soft, hopeful words that had been met with a cold, rejection-laden reply. The pain felt like a fresh stab to her heart. Chapter 2, I think I need 2 swords. Oh, unfortunately, I'm not, Petunia replied with a forced smile. Wizards, not everyone can become one, even the children of wizards. Harry kept his face expressionless and nodded. Then please, tell me what you know about Hogwarts and wizards in general. Petunia stammered through an explanation. Vernon, meanwhile, had finally regained enough strength to survey the room, only to realize with a sinking feeling that his double-barreled shotgun was upstairs in the bedroom, not in the kitchen. After more than half an hour, Harry had listened to Petunia's lengthy account. It described a strange and fascinating world, where wizards needed a small stick as a conduit to cast spells and were rendered powerless without it. In the Witcher's world, sorceresses sometimes used conduits for specific spells as well, but they also had spells they could cast without them. And the power didn't seem all that strong. According to Petunia's description, it seemed mostly limited to the conveniences of household chores. Then again, that could simply be the viewpoint of a housewife. Still, it was intriguing. To be able to freely alter the shape of external objects, even turning a piece of wood into an animal. Magic could do that. The letter says I need to reply to them by owl, Harry muttered, scanning the letter. An owl. Is that what wizards call their mail carriers? Or did they actually mean an owl that hoots? The latter, Petunia replied, looking conflicted. Harry nodded and gave a faint smile. So, dear Aunt Petunia, do you have an owl I could borrow? Vernon shook his head in terror. We're a normal family. Why on earth would we have one of those things? Normal. Harry raised an eyebrow. Were wizards seen as outsiders by humans here, much like witchers in his own world? Then I guess I'll have to figure something out myself. He got up, opened the door, and stepped outside. Though he didn't know the mechanics of owl mail. The traits of living creatures usually didn't vary too much. Like, how every one of the White Wolf's horses was named Roach, just as every one of his girlfriends was a sorceress. He stepped outside and immediately saw an owl perched on the fence, watching him intently as it turned its head to follow his movements. Looks like you're my mail carrier, Harry said with a small grin, extending his hand. Would you care to come inside for a rest? A little place to relax while I write a reply. The owl hooted twice and hopped onto his arm. Petunia might not have liked wizards, but Harry had to admit, she was a competent housewife. The owl took a strong liking to the food Petunia had prepared. With the letter sent off, Hogwarts' response came even faster than Harry had anticipated. By afternoon, there was a loud knock at the door. Vernon went to answer it and was greeted by a giant. Hello, I'm Rubius Hagrid, from Hogwarts. I'm here to help bring Harry along, the giant said, slightly bashful. But his enormous size, his appearance, and the grin he flashed nearly gave Vernon a heart attack. Oh, great, another freak, Vernon muttered under his breath. Come on in. Hagrid squeezed awkwardly into the house. Upon seeing Harry standing in the living room, his eyes softened, and he spoke in a choked-up voice. Oh, Harry, last time I saw you, you were just a baby. You look a lot like your dad, and, oh, those golden brown eyes, just like his. Thank you, Harry said, nodding and taking a step back. A figure that massive was bound to feel intimidating. Not to mention, Harry's current body was rather frail by human standards. Almost instinctively, he reached for his shoulder, only to find it empty. How unfortunate. Not a single sword, not even a steel one, let alone silver. Human. Hardly, humans couldn't grow to that size. Their bones couldn't support it. Was he a non-human species? Like a halfling or an elf? Or perhaps a troll or giant? Hello, sir. Harry took a deep breath, hand poised at his waist, ready to cast a sign if necessary. A typical witcher, even ones as strong as Geralt or Letho, couldn't usually affect such large creatures with Ard. But he was different. Even giants couldn't withstand the force of his Ard sign. Are you a professor at Hogwarts? Does Hogwarts accept non-human races as teachers? Hagrid bristled, quite literally, his hair fluffed up as his face turned red. Non-human. Oh, my poor Harry, where did you get an idea like that? I'm human, a regular human. Just a bit big-boned. Hogwarts is a fine school. No werewolves or giants or anything of the sort there. Is that so? Harry kept his doubts to himself. Hagrid took a deep breath, seemingly dismissing thoughts of a half-giant, then wedged his large body into the couch. He looked toward the Dursleys, hiding in the kitchen. Excuse me, could I have some tea, please? If it's black tea, a bit of extra milk would be nice. Petunia immediately ducked back into the kitchen. Hagrid turned to Harry, still standing. Come on, sit down. Let's have a chat. Harry hesitated, then nodded and took a seat on the other couch. I'm not a professor at Hogwarts. I'm the keeper of keys and grounds. Hagrid brightened up. It wasn't easy to get this job, mind you. Every other professor wanted to come fetch you. But I'm one of Headmaster Dumbledore's most trusted people, so he entrusted me with the task. He puffed out his chest, clearly proud. Harry nodded and pulled out Hogwarts' list of supplies from his pocket, laying it on the table. How am I supposed to gather all these things for school? Will you be taking me to get them, sir? I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but I don't have any money. And I doubt my aunt and uncle would be willing to pay. From the kitchen, Vernon shouted, I'm not paying to send him to some nutcase school to learn a bunch of nutcase nonsense. This pudgy uncle of his feared the power of magic. But his mouth certainly didn't. Despite the Ard sign shattering a table, his mouth had emerged unscathed. How dare you talk about wizards like that? Hagrid's fists clenched, his voice tinged with anger. Harry raised a hand. Calm down. In cases like mine, will Hogwarts help with these costs? Harry's words worked, and Hagrid gave a heavy sigh before refocusing on Harry. Oh, no, you won't need to use their money. Muggle money is useless in the wizarding world. In fact, your parents, well, you know about your parents, right? They left you a sizable inheritance. An inheritance? Oh, that's right. Harry suddenly remembered. How could he have overlooked something so crucial? He turned sharply to Petunia, who was emerging from the kitchen with a teapot. Aunt Petunia, what about the inheritance my parents left me? How much have you kept? Before Petunia could respond, Hagrid jumped in. No, the inheritance isn't in these muggles' hands. Professor Dumbledore wouldn't have trusted them with it. He's been safeguarding it for you. Chapter 3, Is there a blacksmith here? This. Professor Dumbledore, what relation is he to me? Harry asked, surprised that his parents' inheritance was under this man's control. Hagrid, oblivious to any potential concerns, replied with pride, oh, he's not a relative, but he's the headmaster of Hogwarts, the greatest wizard there is. Harry nodded thoughtfully. He didn't doubt that there were truly great people in the world. But he'd seen enough of the complexities of human nature, the mingling of good and evil. And without even meeting this Dumbledore, it was hard to just set aside his suspicions. After all, this was his parents' inheritance. Money was hard to come by. Even after putting in grueling work for several village contracts, it was barely enough to commission a silver sword. So when will we go to collect my parents' inheritance? Harry asked, then immediately corrected himself, realizing how it sounded. I mean, when can we go buy those supplies? Hagrid glanced outside. It's getting late. We'll go tomorrow. You grew up with muggles, so you probably don't know much about the wizarding world. Let me tell you a bit more. He seemed very eager to explain things. Better than a troll's endless grunting, at least. Hagrid went on to tell Harry about many things. Harry's exceptional parents, how Dumbledore was such a great wizard, how he had saved Hagrid from expulsion in his third year and allowed him to stay at Hogwarts. And how Harry himself was a famous figure in the wizarding world, a hero known as the boy who lived, a figure straight out of knightly tales. Harry also learned an interesting fact. In this world, wizards had very little connection with muggles, the wizard's term for ordinary humans. Even their currency was different. In Hagrid's view, this separation was for muggles' protection. But Harry felt a twinge of sadness. It reminded him of the sorcerers persecuted by kingdoms and the eternal fire. If the spheres ever ceased to intersect and monsters and dark forces were wiped out, the witchers and sorcerers would likely end up hiding in the shadows of society, much like the wizards here. Oh, no. Witchers likely wouldn't last that long. Without monsters, who would willingly undergo such harsh, painful mutations? The next morning, Harry was up early, running 5 laps around the block. Physical conditioning was always the most essential weapon for a witcher. After he got back, he downed 2 sausages that Hagrid had brought, each nearly as thick as his forearm, and, of course, some milk. Once he'd finished all this, Hagrid awoke groggily in the living room. After freshening up, he led Harry to Diagon Alley. As Hagrid had warned, Harry was indeed a celebrity in the wizarding world. He had never been greeted with such enthusiasm in his life. People hurried over, wanting to shake his hand, but Harry turned them down. Witchers weren't exactly the social type. After the rounds of small talk were finally over, Hagrid led him into a small courtyard, chattering on as he pointed out, "From here, count up 3 bricks from the trash can, then 2 bricks to the side. When you've bought your wand, knock 3 times on this brick. Harry, stand back a bit." Hagrid lifted his umbrella and tapped the brick lightly 3 times. The bricks shifted, quickly retreating to each side to form a wide archway that led to a cobblestone path. An illusion. No. This wasn't like the illusion sorcerers would use. Was it some type of magic called Transfiguration? Welcome to Diagon Alley. Hagrid raised his arm and led Harry through the archway. You brought your letter, right? Harry nodded. We'll start with Gringotts, the wizard bank. Your parents' inheritance is kept there. Once we've withdrawn some money, we can get the other supplies. Though separated from humans, the wizarding world didn't exactly feel medieval. The streets were clean, the shops quirky but not cramped, and everywhere Harry looked, strange and fascinating things were on display. Flying brooms, soaring pets. What caught his eye most, though, were the materials: powdered daffodil roots, daisy roots, mandrake stems. And some items he'd never even heard of, but the names alone left him awestruck: dragon liver, dragon blood, unicorn hair, augury feathers. What kind of potions could these make, he wondered, or could he brew blade oils with them? The curiosity was intense. Gringotts was the grandest building in Diagon Alley, and it was Harry's first time seeing goblins, remarkably similar to the goblins of the Witcher world. He'd never met one in person, but he had seen pictures. He also got to experience just how wild wizarding transportation could be. It was hard to imagine that something so reckless was a way to get around, more intense than doing sit-ups in midair while held by a griffin. And he finally saw his parents' inheritance. A mound of gold, and smaller piles of silver and bronze coins. Unlike the dazed and exhausted Hagrid, Harry was quite exhilarated, even if he wasn't sure of this currency's purchasing power. Still, an ounce of dragon liver was only 17 sickles. Materials from dragons or dragon-like creatures weren't exactly cheap, so this should be more than enough to forge a pair of swords. He scooped 100 galleons into his pouch, along with some extra sickles and nuts, and strutted out of Gringotts feeling richer than he ever had in his life. Harry, we'd best start with your school robes, Hagrid said, pointing to a shop on the street with a sign reading, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. I'll head to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. That wretched cart was exhausting. Harry nodded. Of course. I'll wait for you in the shop. Hagrid sighed with relief and scurried off. Harry entered the shop alone, where a short, plump but kindly witch greeted him. Hogwarts, first year. Here to get your robes. Harry nodded. Yes, ma'am. Stand right here, and I'll take your measurements, Madame Malkin said, gesturing to a stool. When Harry stepped up, she waved her wand, and a tape measure slithered around him like a snake, recording his measurements. Need a bit extra room, then? Madame Malkin asked cheerfully. You kids always seem to grow so fast. Thank you, ma'am, that would be wise. Harry nodded, then added, I wanted to ask you something. Is there a blacksmith in Diagon Alley? A blacksmith? Madame Malkin looked up in surprise. What would you need that for? Harry replied straightforwardly, I'd like to forge 2 swords. Swords? Madame Malkin blinked, then chuckled. Planning to be the next Gryffindor. A sword in one hand, a wand in the other. But, I'm afraid, there aren't any blacksmiths here in Diagon Alley. Perhaps you could ask your parents to conjure you a pair through Transfiguration. Better yet, I'd like for you to learn to do it yourself. The head of Gryffindor House is a Transfiguration expert, and so is Professor Dumbledore. He was a Gryffindor too. So it seems. Gryffindors all have quite a knack for Transfiguration. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Gryffindor, a house of Transfiguration experts. Chapter 4, A Wand Beyond Fate. Not finding a blacksmith left Harry a bit disappointed. The Hogwarts robe was also something he wasn't quite used to. It was far looser than he'd expected, leaving him feeling as though he'd trip over it at any moment. He preferred armor. Tight-fitting clothing was far more practical. Hagrid soon returned and took him to buy the remaining items on the list, a cauldron, herbs, books, and a stop at the pet shop, where Hagrid gifted him an early birthday present, a beautiful snowy owl with a sweet expression. His birthday. July 31st. He'd nearly forgotten. Witchers, though still human, weren't exactly ordinary. Birthdays were celebrated, but most of his had been spent in the wilds, fighting monsters, or fleeing from humans and beasts alike. It had been years since he'd had a proper birthday. Lastly, we need to get you a wand. Hagrid checked the list and mumbled, Ollivander's is the finest wand maker there is, you're sure to find the perfect wand there. The wizard's version of a blacksmith. It wasn't what Harry had imagined, small, dusty, with only a single wand on display in a case. Upon entering, the atmosphere felt a bit oppressive. No. It wasn't the environment. Witchers have incredibly keen senses. Harry sensed it the moment he walked in. The traces of thousands of powerful beings mingled here, along with various magical signatures. Oh, a perceptive young man, a soft voice suddenly spoke from behind a counter, startling Hagrid. But Harry had been aware of him all along, this elderly man with an almost invisible presence that even Harry's senses had nearly missed. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter. You're more perceptive than your mother, said the old man with silver eyes, stepping out and scrutinizing Harry. It seems you can feel the auras of these wands. Harry nodded. Yes. I'd have given anything for such a gift, Ollivander murmured. It took me 30 years working with wands to sense as you do. It's quite a marvelous feeling, isn't it? A small wand, yet each one has its own aura, its own life, its own thoughts. No, Harry replied bluntly. It's rather uncomfortable. Like walking into a den of thousands of monsters, all watching you intently. They're quite menacing. Ollivander was taken aback, then chuckled. Oh, a fascinating perspective. To you, anything not your own is a threat. You're quite different from your parents, aren't you? Perhaps, a unique trait of the boy who lived. When young witches and wizards come in, I typically recall their parents. Children often inherit certain qualities from them. I usually have them try wands that might match both parents' characteristics. Let me think. Ollivander turned to the shelves, selecting a box and handing it to Harry. Try this one, Beechwood, Basilisk Nerve, 9 inches. Harry took it. This wand also had a mixed aura, but it settled down almost immediately in his hand as he gave it a gentle wave. A red spark flickered, creating a slight breeze. Ollivander looked at Harry in astonishment. Oh, how strange. He took the wand back, but instead of returning it, set it aside and handed Harry another. Try this one, Black Walnut, Phoenix Feather, 11 1/3 inches. This wand, too, resisted for a moment, but soon became compliant. A slight wave, and again a gentle breeze. Oh, this is so strange. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with excitement. Try this one, Fir Wood, Unicorn Hair, 10 1/2 inches. A survivor's wand, better suited to you, perhaps. Harry took it, waved it expressionlessly. No, not this one either. Ollivander reclaimed it and handed him another. Applewood, Dragon Heartstring, 9 7/8 inches. But this one didn't fit, either. Alder, Holly, Blackthorn. They tried many, but none satisfied Ollivander. Let me think, my dear, let me think, Ollivander muttered, rubbing his head. Harry asked, so, each wand material corresponds to a personality trait? Ollivander nodded. Indeed. Your mother was a gentle soul, and your father a capable leader. If you inherited their strengths, then Beechwood would be ideal for you. That wand didn't reject you, but it wasn't quite your partner, it merely chose to submit. You're a perceptive young man, so I thought Black Walnut would be fitting. It's also perceptive. But, like the previous one, it chose to serve, not to bond. I began considering your other qualities, but none of them responded exceptionally. At this, Ollivander looked up, his expression complicated as he gazed at Harry. Of course, every wizard destined for greatness is like this. There may be qualities others cannot sense, but wands are very sensitive to such traits. Just like that man. Ollivander shivered, glancing at Harry's forehead. The man who left you with that scar. I thought he'd be suited to elm, acacia, or vinewood, but he was best matched with you. That's a wand well suited to dark magic, infamous for some of its masters. Harry remained expressionless. Hagrid shivered, glancing nervously between Ollivander and Harry. But you're not like him. Ollivander frowned. In fact, wands suited to dark magic seem to resist you even more than the others. In your hand, they feel like prey. Harry gave a wry smile. He was a witcher, after all. Though humans cursed them as freaks, monsters, and emotionless creatures, they were still hunters of darkness and monsters. I thought Dumbledore was right, that you'd fit the wand tied to your fate. Ollivander picked one up and showed it to Harry. This one, Holly, Phoenix Feather, 11 inches. The feather came from the same phoenix that provided the core for another wand. And that other wand was you, 13 1/2 inches, which went to the Dark Lord who must not be named. But it doesn't suit you either. You're not bound by fate, as Dumbledore thought. Harry raised a hand to his scar. Is that so? What a pity. Ollivander suddenly stood up, studying Harry. Oh, I have an idea. Yes, you're clever and mature, but I've never seen a young wizard, or even an adult wizard, who so deeply understands the idea of, the wand chooses the wizard. You understood it from the start, though I must say I didn't appreciate your phrasing. Perhaps you should try this one. Ollivander retrieved another wand, Cedar, Phoenix Feather, 11 inches. I would never dare challenge the owner of a cedar wand. Few wizards possess one, they all have keen insight and perception. I believe this will suit you. Harry reached out and took it. This time, the wand's aura did not struggle but cautiously brushed against his hand before curling around it joyfully. He waved it gently. A breeze swept through, ruffling Ollivander's hair. Perfect. Ollivander, unbothered by his disheveled appearance, clapped his hands. This wand is your ideal match. You're a picky young wizard. Oh, I must make a note of you in my records. This is truly remarkable. Harry inspected the little wand, nodded, and asked, "Thank you." "How much?" 7 galleons, Ollivander replied, rummaging behind the counter and pulling out a book. "I'll include wand care as a gift. Remember, treat it well. Finding another wand to match you won't be easy." Harry took up the galleons and accepted the book, asking casually, "By the way, Mr. Ollivander, may I ask something?" Ollivander raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "Do you know where there might be a blacksmith, perhaps in Diagon Alley?" Harry asked. Ollivander froze, his eyes wide. Good heavens. Did he really hear that? "Why would you ask such a thing?" he stammered, eyeing Harry's wand and silently cursing that he hadn't sensed any displeasure from it. "You've only just found your wand, and you're already thinking about other weapons. Wake up. Don't let him sway you." "I want to forge 2 swords," Harry answered earnestly. "I think I'm best suited to become a Gryffindor sort of wizard." He repeated the line he'd overheard at the robe shop. Gryffindor only had 1 sword. Ollivander's face went cold, and he scoffed, "And there are no blacksmiths in Diagon Alley. A century ago, goblins used to forge weapons here for muggle-born wizards, but times have changed. No young wizard would buy something so crude, violent, and primitive. All the goblins work at Gringotts now." Harry sighed. "What a shame. Do you know any goblins, by chance?" "I'd like to ask." "No, I do not." Ollivander snapped, cutting him off with a scowl. "A wizard only needs a wand. Take care of it. Gryffindor's era is long gone. Now, if you'll excuse me. I'm quite worn out from helping such a troublesome young wizard. I need to rest." They were promptly ushered out. Harry wasn't the least bit surprised. Witchers tended to have this effect. Even when he thought he was having a civil conversation, it always ended up involving swords or fists. Hagrid looked at Harry with an odd expression. "I've never seen Mr. Ollivander so upset before, Harry. You really are a true Gryffindor." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "So, being irritating is a Gryffindor trait." Chapter 5, Harry from the House of Potter. A troublemaker who could transform. This reminded Harry of Dopplers, a humanoid species that could mimic anyone's appearance, even copying their thoughts, voices, and expertise. Gryffindor seemed intriguing indeed. Harry didn't dwell on it too much and instead asked, "So, Hagrid, do you know any blacksmiths?" "I'm afraid not, Harry," Hagrid replied, looking a bit sheepish. Embarrassed by his inability to help, he quickly added, "But Professor Flitwick, he'll be your charms teacher, has some goblin heritage. He might know a master blacksmith." Harry nodded. "Why do you want a sword anyway?" Hagrid asked after a while, hesitantly breaking the silence. Harry replied blankly, "When I was buying clothes, Madame Malkin mentioned that Gryffindor was a wizard who carried a long sword. I thought I could become that kind of wizard too." Hagrid brightened immediately. "Oh, absolutely. Harry, you truly are a born Gryffindor. Your parents were both Gryffindors, I'm a Gryffindor, and so is Headmaster Dumbledore." He went on, passionately describing Hogwarts. Harry thought he might have been a bit biased. In Hagrid's view, Slytherins were a bunch of scheming scoundrels, Hufflepuffs were dull and invisible, and Ravenclaws were nothing but bookish bores. Harry added mentally that maybe, from other houses' perspectives, Gryffindors were just a bunch of troublemaking show-offs. It seemed. Hogwarts might not be the calmest of places. Over the next month, Harry stayed with the Dursleys. He had wanted to find a different place to stay, as the Dursleys didn't like him. But being 11 made things tricky, so he reluctantly remained. Aside from eating and exercising, Harry rarely left his new room. Aunt Petunia had tidied it up for him before he returned from Diagon Alley. He named his owl Hedwig after a figure he read about in a history of magic, a great witch who protected young wizards during the dark witch-hunting times, teaching them to prevent them from becoming obscurials. Magic in this world seemed ever-present. The moment he named her, a faint aura connected him to Hedwig, creating a bond between them. It wasn't a contract in words or law. Rather, it was a passive, magical bloodline connection. How interesting. Harry's fascination with this world's magic grew, and he eagerly dove into his books. Wizards' magic bore many similarities to the signs used by witchers, spells, gestures, and strong conviction. And after reading the development of modern magic and important magical events of the 20th century, Harry finally had a general understanding of the wizarding world. The lifespan of wizards was rather short, typically around 100 years, with the oldest wizard, Nicholas Flamel, reaching over 600 by taking something called the elixir of life. In the witcher's world, both sorcerers and witchers had very long lifespans. Master Vesemir had lived close to 3 centuries, looking no older than a middle-aged man, at least younger than Uncle Vernon. But magic here was powerful. The first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, had unleashed fiend fire that burned half of Paris. In the Witcher's world, such destructive magic would take the combined effort of several sorcerers. And then there were animagi. Transfiguration experts could take on the form of an animal, with the only drawback being that the animal type was random. But this wasn't really a flaw. What intrigued Harry the most was potions. A skilled Witcher's abilities depended on swordsmanship, signs, and potions. Every Witcher was a skilled herbalist and potion maker, and Harry was no exception. In the magical world, potions felt more like medicine. They could extend life, reveal the truth, or enhance intelligence. Most importantly, they were almost entirely non-toxic. Witcher potions were too toxic for ordinary people, the powerful toxins capable of destroying them instantly. Even Witchers, immune to most poisons, couldn't take multiple potions within a short period. But wizarding potions had no such restrictions. This new, fascinating field of potions immediately captivated Harry. If there was any drawback. As Harry had expected, the herbs from the two worlds had almost no overlap. Even those with the same name, like Mandrake, were vastly different. The Dursleys spent this time in a state of near-constant anxiety. They often saw Harry waving a little stick, making furniture float or cutting and reassembling magazines. Or huddled in the attic, brewing strange concoctions as steam bubbled around him. Then, the day before school started. At the dinner table. "My dear uncle, I'll need a ride to King's Cross Station tomorrow," Harry said after finishing a large steak. Thank heavens. The menace was finally leaving. Vernon's only thought was that, though his tone remained hard. Riding a train to a wizard school, ridiculous. Don't they have enough blankets to patch up their broomsticks? With better transportation available, why wouldn't they use it? Harry replied matter-of-factly. If cars, trains, or planes existed in the Witcher's world, sorcerers and Witchers alike would celebrate. Truthfully, traveling by portal was unpleasant. If it wasn't urgent, Harry, like other Witchers, would rather travel on horseback. What platform? Vernon asked. 9 3/4, Harry answered. Vernon sneered, his chubby face and belly jiggling. There's no such platform. I told you, they're all lunatics. Harry raised a hand. Vernon flinched as if expecting an attack. Nothing happened, Harry merely picked up his milk glass. Wizards have their own spells. If they can hide themselves from muggles, it makes sense they'd hide their platform within a normal station. He downed the milk. Returning to his room, he packed everything, including 3 potions he'd brewed over the month, 2 forgetfulness potions and 1 invigoration draft. The next day. They left at 7:30, arriving at King's Cross after 3 hours of jostling. The station was bustling, travelers coming and going in waves. Well, boy, here you are, Vernon grumbled, helping Harry with his luggage as if eager to rid himself of a burden. Platform 9, Platform 10, this is where you need to be. Now go use your wizard tricks to find your train. Goodbye, he called, slamming the car door as he placed Hedwig's cage on the luggage cart before speeding off. Harry took a deep breath and heightened his senses. The muddled sense of humanity were unimportant. The faint, rotten stench of ghouls, it seemed there had once been many of them here. And most important, the trace of magic. Pushing his cart, he followed the magical aura to a wall between platforms 9 and 10. This was the entrance. He reached out, feeling the solid wall, not an illusion. It seemed there was a special way to pass through. There were no signs of wand marks on the wall, but on the ground, he saw obvious footprints and wool tracks leading straight through to the other side. Long strides, firm, and urgent. Harry examined the marks, following them from about 3 meters away. So, the way through was to take a running start. Harry took note, then backed up to where the marks began. With a brisk run, he pushed forward, passing through the wall, a cool magic washing over him. On the other side was another platform, with a sign reading, Platform 9 3/4. Many people wore ordinary clothes, while others were dressed in wizarding robes. After a quick check-in, Harry boarded the train. He levitated his luggage with his wand, navigating through the crowd until he found an empty compartment at the end of the train. He didn't enjoy forcing himself into other social circles. Just after he sat down, there was a knock at the compartment door, which slid open to reveal a redhead poking his head in. "Excuse me, sorry to bother you, but all the other compartments are full. Can I sit here?" Harry nodded. "Of course." The redhead sighed in relief. "Thanks a lot." He opened the door fully and struggled to lift his luggage inside. Harry took out his wand and gave it a flick, sending the luggage neatly into the corner. "Oh, are you a senior student?" The redhead sat down, seeming shy. "I thought you were a first year like me." Harry chuckled and shook his head. "No, I'm a first year too." "But, how do you already know magic?" The redhead's eyes widened in surprise. "I asked my brothers to teach me, but I couldn't learn it. I taught myself from books," Harry said simply. The redhead rubbed his messy hair. "Then you must be a Ravenclaw. Anyway, I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. I'm sure we'll be good friends. My brothers are all really smart, and I could use some help with my homework." Harry introduced himself. Hello, I'm Harry Potter. Ron jumped up, eyes wide. Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. He glanced at Harry's forehead. Harry lifted his hair, revealing his scar. Yes, that Harry Potter. In the Witcher's world, he hadn't yet earned a title. Like the Butcher of Blaviken, as Gerald had. But it seemed his name was already famous here. Chapter 6, I knew it would end in a fistfight. Beneath his tousled hair, a lightning-shaped scar. Ron stared in awe. That scar, did the Dark Lord do that? Yes. Harry nodded, leaning forward. Actually, I'm really curious, why do you all call Voldemort the Dark Lord, you know who, or he who must not be named? Ron shuddered. Oh, no. I knew it, if anyone would actually say his name, it'd be you. So, why can't we just call him Voldemort? Harry pressed, still curious. No book he'd read had explained it. Whenever Voldemort was mentioned in text, it was always the Dark Lord or you-know-who. Ron froze, his brain seemingly stalling. I don't really know. My parents always said that speaking his name brings bad luck. A curse, maybe. Harry thought of something he'd read in the dark arts, a guide to self-defense, beware of ancient, malevolent words. The words themselves can carry a curse. Ron looked uncomfortable, his tone almost pleading. Could we not talk about this? Why don't we chat about something else? Like, which Quidditch team do you support? Harry didn't push it. Even though he was genuinely curious. They moved on to other topics, and seeing the world through the eyes of a young wizard was fascinating. Witchers were rarely conversationalists. But Ron was a natural. By midday, as they bought snacks, Ron hadn't run out of things to say. Bang. Just as Ron was debating whether booger-flavored or mud-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor beans tasted worse, the door burst open. A girl with large front teeth and thick, bushy brown hair stuck her head in. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville's lost his toad. Harry glanced up but didn't respond. What are you looking at? I asked you a question, she said, with an imperious tone. Harry replied, sincere but puzzled, are you an orphan, like me? The girl blinked. Was he insulting her? He must be. But how could she respond? He'd included himself in the insult, maybe he was just socially clueless. After a pause, she replied, oh, no, I'm not an orphan. Harry raised a hand and pointed at Ron. He's one of 7 kids, and his parents taught him to knock before entering someone's compartment. So why haven't you learned? Ron looked up, a mouthful of pumpkin pasty, bewildered. He was just a bystander, yet somehow he'd been dragged into this. He understood the point. But still, it felt oddly uncomfortable. The girl's face flushed. Sorry, I was just in a hurry because Neville's pet is missing. We haven't seen it, Harry replied. She withdrew, closing the door hurriedly. Thank you, sorry for bothering you. Ron gave Harry a conflicted look. No offense, Harry, but has anyone ever told you that your way of talking might be a bit off? Harry nodded in agreement. Yes, plenty of people have. I think so too. Because, you know, every time I think I'm being polite, it somehow turns into a fistfight. Well, maybe you should work on that, Ron suggested helpfully. Harry looked puzzled and answered matter-of-factly, isn't it fine as long as I can win? Ron opened his mouth, but had no response. He looked at Harry, this scrawny kid didn't seem much of a fighter. Bang, the door swung open again. Once again, no knocking. This time, there were 3 boys. Leading them was a boy with platinum blonde hair and a pale face, his expression as smug as the bushy-haired girl's, except his arrogance was plastered all over his face. I heard Harry Potter was in this compartment. He looked between them, saw Ron, sneered in disgust, and quickly turned his gaze to Harry. So it's you, then? You are? Harry began to ask. Ron quickly interjected, he has parents. Malfoy style really does make people sick. Malfoy was confused. Everyone has parents, isn't that obvious? So why didn't you knock? Harry changed his question, directly and plainly. Malfoy held his head high, extending a hand toward Harry. I came to befriend you. But it looks like you've already made a friend. But let me tell you, Potter, not all wizarding families are equal. My father told me about the Weasleys, filthy blood traitors who have a litter of stinking red-headed kids. Clearly. Potter, I doubt you'd want to befriend an outcast like him. Ron clenched his fists, his face red with anger. Harry didn't extend his hand, but instead looked straight at Malfoy. His amber cat-like eyes met Malfoy's gaze, sending a chill down Malfoy's spine. We're all outcasts already, aren't we? Harry said with a smile, shaking his head. Malfoy withdrew his hand, his face going cold, his pallor taking on an even more sickly hue. Outcasts. Seems like you've spent too much time in the Muggle world. Potter, if I were you, I'd be careful. Hanging around with people like Weasley will only drag you down. Harry sighed and clenched his fist. I'm really trying to have a conversation with you. But I suppose it's not working. Let's just skip the small talk, then. He stood up, adopting a fighting stance. Whether you want to come at me one by one or all at once, I'm ready. Malfoy stepped back. You want to fight? Isn't that what this is? Harry asked. Goyle, Crabbe, teach him a lesson. Malfoy glanced at his two lackeys, sneering, give this scar-headed fool a bit of a reality check. Harry felt nothing. He'd known it would come to this. He sidestepped, landing a jab squarely on Goyle's nose, blood and snot sprayed, speckling Malfoy's platinum hair. He ducked and crouched, delivering an uppercut to Crabbe's chin. Not enough power to send him flying. But the impact twisted Crabbe's face in pain, and Harry took the chance to follow up with a hook. Even big kids of 11 couldn't take too many punches. The two of them clutched their heads, half kneeling on the floor, groaning in pain. Malfoy looked at Harry in terror. You still want to go? Harry asked, expressionless as he shook his hand, flicking off the blood and snot. Malfoy staggered back, fleeing the compartment. Crabbe and Goyle scrambled after him, practically rolling out of the compartment. Harry shut the door. As he sat back down, Ron wore a strange look, half excited. I believe you now, you really can fight. Those two were huge, and you took them down in a couple punches. They were weak, Harry said, unfazed. Bullying kids like that left him with a twinge of guilt, if only for a second or two. As wizards, they didn't even cast a spell. Of course, he wouldn't have given them the chance to pull out a wand anyway. No, most first-year wizards don't know how to cast spells yet, Ron corrected him, then hesitated, remembering Harry's levitation charm. You're an exception, of course, being the boy who lived. Harry unwrapped a licorice stick and popped it into his mouth. Did I say anything wrong back there? Ron paused. Which part? Every part. Harry looked puzzled. And what does mudblood mean? Ron grimaced. It's a horrible word, an insult for muggle-born wizards. Really foul. Only nasty, irredeemable dark wizards use it. Like Malfoy. And those Slytherin types who seem born to be evil. Harry bit down on the licorice, snapping it. But muggle isn't much better, is it? Muggle isn't better? Ron struggled to understand. I mean, muggle also has a heavy air of prejudice. What makes you say that? Ron asked, confused. How do you spell muggle? Harry traced the word in the air. M-U-G-G-L-E. You don't find that strange? Ron still looked lost. Do wizards not study word origins? Harry asked, surprised. Ron blushed. No, we do. Of course we do. It's just. I don't get your point. What's odd about it? Harry sighed. The root of muggle is M-U-G, which means fool. Ron objected, it also means a cup. It's also used to refer to people, meaning someone gullible. Harry tapped the table. In truth, he preferred the term in a history of magic for non-magical people, nommage. Once again, Ron's brain seemed to stall. It was hard for him to accept that a word he'd used for so long could have this other meaning. A male voice announced in the compartment. We'll be arriving at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. All students, please put on your uniforms and leave your luggage on the train. It will be delivered to your dormitories. Harry stood up, waved his wand, and retrieved his uniform. He patted Ron's shoulder. Don't overthink it. It's just a word. If you're used to it, keep using it. Ron frowned. But you said it means fool. Mug means fool. Muggle doesn't, Harry shrugged, changing into his robes. Words don't change much of anything. Ron nodded slowly. All right, then. Do you know which house you want to be in? Ron perked up instantly, his bad mood fading. A self-proclaimed future Gryffindor, he shook off his worries almost instantly. Harry thought for a moment. It might be Gryffindor. Each house had a powerful relic, and Gryffindor's was a goblin-forged sword, a potentially extraordinary magical artifact. For a witcher, nothing was more enticing than a legendary sword. Chapter 7, A Chilly Arrival at Hogwarts. The damp British climate. Even in September, the night air was biting cold. Hagrid swung his massive lantern. First years, this way. Oh, Harry, you doing all right? Come over here. They followed Hagrid down a path to the lake, where they boarded small boats that swayed as they headed toward Hogwarts. Each boat held 4 people, Harry, Ron, the buck-toothed girl with the bushy brown hair they'd met on the train, and a shy, chubby boy named Neville who looked as round as an owl. Hello again, everyone, said the girl. Ron replied with a distracted, hi. Harry nodded, even less interested. His focus was elsewhere, on the strange aura emanating from beneath the water, one particularly strong, and on the faint trace of magic that had enveloped him and every other first year since stepping off the train. As the mist lifted, Hogwarts Castle became clearer in Harry's vision, and somehow, felt strangely familiar. A bond with the castle itself. Perhaps this was some sort of ritual, mimicking the founder's discovery of Hogwarts. Nothing in his books had mentioned this, so he would have to wait until he was inside to explore further. Under Hagrid's lead, they reached the castle gates, where they were met by Professor McGonagall, the stern-looking deputy headmistress, and taken into a small chamber to wait. "How do they know which house we belong in?" the buck-toothed girl asked, frowning. Ron tightened his fists and looked at Harry. "Fred, one of my brothers, told me we'd have to do some kind of test. Said it could be really dangerous, but I think he was probably just messing with me." "My uncle said we'd have to fight a troll," muttered Neville, clutching his toad, which squirmed desperately in his grip. Harry shook his head. He didn't believe any of that. Even witchers, with all their brutal training, wouldn't throw untrained kids in front of ghouls and specters. "Don't worry, we've already signed a bond with Hogwarts," Harry said, patting Ron on the shoulder. "Maybe, it's just a spell to assess your personality and place you in a house accordingly." According to his readings, the brave but reckless go to Gryffindor, the studious to Ravenclaw, the cunning to Slytherin, and everyone else to Hufflepuff. Neville's face crumpled. "Oh no, that means I'll end up in Hufflepuff. Does the house really matter?" Harry asked, puzzled. "We all learn the same skills. Unlike Witcher's schools," he thought. The various Witcher schools each focused on different skills. The School of the Wolf was the most disciplined, focusing on signs, swordsmanship, and battle preparation, much like the Griffins. The Bears valued physical strength, favoring thick armor and resilience, while the Cats were more like assassins, unstable madmen lurking in shadows, carrying out shady dealings. At Hogwarts, though, it seemed the four houses only embodied different values, with all students taught the same skills by the same professors. Neville tightened his grip on Trevor, who gave a feeble, mournful croak. "If you're timid, you'll always be timid, no matter where you are," Harry said bluntly, looking at Neville. "Only when you strengthen yourself from within are you truly strong." Neville looked down. "You shouldn't talk to him like that." The girl's voice was sharp, her face contorted in indignation. He. "Did I say something wrong, Miss Otter?" Harry asked calmly, tilting his head. The girl pressed her hand to her mouth, glaring at Harry with wide eyes. "Otter. You didn't listen on the boat, did you? My name is Hermione Granger." "Oh, right, Miss Granger." Harry nodded and repeated his question. "Did I say something wrong?" Hermione clenched her jaw in frustration. This wasn't how she'd imagined the boy who lived would act. Professor McGonagall soon returned and led them into the Great Hall. Its ceiling seemed transparent, allowing them to see the stars and night sky above. From the outside, the castle looked about the same size as Kaer Morhen, the Wolf School's keep, and Harry had expected Hogwarts to feel cramped. But inside, it was vast. The Great Hall alone soared to dizzying heights. Yet another example of space-altering magic. Professor McGonagall set up the Sorting Hat, and after enduring a short, noisy song, the first years understood that they didn't need to fight a troll, they only had to put on a rather dirty hat. "When I call your name, come forward, put on the hat, and wait to be sorted," McGonagall said, her expression serious as she unrolled a long parchment. She then called the first name. Hannah Abbott. Harry waited a while before McGonagall finally called his name. A murmur rippled through the hall. "Potter? Is that the Potter? He doesn't look much like a hero, does he? Isn't he a bit thin? Merlin, look at his eyes. Just like my cat's." At the teacher's table, a professor in black robes snorted audibly. Harry placed the hat on his head. The wide brim blocked his view, and an overwhelming smell of old sweat filled his nose. "Oh no, Mr. Potter, that's vintage essence," the Sorting Hat whispered in his ear. "I'm only a hat. I'd love a trip to the washroom, but no one takes me. Can you read minds?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Only surface thoughts," the hat said, sounding almost innocent. "After all, I'm not an object of dark magic. Gryffindor never granted me legitimacy. Now let's see. Justice, bravery, intelligence," the hat mused in a tone of surprise. "So many admirable qualities for the prophesied hero. What a dilemma. Hufflepuff, yes, Hufflepuff would be ideal for you, a truly warm and sincere heart. Helga Hufflepuff would have adored you. But if you seek greater accomplishments, then Slytherin or Gryffindor may be your home. I mean no disrespect to Hufflepuff, but, you see, or perhaps you don't know, Hufflepuffs are talented, but they don't fight for the spotlight. Slytherin and Gryffindor, on the other hand, are always clamoring for attention." Harry interrupted, "Do you only get to speak to people during the sorting?" The hat hesitated. "No, I sometimes chat with Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix." "A bird? That explains why you talk so much," Harry nodded thoughtfully. "You cheeky little Slytherin," the hat grumbled. "So, Slytherin it is." Harry shook his head. "I heard Gryffindor had a sword." "Yes, actually, it's within me," the hat explained eagerly. "Gryffindor placed a charm so that any courageous Gryffindor in need could pull it out from within me. It feels like having my throat yanked out." "A hat with a throat?" Harry raised an eyebrow. The hat groaned in frustration. It's a metaphor, just a metaphor. Can't you take a joke, Mr. Literal? Harry asked, so if I pull out Gryffindor's sword, does it become mine? No, it's only borrowed, the hat said decisively. The sword belongs to Gryffindor, or rather, to Hogwarts now. So how could I truly possess the sword of Gryffindor? Harry pressed. The hat went silent. To truly earn the sword of Gryffindor, now that's an interesting question. You've heard of the Chamber of Secrets, haven't you? Harry nodded, recalling that Slytherin was rumored to have left a chamber hidden within the castle, which only his true heir could open to access his legacy. All 4 founders left behind their legacies, the hat said, sounding wistful. Anyone who draws Gryffindor's sword is eligible to undertake Gryffindor's trial. If you succeed, the sword becomes yours. Of course, the hat isn't eligible. I belong to Hogwarts now. It's a protection measure. Gryffindor had the sword forged by goblins, and after his death, the goblins tried more than once to reclaim it. If you don't have the strength to keep it, even owning the sword means it'll be snatched away by goblins. Harry interrupted, so drawing the sword qualifies me to take the trial? Yes, but only when in need, the hat began, but Harry whipped it off his head mid-sentence. Professor McGonagall stared, puzzled. She'd assumed Harry would have an extended conversation with the hat, given how chatty it seemed with him. But who takes off the hat halfway through sorting? McGonagall glanced up at Dumbledore. Dumbledore leaned forward, his eyes twinkling with curiosity as he watched Harry. Ignoring the murmurs and stares, Harry reached into the hat, his fingers brushing against something cold and metallic. Gripping the hilt, he pulled it free. A silver sword nearly a meter long emerged, emanating powerful magic. Despite its age, it gleamed as sharply as ever. Harry's eyes lit up as he twirled it with a flourish. An excellent sword. He instantly fell in love with it. All right, boy, stop ogling and put it back, the hat grumbled, sounding queasy. The sword doesn't belong to you yet. Return it to me. I have no idea how you pulled it out, only those truly in need are supposed to. Harry pursed his lips, reluctant to let go. A witcher always needed a sword at hand. The hat continued to grumble. And as for your house? Anyone who draws the sword of Gryffindor belongs to Gryffindor. Chapter 8, Who's that greasy seaweed? At the Gryffindor table, a burst of cheers erupted. We've got Potter. We've got Potter. The news that the boy who lived was coming to Hogwarts had already sparked interest among the students. Everyone had their own image of the famous hero. But none of them had imagined he'd look like this, small, scrawny, with an unusual intensity in his amber, cat-like eyes that was his only standout feature. A hero should have some legendary qualities. Every house had a history of outstanding students searching for the founder's relics. Slytherin's chamber, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup. And Gryffindor's were no exception. They had long sought the legendary sword of Gryffindor, yet no one had ever found it. Until today. Who could have guessed that Gryffindor's sword was hidden within the sorting hat? Not even the most daring Gryffindor would try sneaking into the headmaster's office to confirm such a rumor. Harry nodded to them in acknowledgement and started walking to the table, silver sword in hand. But the hat's voice called out in haste, "You impudent lion, return the sword to me." McGonagall added, "Yes, Mr. Potter, the sword of Gryffindor isn't yours." "I just wanted to have a good look," Harry said, expression unchanging as he spun a quick excuse. "The sorting hat said that only those in need could pull it out, which proves I must need it right now." Professor McGonagall was taken aback. It did make a bit of sense. The sorting hat grumbled, "It only shows you're a Gryffindor, dear boy. Now put it back, I feel terribly empty without it." "I could find you a stick about the same size," Harry tried to bargain. Given how hard it was to find a blacksmith in this world, he wasn't eager to part with a master-crafted sword. The sorting hat would have jumped if it could. A stick is hardly the same as a sword. You haven't passed the trial, so the sword isn't yours yet. Harry was about to argue further. "All right, Harry," Dumbledore interjected with a knowing smile, adjusting his glasses. "Return the sword to the poor old hat. It's the only friend it has." The hat sighed. "Albus, you're still a friend too." "I remember your sorting ceremony well," it murmured nostalgically. "You've got 7 years to find a way to earn that sword," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Isn't that right, young Mr. Gryffindor?" From the teacher's table, a louder, unmistakable scoff rang out. Harry looked over. A professor in black robes with greasy, seaweed-like hair stared directly at him, eyes brimming with disdain. As their gazes met, the professor's disgust grew even more pronounced, almost visibly filling the air between them. "Mr. Potter." Dumbledore glanced at the professor, who then shifted his gaze elsewhere. Harry nodded. "Fine, Professor, since you ask." He reluctantly returned the sword to the sorting hat. The hat sighed in relief. "Ah, that's better. Come find me again when you're ready." Harry dragged his feet to the Gryffindor table. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat. "All right, let's continue. Next, let me see. You were incredible." As Harry took his seat, the Gryffindors around him were buzzing with excitement. 2 red-haired, freckle-faced twins gave him knowing looks. Stealing the spotlight during the sorting. We never even thought of that. Oh, a born Gryffindor. You're our mighty Lion King. Thanks, Harry replied flatly, not bothering to hide his irritation. Skip the king stuff, I'm not interested. True royalty never reveals their ambition, the twins said in unison. Until it's time to claim the throne. For now, he's just a young cub. Wham! A fist slammed down on the table. Enough clowning. Another redhead, more serious looking than the twins, glared at them. They're the biggest troublemakers in Hogwarts. You don't need to take them seriously. Hello, Potter, I'm Percy Weasley, Gryffindor's prefect. Harry rubbed his temple. Thank you, Prefect Weasley. I have a question. The title, Prefect Weasley, brought a proud smile to Percy's face. He raised his head confidently. Of course. It's my job to help first years. Who's that greasy seaweed over there? Harry nodded toward the teacher's table, where the black-haired professor was still glaring at him. Was that the seaweed-headed professor? Could there be a Hogwarts professor with such a name? Percy followed his gaze, locking eyes with the professor as well. Greasy seaweed. The twins' eyes lit up. What a perfect name. You're a genius, Harry. Join us. With you around, we'll be the biggest stars Hogwarts has ever seen. Percy lowered his voice, glancing nervously toward the teacher's table. That's Professor Snape, head of Slytherin and potions master. He's never been a fan of us Gryffindors. Harry nodded, his gaze still fixed on Snape. He doesn't seem to like you much, Harry, Ron muttered. Snape sneered, then looked away and began speaking to the professor beside him. You're not wrong, Harry replied with a smile. He doesn't like me and seems to. Harry raised a hand to his face. Really hate the way I look, especially my eyes. Oh. Your eyes are pretty cool. Ron shook his head. Of course. A Lion King should have lion eyes. Fred chimed in. Yes. They're a mark of royalty. George joined in, singing, Oh, great Lion King, take the throne tonight. Harry reached into his robe and placed a long-necked, round bottle on the table. Say another word, and I'll pour this down your throats. A potion. Our Lion King is already brewing potions for his brave followers. The twins continued their antics. Percy, being a model student, immediately recognized it. That's a forgetfulness potion. Did you brew it yourself, Harry? Yep. I tried it out before school started, and it went pretty smoothly. Harry nodded. Fred opened his mouth to say more, but Ron tugged his brother's hair, payback, maybe, and started telling the others about Harry's feat on the train. Taking down each of the two hulking lads with a single punch. Fred and George exchanged glances, eyeing Crabbe and Goyle at the Slytherin table. Comparing themselves to those two, they suddenly fell silent. Forgetfulness potion wasn't exactly a pleasant substance. Just as Harry was about to put the potion away, he felt a sharp pain in his scar and looked up to meet the gaze of Snape and the professor next to him. Harry furrowed his brow. His scar hurt. This was the first time. All the years in the Witcher's world, and his scar had remained perfectly dormant. Powerful sorceresses like Yennefer, Triss, and even Kira Metz, the alchemy expert, had examined it thoroughly, finding nothing extraordinary beyond its shape. So, was something here triggering it? Snape. A look of loathing couldn't possibly cause pain, and he hadn't sensed any magic directed at him. Besides, he'd met Snape's eyes several times now. Was it that other professor? Who's the one talking to Snape? Harry asked. Since learning that Snape was the potions master, Harry's view of him had softened a bit, even with the glares. Vesemir had been far harsher back in his training days. That's Professor Quirrel, Percy answered. Last year, he taught Muggle studies. Now he's our defense against the dark arts professor. Harry nodded, a faint smile on his face. Oh, he seems interesting. Percy gave Harry a curious look. What could be so interesting about the turban-wearing professor who looked like he came straight out of India? After the sorting ended, they had their feast. Then Dumbledore stood up, giving the usual reminders, don't enter the Forbidden Forest, no magic in the hallways, and avoid the right-side corridor on the 4th floor. After leading everyone through the school song, the magical aura Harry had felt earlier finally settled within him, establishing a bond between him and the castle. Percy raised his hand. First years, follow me. I'll lead you to the dormitories. Harry stepped up beside him. Prefect Weasley, I have something I need to do. You'll get lost if you wander off. Percy's tone softened. It's your first night. What could be so important? Harry answered confidently, don't worry. I'll find my way back. I need to see Headmaster Dumbledore about something. All Witchers were skilled trackers. He could follow a scent across all of London, from east to west, with tracking abilities far superior to the finest hunting hounds. Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore. Percy nodded, understanding. All right, then. But remember, the password to the dormitory is Dragon Dung. The entrance is the portrait of the fat lady. Just say the password to her. Harry committed it to memory, then turned to follow Dumbledore. Beside the old wizard walked the professor with the seaweed-like hair, Snape. Oh, Harry, Dumbledore chuckled, seeing him approach. Not going to the dormitory? Here to see me? Yes, I have a few things I'd like to discuss, Harry said, nodding and trying to give Snape a friendly smile. Snape's face twisted in what seemed like barely concealed disdain. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Very well. I also have a few things to talk over with you. Severus, care to join us? Snape sneered, and Harry could swear he heard his teeth grinding. I'll leave you to it, Dumbledore. But remember, you owe me an explanation. Chapter 9, let's talk about inheritance. After Snape left, Harry turned to Dumbledore. Did Snape's explanation have something to do with me, he asked. Dumbledore, leading the way down the hall, kept a neutral expression. Why would you think that? He's very interested in me, Harry replied, following closely. 7 or 8 times. He looked over at me that many times during dinner. Dumbledore nodded. Of course, Harry. Everyone is curious about you. You're special, after all. A dodge, a deflection. Snape didn't fit into everyone. Seeing that the headmaster didn't want to discuss it, Harry kept his thoughts to himself. They arrived at Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore gestured for Harry to sit, then seated himself and reached into a drawer, pulling out a jar of something peculiar, a glass jar full of wriggling, crawling insects. Fresh cockroach clusters, Dumbledore offered with a straight face. Would you like some? Quite tasty. Harry leaned back in his chair, grimacing. No, thank you. Oh, what a shame, Dumbledore chuckled, popping a few into his mouth with a crunch, juice spurting with each bite. Peanut, cream, sugar. Harry's keen nose instantly picked up the candy's ingredients. Thank goodness. At least they weren't real cockroaches. Harry knew some sorcerers eventually went mad, it was practically inevitable. But he hoped his headmaster wasn't one of those people. Before you ask anything, Harry, might I first ask you a question? Dumbledore began, flicking his wand to summon a glass of milk for Harry. An old man's curiosity needs a bit of indulging. Is it about Professor Snape? Harry asked. Dumbledore ignored the question. What's going on with your eyes? I remember you used to have emerald green eyes, bright as jade. I don't know, Harry answered, truthfully enough. Maybe it's some kind of magic. When did they change? Dumbledore pressed. Harry continued, around the time Hogwarts letter arrived. Any other changes? Dumbledore's tone grew more serious. Out of nowhere, I could do a little magic, Harry replied. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Magic. Can you show me? Harry glanced around. The effect is a bit wide. I'm not sure. Dumbledore raised a hand to reassure him. Don't worry, Harry. I'm old, but I can protect this office. Harry didn't hesitate further and raised his hand, forming a sign with his fingers. Ard. A surge of energy rippled outward, and the room trembled slightly. The phoenix resting nearby let out a startled cry, craning its head to look around. Otherwise, nothing was disturbed. Fascinating. Similar to a banishing charm, Dumbledore remarked, tapping his desk thoughtfully. But with such a broad range, I didn't expect that. An intriguing spell. Harry said nothing, his gaze wary as he studied Dumbledore. The legendary White Wizard, who had defeated 2 Dark Lords, was even stronger than Harry had imagined. Harry had used nearly his full power, yet Dumbledore's magic remained unshaken. The Potters are a very old, very ancient family, Dumbledore murmured, rubbing his temple. I'll need to look into this, perhaps there's something I've missed. Well, Harry, what would you like to discuss? Harry took a deep breath. I have 3 matters to bring up. First, I'd like to talk about my inheritance, whether I could take a look at everything my parents left me. Dumbledore looked at Harry in surprise. It's not that I don't trust you, Harry explained quickly, waving a hand. But you're wise and experienced. You know this is a reasonable request. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, of course. I'm just surprised, that's all. He'd expected Harry might come to him, perhaps to vent about life with muggles, ask about his parents, or even question Snape's attitude. Inheritance, though, had not crossed his mind. Your parents left you quite a few things, Dumbledore said, thoughtfully. Most are in the old Potter estate, your family home. Hagrid mentioned you have several hobbies, potions, herbs, even blacksmithing. You won't have to worry about finances. The Potters owned a patent on a hair restoration potion that brings in a tidy sum every time one is sold. I'll provide you with a list of all the families who owe you royalties. They haven't paid the Potter estate in 10 years, though, so you might have to handle that yourself. Or, of course, you could ask me for assistance. Harry was taken aback. Oh. This was quite the surprise. So that's why he hadn't seen a single bald wizard. Dumbledore continued. Your father also left behind a lot of notes on Transfiguration. He was a very skilled master of the art. Transfiguration can be risky, so I'll be giving those to Professor McGonagall, your head of house and Transfiguration professor. She's an excellent teacher, and she'll pass along the notes to you when you're ready. And your mother left behind extensive notes on potions, which are with Professor Snape. You may want to talk to him about it. Harry narrowed his eyes. The tone was different. McGonagall would be entrusted with his father's notes, while his mother's notes were in Snape's possession. If he resembled his father so much, and Snape hated his face and especially his eyes. Maybe he should find out if Professor Snape was married. Dumbledore seemed to hesitate, his hands briefly clenched. After a pause, he continued. Of course, the most important item your father left behind is an invisibility cloak. He stood, walked to a cabinet, and retrieved a box. Harry raised an eyebrow. Such a cautious approach. Invisibility cloaks, he knew from his readings, were often woven from the fur of demiguises and had effects similar to a disillusionment charm. They were rare, certainly valuable. But they weren't valuable enough to make Dumbledore hesitate like this. Just a cloak worth a few hundred galleons, the patent on the hair potion alone brought in far more. Dumbledore opened the box and gently pushed it across the desk to Harry. Here it is. One of your father's favorite items. He used it quite a bit back in his Hogwarts days. The box appeared empty, but Harry reached inside and felt a cool, silky fabric. This isn't an ordinary cloak, is it? Harry closed the lid, holding the box tightly. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. What makes you say that? You hesitated, Harry said bluntly. I could tell you were torn about giving it to me, and not out of fear I'd misuse it. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but he exhaled. The hat was right, you're an exceptionally perceptive young wizard. Cedar wand owner, indeed. Well, it is quite special, and perhaps, just perhaps, I might need to borrow it again someday. I hope you'll agree when the time comes. But as to what it is? Could that wait until later? Harry nodded. Of course. Then on to the second matter, I'd like to take the sorting hat with me. Dumbledore blinked, taken aback once again by the unexpected request. I knew it. I knew it, the sorting hat, perched on a nearby shelf, exclaimed. This young wizard is up to no good. Why would you want it? Dumbledore asked, curious. Harry answered matter-of-factly, it told me that anyone who pulls the sword can attempt Gryffindor's trial, and if I pass, I'll own the sword. Keeping it with me, I'd learn more about the trial. Dumbledore's eyes softened with nostalgia. Gryffindor's trial, yes. Very well. You must return it before each term starts, though. Hogwarts needs it for the sorting. Harry asked, did you complete Gryffindor's trial, headmaster? Dumbledore shook his head. The trial is for young students. Back when I was here, I didn't even have the courage to draw the sword. Harry didn't press further. He noticed the faint pain in Dumbledore's expression. Witchers may lack social grace, but they could read a room. And the third thing, Harry said, raising his hand to push back his hair, revealing his scar. It suddenly hurt earlier when I looked at Professor Quirrel. Dumbledore's expression instantly grew serious. Your scar hurt. Harry explained, it never bothered me at my aunt's house. It didn't hurt when I started learning magic either. But today, when I looked at Professor Quirrel, it suddenly hurt. Are you sure it was because of looking at Professor Quirrel? Dumbledore asked, frowning. Harry nodded. Yes, I'm certain. Magic isn't what's causing the pain in my scar, and no one cursed me. I know it sounds strange, but it's the only thing that makes sense. Dumbledore rubbed his temples. All right. I understand. Do you have an answer? Harry asked, narrowing his eyes. Dumbledore muttered, Harry, you're too perceptive. I'm beginning to wonder if you're using legilimency on me, if you know how. I have a theory, yes, but I'm not certain yet. Give me some time. It's late now, and you've had a long day. Take your cloak and the hat, and get some rest in your dormitory. I believe the Gryffindor password is Dragon Dung. The hat will guide you. Chapter 10, Getting Handsy. Harry didn't need the hat to show him the way. It might sound odd, but he remembered Percy's scent and could track it straight to Gryffindor's common room. Ron and the others were still waiting for him to return. Harry, you went to see Dumble, Ron started, stopping short as he noticed the sorting hat tucked into Harry's belt. Oh no, did you steal the sorting hat? I borrowed it, Harry replied firmly, correcting Ron's mistake. The hat muttered, Harry, you're a good lad, but could we talk about keeping me right side up? Hats are meant to be worn, you know. I'm a wizard hat, and you're a wizard. We're a perfect match. Harry shook his head. No, it's more convenient this way, he said flatly. The hat seemed to sigh. I feel like you're using me as a sword sheath. Isn't a sheath more useful than a hat? Harry countered. If the hat could spit, it probably would have. Bah. A hat is far superior to a sheath, you little troublemaker. Still grumbling, the hat let Harry carry it into the dorm. After the exhausting day, Harry fell asleep quickly. The next morning, before dawn, he was up, running 2 laps around the castle, then practicing his sword skills on a tree stump with the Gryffindor sword. After breakfast, he returned to the dorm to wake the other boys, and they headed off together to their classes. The first day of school, September 2nd, Monday, already had Harry eager for more. The morning began with History of Magic, followed by Herbology in the afternoon. While most new students found History of Magic disappointing, Professor Binns droned in a ghostly monotone from the textbook, adding his own dry commentary here and there. Harry and Hermione paid close attention. Old souls held wisdom, and in Harry's mind, ghosts counted as another form of longevity. Herbology was much more interesting. Their professor, a short, plump woman named Professor Sprout, was also the head of Hufflepuff House. Although she appeared laid-back and somewhat absent-minded, her knowledge of herbology was profound. She explained everything Harry asked in a simple, straightforward manner. Class ended at 3, but Harry followed her with questions until 4. If upper-year students hadn't needed the classroom next, he'd have kept going. He tried his luck at joining the older students' lessons, but Sprout dismissed him, rewarding his enthusiasm with 5 points to Gryffindor, and kindly explained that advanced herbology could be dangerous. Tuesday brought 2 new classes, Charms and Transfiguration. The Charms professor, Professor Flitwick, who had goblin ancestry, devoted the entire class to magical theory. When class ended, most students packed up hurriedly, heading for Transfiguration. Harry, however, stayed behind. Professor Flitwick's eyes gleamed with delight as he looked at Harry. I've heard from both Professors Sprout and Binns that you're a particularly inquisitive student. You would have made an excellent Ravenclaw. So, do you have a question for me? Harry nodded. I heard from Hagrid that you have goblin heritage. Do you happen to know any master blacksmiths? Professor Flitwick blinked, momentarily thrown off by the question. Wait, you didn't stay behind to ask about charms. I don't have time today, I have Transfiguration next. Harry's tone was flat. Though disappointed, Flitwick conceded, very well. I do know a goblin blacksmith of considerable skill, though goblins are particular. Their work is exquisite, but their nature is rather greedy. Could you contact him for me? Harry took the sorting hat from his belt and retrieved a small pouch of galleons. This is payment for your help. Flitwick, charmed, shook his head. Helping students is part of my duty. Besides, you're a remarkable student, he added warmly. Professor Dumbledore told me you've mastered a rather unusual spell. If you have time this Friday afternoon. Saturday would be better, Harry interjected, placing the galleons on the desk before heading to Transfiguration. Thank you, Professor. The professor could refuse payment, but Harry wouldn't leave without offering it. Flitwick sighed, waved his wand, and the pouch of coins floated back into the sorting hat. The hat scoffed. Hey. Harry, I can understand, but really, Phileas. I'm not a purse. I'm a hat. A Grand Gryffindor hat. Most first-year students had a hard time finding their way around. Hogwarts' moving staircases made navigating the castle feel like a maze, but with Harry leading the way, and Ron following, they arrived at Transfiguration early, even if the unpredictable stairs caused a few delays. Harry, you've got an incredible sense of direction, Ron remarked, envious. The whole changing staircase thing was fun at first, but it's getting old fast. I'd be stuck somewhere if I had to find my way alone. Harry didn't respond. He was staring intently at the tabby cat on the desk. What's a cat doing here? Ron followed his gaze, puzzled. Maybe it's Professor McGonagall's pet. Wait, Harry. Ron's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. Look at the markings on its face, doesn't it look like Professor McGonagall's glasses? Without another word, Harry stepped forward, grabbed the cat by the scruff of its neck, and started examining its ears. Not just looks like her. This is Professor McGonagall. The structure, the fur. This was Professor McGonagall. Ron froze, remembering that his parents had mentioned McGonagall was a skilled transfiguration master, one of the 7 animagi registered with the ministry. A tabby cat. Oh no. Ron's face paled as he watched, horrified. Harry, stop. What are you doing? But it was too late. The tabby cat squirmed out of Harry's grip, landing gracefully on the floor before transforming back into Professor McGonagall herself, standing sternly in a green robe. Mr. Potter, you recognized me, she asked, her eyes narrowed. Harry nodded. Yes. So why? She pressed, her voice growing colder. Harry's expression remained sincere. I was curious, Professor. Your animagus form doesn't emit any magical aura. If I hadn't caught your scent, I'd have mistaken you for an ordinary cat. When I checked, everything, from the spine, to the muscles, to the retractable claws, was exactly like a regular cat's. Who would suspect such a cute little tabby? Animagus is a transformation into an actual animal form, McGonagall explained curtly. It's dangerous, and inexperienced animagi can suffer mental confusion, thinking they really are animals. If you're that interested, perhaps by 5th or 6th year, or sooner, you can start studying the spell. Thank you, Professor. Harry nodded. One more thing, she said, her sternness unyielding. Do I have a strong scent? Harry shook his head. No, Professor. But I have a heightened sense of smell that lets me pick up what others miss. McGonagall's expression softened, and she turned her gaze to Ron. He sat frozen, barely managing a stiff nod. Very well, McGonagall sighed. I'll forgive you this once, but next time, Mr. Potter, curiosity doesn't excuse getting handsy with your professors. Yes, Professor, Harry replied obediently. 5 points from Gryffindor, the Sorting Hat announced. Ron turned pale and looked around in alarm. Professor McGonagall's expression turned steely. Relax, Minerva, the Sorting Hat chuckled. I was only joking. I don't actually have authority to dock points. Ron exhaled in relief. The Hat muttered, Gryffindors, honestly. Either too serious or too unserious. Why can't they all have Albus's sense of humor? Harry and Ron found seats. McGonagall remained at the lectern, transforming back into a cat only to surreptitiously cast a few Scour Jiffy spells on herself. Once the class had arrived, she taught them their first spell, a difficult one. After a brief introduction, she handed each student a matchstick, instructing them to turn it into a needle. By the end of the class, only Harry and Hermione had made any progress. Harry's match had transformed completely into a needle, while Hermione's had only partially changed, leaving a wooden tail. McGonagall gave them a small smile and awarded Gryffindor 5 points, 3 for Harry, 2 for Hermione. Wednesday's defense against the dark arts class disappointed Harry. The strange sensation he'd felt with Quirrel before, that made his scar hurt, was gone, and frankly, Quirrel himself seemed incompetent. His stuttering, rambling lectures on dark creatures fell far short of useful information. He failed to sketch a proper diagram of a ghoul or point out any specific vulnerabilities. Instead, he described loud noises, fire, and throwing rotten meat as deterrents, making Harry raise an eyebrow. Was this defense against dark creatures, or how to keep a pet ghoul? Ron, however, seemed to agree with Quirrell's advice. His family had a ghoul in their attic that his mom handled in much the same way, and to them, it was almost like a pet. Thursday's schedule was back to charms and transfiguration, with Harry finally giving Flitwick the attention he'd hoped for, staying after class to ask a battery of questions. He nearly overstayed and delayed the next class. Chapter 11, Potter, points deducted. Friday morning. Ron poked at his sausage, looking glum. Today's potions class. We're taking it with Slytherin, and didn't you say Professor Snape doesn't like you, Harry? I heard from George that he's a really petty guy. He'll pick on anyone he doesn't like, so you'd better be careful. Harry nodded nonchalantly. Once they arrived at the classroom and class began, Snape wasted no time showing his feelings, letting his open disdain, and even hatred, toward Harry show from the start. Snape walked in, his presence adding an extra layer of tension to the already gloomy room. Without a word of introduction, he tapped the lectern. Well. Look who's graced my classroom. Harry Potter. The born Gryffindor, the legendary savior who drew the sword of Gryffindor at the sorting ceremony, the student who's already stirring things up at Hogwarts. Oomph. Potter, didn't your father teach you to stand up when a professor calls your name? Oh, my mistake. I forgot, you don't have a father. The Slytherins let out quiet chuckles. Gryffindors exchanged worried glances, some shocked to see Snape's open hostility. All the other professors liked Harry, even Quirrell, with his timid nature. But Snape, the head of Slytherin, was different, harsh and unmistakably biased. Harry stood up. Thank you for the reminder. In fact, my mother is also gone, so no one really taught me these things. The chuckles among the Slytherins grew louder. Bang. Snape slammed his hand on the lectern, teeth clenched. Potter. I'm not here to discuss your family background. Shut your mouth. And the rest of you, is this funny? Or do I need to etch it into your thick troll brains? Or maybe a dose of forgetfulness potion, so you can laugh at it all over again. The Slytherins fell silent, ducking their heads. Snape took a deep breath, resuming his harsh tone. Other professors claim you're excelling in their classes, Potter. But potions is different. This is a subtle art, not a place for your clever little quips or silly smarts, so keep that mouth of yours shut. Well then, Potter, if I add powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood, what do I get? His tone shifted, as if he was probing, even with a trace of, was it hidden curiosity? Draught of living death, a powerful sleeping potion, Harry replied. Snape pressed on. And where would you find a bezoar? In the stomach of a cow, after slaughter and dissection, Harry answered. Snape sneered, his tone slightly more relaxed without him even realizing it. No need for extra theatrics. You do seem to know a few things, so tell me about Wolfsbane. He continued his questions, covering almost the entire first-year curriculum. Hermione began nervously tapping her desk, and Ron stared wide-eyed. While Hermione was one of the few who could answer some of these questions, Harry's responses came effortlessly, barely requiring thought. You certainly have a knack for little tidbits, Snape muttered, casting a glance toward the window and tapping his desk. For adding unnecessary steps in your answers, 5 points from Gryffindor. Hermione jumped to her feet. Professor, that's not fair. Harry answered all your questions, he could probably pass a first-year final exam already. He did really well, how could you take points from him? Snape smirked. You, Miss Granger. Hermione Granger. Snape's expression shifted. Typical Gryffindor arrogance. Miss Granger, that's another point from Gryffindor for questioning a professor. Hermione blinked, confused. Harry had been excellent yet lost 5 points, while she'd lost only 1 for defending him. Was there some deeper animosity between Snape and Harry? Now sit down. Snape waved her off with a dismissive gesture. Some of you may have a quick wit, but that won't make you a potions master. Potions require precise timing, magical synergy, and exact proportions. Without hands-on practice, theory means nothing. Snape waved his wand at the blackboard, and a list of instructions appeared. Now, grab your cauldrons, light your fires, and start brewing. I'm not here to spoon-feed you theory. In potions, you learn through trial and refinement, there are no shortcuts for the lazy. I hope none of you oafs blow up your cauldrons on the first day. Neville visibly trembled. Seamus gripped his cauldron handle, oblivious to the tension he radiated. Having practiced brewing similar potions over the summer, Harry worked with ease. Snape loomed over him a few times, clearly looking for any excuse to criticize, but Harry's precise actions gave him no opening. With a disgruntled grunt, Snape moved on. While Harry focused intently on his potion, Neville, nervous and sweating, was about to drop a handful of porcupine quills into his boiling cauldron. Harry quickly caught his arm. Stop. Move the cauldron off the flame first, or it'll explode. Neville jerked back, barely able to mumble his thanks. Oh, thank you, Potter. Snape's voice lashed out suddenly, causing Neville to jump and spill some of his mixture, though fortunately not onto himself. Can't you leave your classmates alone? Trying to earn yourself some loyal followers, are you? Snape sneered, his eyes narrowing as he scolded Neville. Pathetic. What use is a head that can't even steady your hands? Neville's face turned red, eyes glistening with tears. Snape's sneer grew as he turned back to Harry. Potter, maybe you could have reminded him to keep his hands steady too. Thanks to you, another 2 points from Gryffindor. Neville looked too disheartened to care. How was it that Harry got points taken for his own clumsiness? Ron and Hermione sat frozen in shock. Harry's expression didn't change as he continued brewing. After an hour, class concluded, and Snape began his critiques. True to his word, potions was a delicate art, and even with instructions on the board, less than half the students had managed a successful result. Harry, along with Hermione and Malfoy, achieved the best results, though Snape neither praised them nor offered even a hint of encouragement. It was clear that he only had eyes for Harry. Snape inspected Harry's potion, holding it to the light, sniffing it carefully, taking more time with it than with any other student's potion combined. You show some talent for potions, Snape muttered, his voice softening as he gazed at the brew, almost lost in thought. Ron and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances. Had Snape's relentless critiques finally cracked? Was this really the same Professor Snape? But then Snape's gaze hardened, his eyes falling on Harry with an intense scrutiny, searching as if hoping to see something else, something absent, hidden in another's features. Those amber, cat-like eyes. Snape's face grew cold as he set the potion down heavily. But do you think this is good enough? Use that troll-brained head of yours and think, Potter. Why add the porcupine quills only after moving the cauldron from the flame? Think carefully. Why not wait for the water to cool a little before adding the quills? And the stewed slugs, what part of its compound effect did I ask about in the first place? Don't you see? You had the potential for excellence, but with these sloppy mistakes, you're barely average. 2 more points from Gryffindor, Potter. The class breathed a collective sigh. That momentary softness had been an illusion, this was the Snape they knew. Snape shifted his gaze, moving on to critique the next student. Don't worry, Harry, you did really well, Hermione whispered. Harry looked puzzled. Why would I be worried? You made the best potion in the class, and he's just nitpicking, Hermione replied. But Harry shook his head. No, Professor Snape is right. I did make mistakes. Hermione opened her mouth to respond but found herself speechless. Ron, trying to console him, gave Harry a pat. Well, anyway. Snape turned around suddenly, glaring at Harry. Potter, do you find it amusing to discuss your professor behind his back? Arrogant. Another 5 points from Gryffindor. Hermione gasped, guilt flashing in her eyes. I'm sorry, Harry, it's my fault for talking to you. By the end of class, Gryffindor had lost a whopping 14 points. Harry shrugged. I've earned around 15 points in my other classes this week, it balances out. Besides, he added, you only lost 1 point but gained 10 in other classes. You're still ahead by 9 points. As class ended, Ron packed his bag and turned to Hermione. Hey, we're going to Hagrid's later, you know, the big guy who led us to the castle from the station. Want to come? Grateful to Hermione for speaking up for him, Harry added, if you'd like, it'll be fun. You two go on ahead. I need to talk to Professor Snape, Harry said, packing his things and setting his bag on the desk before heading towards Snape's desk. Chapter 12, Snape just wishes I'd ruin my looks. Hermione and Ron watched Harry walk away. His pace hadn't changed from its usual calm stride, yet somehow, he looked as if he were marching to a noble, heroic fate. He must have nerves of steel, they thought. Who would willingly go see Snape after that class? Potter. Snape was sorting through his lesson materials when he heard footsteps approaching. He looked up, gaze sweeping over Harry's face and those eyes before disgust rushed back into his expression. What do you want? I wanted to thank you for your guidance, Professor. Harry nodded politely, attempting to ease the tension. Snape's face twisted as if he'd tasted something foul. Oh, the thanks of a Gryffindor. You lot would rather lose your heads atop the tower than show any respect. He sneered. Disgusting. Like hearing a troll confessing its love to a unicorn. Spare me the act, Potter. Speak plainly. Harry spoke up. Professor Dumbledore mentioned my mother left some potion notes with you. I was wondering. Yes, Snape cut in, eyes narrowing, growing sharper and more dangerous. Lily. He abruptly stopped, taking a deep breath. Evans did leave some notes, but I don't believe you're ready for them. Your scab cure wasn't even passable. A troll could make better use of those notes as kindling. Harry met Snape's glare without flinching. Snape's frustration spiked, and he jabbed Harry's chest with his wand. When making requests, Potter, you lower yourself. You were never taught this, but I'll teach you now. Remember this, Potter. Harry brushed the wand aside. I can understand your feelings, Professor, but remember, these notes are my mother's legacy. At the words mother and legacy, Harry's tone hardened slightly. Bang. Snape's fist slammed into the table. Potter, he snarled through gritted teeth. Professor, Harry replied calmly, hands slipping into his sorting hat. Fine, fine. Snape clenched his fist, eyes catching Harry's subtle move, which only fueled his rage. I expected better from you, but you're just as arrogant and unbearable as your father. Evans left a total of 23 notebooks. After your end-of-year exams, come to my office. I'll set a test, and you'll have to score an outstanding. If you fail, forget those notes. Dumbledore won't be able to change my mind. Harry let go of his hat, nodding. Thank you, Professor Snape. Snape snorted, dropping his materials and storming out of the room. Not another second did he want to see Potter's face. I thought you two were going to fight, Ron said, clutching his chest as if he could feel the bruises himself. Hermione nodded. Harry looked confused. I thought our conversation went well. Why did it look like we were about to fight? You had your hand in the hat. Hermione's voice pitched in exasperation. Did Harry misunderstand what pleasant meant? What was in the hat? The sword of Gryffindor. Harry shook his head. I was just considering leaving Professor Snape a deposit for safekeeping. Why pay him? Ron clenched his fists. What if he's holding onto your mother's notes as part of some twisted plan? Ron, Harry's voice firmed. Professor Snape is a good man. Hermione cast a concerned look at him. Harry, no offense, but, are you okay? Snape probably cared about my mother, Harry said, slinging his bag over his shoulder and heading out. I think he was my father's rival in love. A rival. Hermione and Ron, stunned, nearly bumped into each other. Wait, you know this for sure? Hermione asked, clutching her books tightly, both curious and a little gossipy. Did Professor Dumbledore tell you? Harry shook his head. It's obvious. Yet, the emotion was too strong to be normal. Harry recalled other love rivals he knew of, like Yennefer and Triss, both once close friends, who fought fiercely over Gerald. But even they hadn't reached Snape's level of intensity. He had to find out more, like it or not, Snape was the most skilled potions master Harry could access. A few comments from him had already proven useful, who knew what he could learn if he unlocked Snape's full expertise. The three of them left the castle, curiosity bubbling in Ron and Hermione about Snape's connection to Harry's parents and what could have driven Snape to this level of hatred. As they reached Hagrid's hut, small only compared to Hagrid's size, Harry knocked on the door. With a bark from his dog, Fong, Hagrid opened up. Harry's greeting froze as he glanced around inside, eyes wide with surprise. Ron and Hermione looked at him, confused. It was rare to see an expression on Harry's usually stoic face. Even during the tension with Snape, Harry had kept his calm. What was in Hagrid's hut? They peered inside. It was an ordinary space, even a bit shabby, reminding Ron of home. What's wrong, Harry? Hagrid asked, scratching his head as Fong quieted down. Something off with my house. Harry shook his head, gathering himself. No, I just didn't expect you'd live so luxuriously. Luxurious? Ron and Hermione turned to Harry, intrigued, studying his eyes. There were rumors among the Gryffindors that Harry's amber eyes could see things others couldn't. Some even claimed he could see through magic itself and had used them to defeat the Dark Lord. Hagrid looked just as puzzled. Comfy enough, sure, but luxury. Hardly. Harry pointed around the room. That dog bed and blanket are made of unicorn hair, the wind chime is crafted from mermaid scales, and those bowtruckles. And there by the fire, are those fire-dwelling salamanders. Harry named what he recognized. The hut was filled with more magical items than just these. There were jars on the windowsill, all radiating magical energy, likely containing venom, blood, or saliva from magical creatures. Hagrid's eyes brightened. Aye, lad. You fancy these little critters? No. Harry shook his head decisively. But I do like the materials they provide. Ron and Hermione didn't fully grasp the value of these items, though they eyed Fong's bed with a tinge of envy. They knew the worth of unicorn hair, which fetched 10 galleons per strand. That seemingly ordinary bed could cost 1,000 galleons. Oh, all right then. Hagrid chuckled, used to such reactions from wizards, though certain pock-faced exceptions adored the creatures themselves. So, how's Hogwarts treating you? I've heard you're doing great in your classes. It's fine, Harry replied nonchalantly, still scanning the room. Ron leaned forward, grabbing one of Hagrid's oversized biscuits. Hagrid, do you know anything about Professor Snape and Harry's dad? Harry's dad. Hagrid paused mid-reach, the sudden lapse causing a biscuit to drop onto Hermione's head. Ow. Hermione rubbed her head, exclaiming, Harry says Professor Snape might have been rivals in love with his father. What? Hagrid's eyes widened. Who told you that, Harry? Harry glanced over. No one needed to. It's obvious. But just because they were rivals doesn't explain Snape's level of hostility. I'd like to know more. Hagrid lowered his head. Harry, I'm just the keeper of keys. I don't know much about what went on. But, Snape and James never got along. They'd constantly duel, casting hexes at each other. Lily was close with Snape until 5th year, but they weren't romantically involved, just friends. She and James started dating in 7th year and married soon after graduating. Rivalry turned to heartbreak. Ron and Hermione's faces lit up with scandalous excitement. Harry raised an eyebrow. Are you sure there isn't more to it? Good heavens. You're as sharp as Dumbledore, Hagrid sighed, clenching his fist. Talking to you two feels like having Dumbledore in the room, both of you seeing through everything. But Harry, I swear, that's all I know. Maybe Snape's attitude is harsh, but believe me, of everyone at Hogwarts, even including Dumbledore, he's the one who least wants you harmed. Ron grumbled, then why does he act like he wants to feed Harry to a troll? Snape is trustworthy. Dumbledore relies on him a lot, Hagrid emphasized. Harry agreed. I trust Professor Snape. He might wish I'd lose my looks or my eyesight or even my personality, but he definitely doesn't want me in danger. Oh. Ron was at a loss for words. Hagrid, too, seemed momentarily stumped, loosening his grip as another of his stone-like biscuits dropped onto Hermione's head. Ow, she exclaimed, rubbing the spot. That hardly feels like concern. Chapter 13, Malfoy, I'm thrilled. Ron and Hermione were at a loss over how to dissuade Harry. Blindness, disfigurement, gender swapping, these were definitely not good things. Even Hagrid seemed unsure, glancing at Harry as though thinking Snape might actually be capable of doing such things. Hagrid, would you mind if I asked a small favor? Harry looked around, his eyes brightening with a glimmer of excitement as he finished examining all the magical items in Hagrid's hut. Rubbing his hands together, he took a seat. Hagrid nodded heartily. Of course. As long as you don't ask about your parents again, ask away. I'd like to borrow a few ingredients to brew a potion. Harry waved his hand, keeping it vague. Nothing dangerous, I promise. I'll even pay you for the materials. Hagrid waved his hands dismissively. No need for that, those things were just scraps I picked up in the Forbidden Forest. You're welcome to use anything you like. Ron looked on in envy. You just found these lying around in the Forbidden Forest? That's amazing. I mean, if I could do that one day, I'd love to be a groundskeeper. Harry took him at his word and immediately got up, moving through the hut to gather what he needed. Oil, most important ingredient. He made his way to Hagrid's kitchen, scanning the shelves and eventually returning with 2 large jars, one of dog fat and the other of bear grease. Harry, that's what I use for cooking. Hagrid's eyes widened. Harry quickly put them down. Don't worry, I'll only use a little. All right then, but what kind of potion are you brewing? Hagrid asked, intrigued. Although he'd only studied up to his 3rd year at Hogwarts, he didn't recall potions that required grease. Professor Snape's never asked me for anything like that. It's a special potion. Harry began setting up a cauldron. Apply it to a sword, and it increases its power. The Sorting Hat quivered, calling out, what are you planning to put on Gryffindor's sword, you little devil? It's called sword oil, not some weird potion, Harry replied matter-of-factly. The Sorting Hat paused and muttered, sword oil. I know about that, Gryffindor used to oil his sword before he had this enchanted one. Fine, it's clear you're attached to that sword, the hat conceded. But it doesn't need oil, it's magically crafted by goblins and never dulls. I know, but sword oil isn't just for upkeep. Harry shook his head. The Sorting Hat sighed but gave in. Fine, but you'd better promise me one thing. Once you've coated the Gryffindor sword, wash it clean before putting it back in me. Don't go mucking up my insides. Harry raised an eyebrow at the hat. You're already dirtier than the oil. No, I'm not dirty, the hat protested. What you see is the dignity of age. I am an ancient but pristine hat. Harry sighed, giving an indulgent nod. Sure, sure. The magical herbs between the two worlds weren't always the same, but for the basics, the similarities were enough. Hogwarts' Forbidden Forest was an untapped treasure trove of ingredients. No witcher would turn down such a gold mine. Harry recalled how he used to check every path he walked, plucking any herb he found along the way. For making beast oil. Dog fat and wolf liver. Unfortunately, Hagrid didn't have wolf liver on hand, but could dog liver work? Harry glanced down at Fong, who gave a whimper and darted behind Hagrid, instinctively sensing his thoughts. What's gotten into him? Hagrid wondered aloud, patting the dog's head. Harry gave a slight sigh of disappointment. Then there was the poison required for humanoid oils, the hangman's venom. Might as well have some on hand, just in case. 1 part dog fat, 4 parts beggar tick. And for the necrophage oil, Harry glanced at Hagrid, who he often suspected might be a magical hybrid, with maybe giant or troll blood. Hagrid shivered. What's the matter, Harry? Could you do me a favor, Hagrid? Next time you're in the forest, could you bring me a few wolf livers? Wolf liver. Hagrid scratched his head. Tastes pretty bad, but sure. Harry nodded, lighting a fire and starting to heat the cauldron. It's not for eating, it's for potion making. Well then, next time I trade with the centaurs, I'll ask if they have any to spare. The Forbidden Forest was full of magical creatures, but there were also mundane animals like bears, wolves, rabbits, and forest sheep. While Harry focused on brewing his oil, Ron and Hermione grappled with Hagrid's tough rock cakes, sharing tales about life at Hogwarts, and their dislike of Draco Malfoy. They also discussed some recent wizarding news, how someone had managed to break into Gringotts and get away unscathed. Hagrid shook his head, relieved he'd been at the bank just before the incident, running an errand for Dumbledore. Lucky for him, he hadn't encountered the intruder. Harry, though, was unconcerned. He was young and practically unknown. Gringotts wouldn't exactly go handing him a stack of galleons to investigate a robbery. By dinner, Ron and Hermione finally dragged Harry away from Hagrid's hut, though he left with no small satisfaction. Ron brought back a few of Hagrid's rock cakes, Hermione left with a collection of bruises from the hard treats, and Harry walked away with 7 bottles of sword oil. He made a mental note that Hagrid's hut was a treasure trove worth visiting frequently. But he didn't get many opportunities. First-year classes weren't too heavy, but the new magic system and potions were a big enough pull to keep Harry absorbed, often trailing professors with questions, even Snape, when he could catch him without risking a blow-up. Ron was always on edge watching him. Even Gryffindor's hourglass of rubies seemed to tremble whenever Harry approached Snape. While Gryffindor gained points Monday through Thursday, they lost a steady flow of them every Friday during potions. At first, his housemates were a bit unsettled by this, but eventually, they almost started rooting for it. If the points were dropping, it meant Harry had once again stirred up the snake's den, and Gryffindor wasn't the only one suffering from Snape's wrath. During the first few weeks, Gryffindor diligently focused on their studies under Harry's influence. But eventually, true to form, they drifted back into more mischievous pursuits. Harry and Hermione alone kept to their schedules, faithfully studying in the library daily. As Ron had predicted on the train, he ended up relying on Harry's notes for his assignments. Harry didn't mind. After completing his work, he'd leave his parchment out in the common room for others to use as a reference. Hermione, however, was less impressed. Harry, you can't keep spoiling them like this. They should be doing the work themselves. The other Gryffindors stayed silent, burying their heads and feigning deafness. Even Ron mumbled something inaudible, knowing he couldn't argue with Hermione. Soon, though, something more exciting took over the common room. Flying lessons were about to begin. After copying Harry's homework, everyone eagerly discussed their upcoming flight class. Harry was just as interested. Flying might finally give him an advantage against creatures like griffins, wyverns, and sea harpies. His crossbow skills had always been mediocre, and nothing would thrill him more than learning to fly, even on a broomstick. The only drawback. The class would be shared with Slytherin. On Thursday afternoon, the long-anticipated flying lesson arrived, with Ron dragging Harry to the Quidditch pitch well ahead of time. Madam Hooch, a striking figure, was a seasoned flyer but took a cautious approach to teaching. Perhaps due to prior accidents, or maybe just because this class was a mix of Gryffindors and Slytherins. But trouble was unavoidable. There were 2 major troublemakers in Gryffindor. One was Seamus, prone to magical mishaps. What would be harmless spells for others had a tendency to explode in his hands. The other was Neville, who often bungled potions class. Thankfully, Harry was usually nearby to help, so his worst outcome was a ruin potion. Today, however, Neville managed to lift off briefly, only to crash hard. Madame Hooch had to leave the students alone to rush him to the hospital wing. Did you see that giant oaf fall? Malfoy jeered the moment Madame Hooch was out of earshot. Just like a troll. I mean, honestly, who falls off a broom? Shut up, Malfoy. Parvati snapped. Oh, look at the little defender, Pansy sneered. Are you sweet on the blubbering baby? Malfoy's eyes lit up. He darted to where Neville had fallen and held something aloft, waving it in Harry's direction. Hey, Potter. Look what I've got. Your dim-witted little pet's trinket. A remembrall, he taunted. Figure someone with his empty head would need one of these. He shot Harry a challenging look, raising his eyebrows. First of all, Neville isn't my pet, Harry replied with a cool expression. And second, I suggest you put that down, Malfoy. Chapter 14, But They Call Me the Lion King. You'd better put that down, Harry said, his tone calm but firm. Malfoy mimicked him mockingly, taunting, oh, look at Potter, so bossy. What am I supposed to be? One of your little minions. Sure, you can order around the Gryffindors, great savior, he sneered, but I'm a Slytherin. Harry remained silent, his gaze cold and unyielding. Come on, Potter, Malfoy said, raising his broomstick. How about a little contest? If, and that's a big if, you somehow beat me, then maybe I'll hand it over. Are you brave enough, or are you just a coward? Harry shook his head. I won't ask a third time, Malfoy. Hand it back. Malfoy took his hesitation as weakness. Ah, scared, are you, Savior Potter? Guess you're not so brave after all. What should I do with this little toy of his? Malfoy mused aloud. Maybe I'll toss it up in a tree somewhere and watch that oaf Longbottom cry, clutching the tree trunk and bawling his eyes out. Malfoy. Harry's voice dropped, taking a step forward. Malfoy instinctively stepped back, recalling the incident on the train. But glancing behind him, he saw more Slytherins around this time, not just Crabbe and Goyle, but several others too. Outnumbered, Potter couldn't take them all, right? Emboldened, Malfoy regained his smug look. What are you going to do, Potter? Throw a punch. Typical Gryffindor, brainless and brute. We're wizards, Potter. Noble wizards. Harry sighed. Malfoy, do you remember what you said on the train? Malfoy blinked, momentarily thrown off. You told me not to hang out with people like Ron here, Harry continued. Ron's face shifted to confusion, gripping his fists, ready to fight at a word from Harry, until he caught Harry's gaze. Wait a second. What are you doing, Harry? I'm on your side. Malfoy opened his mouth, ready to add his own insults, but Harry was faster. So, by refined and noble, you mean making fun of people? That's how you define class. The color drained from Malfoy's face, his sneer frozen in place. Harry stepped closer. I have no interest in getting dragged into your childish, petty games, he said, his tone calm but cutting. It's pathetic. You only ever pick on the weak. In the world of the Witchers, Harry was young, only in his 40s, a mere child among the Witchers' long lifespans. But he'd seen and heard enough of the ugly court battles of the human kingdoms to see through Malfoy's antics. His words cut deep, his tone slicing away at Malfoy's pride. Still, Harry continued, voice soft but his amber eyes sharp, they call me the Lion King in Gryffindor, even if it's mostly a joke. His voice grew firmer. You should know what a pride leader does to those who threaten his pride. Malfoy opened his mouth to reply, but once again, Harry was quicker. Axii. A soft, silvery glow emanated from Harry's fingertips, hitting Malfoy squarely. His eyes glazed over, his face slack and uncomprehending. Hand it over, Harry commanded, motioning for the remembrall. In a trance, Malfoy obediently tossed it to Harry, who caught it with ease. Pansy gasped, her voice shrill. Potter, what did you do? You used the Imperious Curse on him. You actually used an unforgivable curse. Even Hermione gasped. Harry, you can't use spells on classmates. That'll get points deducted for sure. The Gryffindors, who had been poised to cheer him on, turned their surprised eyes on Hermione. Who says something like that right now? Harry raised an eyebrow. That wasn't the Imperious Curse, just a simple charm. But Pansy wasn't listening. Attack him. Knock him out so we can rescue Draco. A bolt of red light shot toward Harry, but he didn't move. It whizzed by, hitting a nearby broomstick. Ron shouted, his pent-up anger finally erupting, get them. Let's show these Slytherins who's boss. The Gryffindors whipped out their wands, sending off the few spells they knew in a chaotic flurry. Hermione screamed, stop it. All of you, stop fighting. Someone's going to get hurt. Her cries went unheeded, her words lost in the scuffle. Harry's fists proved as effective as any spell, no Slytherin stayed standing for long after taking a hit from him. Moments later, the ground was littered with Slytherins groaning in defeat. Draco, finally snapping out of his stupor, stared around in horror. He took in the sight of his fallen housemates, then turned his glare on Harry. Potter, what did you do? Ron seized the opportunity, landing a swift kick to Draco's backside. Down you go too. Hermione winced. Harry, no, Professor McGonagall is going to be furious when she hears about this. Ron, still pinning Malfoy to the ground, snorted. Hermione, now's not the time for rule following. Exactly. Seamus chimed in, his face flushed with excitement. This is about defending our house's honor. The other Gryffindors cheered, riding the high of their first victory in a brawl. The Slytherins, cowed, retreated to one corner of the field, Draco nursing his black eye and glaring at the Gryffindors. Madame Hooch returned soon after. The tense atmosphere and broken broom scattered on the ground told her all she needed to know. Would someone like to explain to me what happened here? She demanded, scanning the crowd. Hermione hesitated. Malfoy raised his hand, his face twisted in anger. Professor, it was Potter. He rallied the Gryffindors, and they attacked us. And he used the Imperius Curse on me. Madame Hooch's face darkened. Fighting was one thing, but the Imperius Curse. Mr. Potter, she turned to Harry, her gaze stern. Harry remained calm. Malfoy's exaggerating, Professor. It was mostly me involved in the fight, the others didn't do much. Apart from Harry's punches, the hardest hit was probably Ron's boot to Malfoy's backside. Draco's black eye had come from a collision with a broom handle. Never mind the fight, Madame Hooch cut in, her tone sharp. What about the Imperius Curse, Potter? Harry replied, Professor, can a first year really tell the difference between the Confundus Charm and the Imperius Curse? Draco protested, I didn't know what was going on. I was just doing what you said. Harry raised his hand again. Want me to show you again, Malfoy? Just to clear things up for Professor Hooch. Draco's face went pale, his body trembling. Madame Hooch's expression softened slightly. She was inclined to believe Harry. As one of the unforgivable curses, the Imperius Curse was beyond the reach of most first years, and she knew the influence Harry's name had against the idea of him using dark magic. All right, Mr. Potter, I believe you. But this incident is serious. Fighting and causing trouble while the professor is absent, I have no choice but to deduct 20 points from Gryffindor. Hermione paled, her face contorting with dismay. 20 points were the result of weeks of hard work in class, not counting the deductions Snape regularly imposed. Professor, would you be willing to hear my side of the story? Harry replied, undeterred. Madame Hooch raised an eyebrow. All right, let's hear it. Malfoy found Neville's remembrall and refused to give it back, Harry explained. I'm not trying to excuse myself, but we weren't the only ones at fault. Madame Hooch turned to Malfoy. Is this true? Draco tried to wiggle his way out. It was just a harmless joke. How was I supposed to know Potter can't take a joke? A joke that others don't find funny isn't a joke, Mr. Malfoy, Harry said coolly, cutting him off. Madame Hooch sighed. Very well, 10 points from Slytherin. Malfoy clenched his fists, his face twisted in frustration. And enough with the troublemaking, all of you. She turned back to the Gryffindors and Slytherins with a stern gaze. Now, Mr. Potter, I'll be escorting you to Professor McGonagall's office. No. Hermione cried, her face paling. Professor, Harry's already been punished. Yes, you've already deducted points. Ron protested, his face also anxious. Madame Hooch shook her head. This is about the spell. Professor McGonagall needs to know, even if I'm inclined to believe Potter, unforgivable curses are no small matter. Harry turned to his friends, giving a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Madame Hooch led him to McGonagall's office, sighing inwardly. Though she only taught a few classes each year, there was always something crazy happening in flying class. At this rate, it wouldn't surprise her if Dementors showed up next. In the office, Professor McGonagall's face darkened as Madame Hooch recounted the events. Mr. Potter, I'd expected you to be one of my least troublesome students, she said, her tone filled with disappointment. Instead, you're at the center of chaos. She clenched her fists, looking pained. 20 points from Gryffindor. Madame Hooch cut in, McGonagall, I've already taken points off. Then another 20. McGonagall said, exasperated. Starting a brawl and rallying Gryffindors against Slytherins, this is unheard of. Harry stayed silent, accepting the rebuke without protest. Now, about the spell, McGonagall continued, regaining her composure. Mr. Potter, hand over your wand. Harry complied, reaching into the sorting hat and drawing out his wand. Chapter 15, The Ostracized Otter Girl. Professor McGonagall's eyelid twitched twice. This was the first time she had seen anyone use the sorting hat in such a way, an ancient relic that had witnessed all of Hogwarts history, now reduced to a storage container. She forced herself to pretend she hadn't noticed and took Harry's wand. Raising her own wand, she tapped the tip of his wand against hers and chanted, Prior Incantato. A faint glow surged from Harry's wand, and a book on the table began to float. Professor McGonagall blinked. This was the magic of the levitation charm. Cleaning up after a fight with such a spell. She increased the magic output, and a bright glow radiated from where the wands touched. This time, it revealed a Lumos spell. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. That doesn't make sense. What use would a Lumos spell have in a fight? The prior Incantato spell was supposed to reveal the magic last cast by a wand. But so far, nothing matched Harry's claim or Malfoy's accusation. Is this spell reviewing my previously cast magic? Harry asked, catching on to why Professor McGonagall had asked for his wand. He was reminded of how witchers were often disarmed when under investigation. Professor McGonagall's expression remained serious. Yes, Mr. Potter. Care to explain? The small charm in question doesn't require a wand, Harry said, waving a hand dismissively. If you'll allow it, I can demonstrate the spell for you. Professor McGonagall handed his wand back and, with a flick of her own, transformed a book on the table into a hamster. Go ahead, Mr. Potter. Harry raised his hand and cast the Axii sign. The hamster immediately stood on its hind legs, looking dazed and obedient. Turn around, little one, Harry coaxed. The hamster spun in a circle, utterly entranced. Professor McGonagall leaned back slightly, her expression stern. The effects of the spell were strikingly similar to the Imperius Curse. This appears to be a charm of enchantment, Harry explained briefly. It works particularly well on creatures of low intelligence. On more intelligent beings, the effect is much weaker. The lower the creature's intelligence, the longer the spell's effects lasted. He remembered relying on this sign during a trial in a swamp, using it to survive a night surrounded by drowners. Professor McGonagall pondered this for a while before turning to Madam Hooch. Perhaps it would be best if Mr. Potter demonstrated this on me. Before she could finish her sentence, Harry raised his hand. Axii. Professor McGonagall staggered slightly, blinking. Harry frowned. The spell's effects were fleeting. The magic within Professor McGonagall quickly resisted and dispelled the Axii's power. Shaking her head, she appeared unaffected. It's similar to a Confundus charm, she explained to Madam Hooch. Madam Hooch breathed a sigh of relief. Confundus charm? Harry tilted his head, unfamiliar with the term. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, transforming the squeaking hamster in Harry's hand back into a book. It's a powerful and dangerous spell. You'll encounter it in your 5th year. Did you invent this charm yourself? Harry nodded but said nothing, tacitly agreeing. Was it inspired by that group knockback charm you demonstrated earlier? Professor McGonagall's eyes gleamed with approval. It's an impressive spell. It caused me to briefly lose focus and even made me feel a slight fondness for you. Using only hand gestures, this could be very effective in a duel. Professor Flitwick will surely find it fascinating. You call it a mind-soothing charm? Harry nodded. It's an excellent name, Professor McGonagall remarked. Mr. Potter, you're undoubtedly talented. Harry straightened, standing at attention. He knew what was coming next. But, as expected, Professor McGonagall's tone sharpened. An impressive spell doesn't excuse your behavior, especially brawling with Slytherins. Let me think. Professor McGonagall flicked her wand, summoning a schedule. Every Wednesday and Friday evening, you'll report to my office for detention. 1 month. I understand, Professor, Harry replied calmly. Madam Hooch escorted him back to the Quidditch pitch, where the rest of the flying lesson proceeded without incident. Despite the delays, everyone finally got a chance to fly. Harry loved the experience. Aside from the physical enhancements from his Witcher training, he discovered a natural talent for flying. After the lesson, the hungry young wizards poured into the Great Hall. Harry, what happened when you saw Professor McGonagall? Hermione asked, clearly worried. After you left, Malfoy wouldn't stop claiming you'd be expelled. I had to hold Ron back, he almost started another fight with Malfoy. Ron scoffed. You shouldn't have stopped me. No, Hermione did the right thing, Harry interjected, cutting him off. Hermione straightened, bolstered by Harry's support. You probably wouldn't have won, anyway, Harry added matter-of-factly. Ron gawked at him. What? Harry, you saw it, I gave Malfoy a black eye. That was a sneak attack, Harry said, shaking his head. And his eye got hurt when he fell. He's taller and stronger than you, more practiced with spells, and, most importantly, his wand is better. Hermione interrupted. No. That's not the point. Stop talking about fighting already. She turned to Harry, her voice rising. What punishment did Professor McGonagall give you? Harry waved dismissively. Nothing major, another 20 points deducted and a month of detention. Another 20 points. Hermione gasped, her voice shrill. That makes 40 points in total. We haven't earned that many all month. Ron shrugged. Don't worry. We'll make up for it. No, we won't. Hermione snapped. And don't forget about Snape's deductions. Harry tried to reassure her. Hermione, caring about house points is fine, but let me offer some advice, don't let it consume you. Hermione clenched her teeth. If only you truly believed that. But you don't, she continued, exasperated. If you'd just listened to me and avoided fighting the Slytherins, we wouldn't have lost all those points. Harry sighed and fell silent, with Ron trailing behind him. Hermione kept muttering, her fingers twitching as if calculating their lost points. The other Gryffindors had also noticed. With 40 points gone, the hourglasses in the Great Hall showed Gryffindor's once leading gems had plummeted. Many older students were shocked. Such drastic point changes were rare, usually just 1 or 2 points at a time. 5 points was already significant, and only Snape had the audacity to regularly deduct that many. Speculation ran wild. Was it Fred and George, finally executing their long-planned prank to blow up a lavatory? Or had an upper-year student cracked under OWL pressure and punched Professor Quirrel? By dinner, the truth emerged. It wasn't either of those scenarios, it was Harry. He had led Gryffindor to trounce Slytherin during their flying lesson. 40 points were gone, and Harry was sentenced to a month of detention. That night, the Gryffindor common room erupted in celebration. Fred and George smuggled food from the kitchen, even procuring a few bottles of butterbeer. To our mighty Lion King. George raised a glass to Harry. Long may he reign. Percy frowned, trying to intervene. No, George, Harry shouldn't drink. He's only 11. I'm George, dear brother, Fred corrected, holding Percy back. Today's a special occasion, don't be such a stickler. And besides, Harry grew up with muggles. He's probably already had alcohol. Harry took a sip, the buttery smoothness of the drink complemented by a hint of beer's sharpness. Not bad. Could use a bit of vodka, though. Fred and George's eyes lit up. Vodka. Excellent idea. Wood, did you hear? The Lion King demands vodka. Dream on, Oliver Wood shot back, rolling his eyes. We've got class tomorrow, and I hear Harry has potions first thing. Fred pouted. Fine. Hermione, meanwhile, couldn't understand the celebration. We lost 40 points, she exclaimed to Percy. Harry has detention for a month. How can you all celebrate? Fred, unfazed, grinned. And we crushed the Slytherins. George, slightly tipsy, added, not just a victory, a total rout. Led by the Lion King himself. Percy chuckled. It's an honor, Hermione. This is bigger than the House Cup. Hermione gawked at them, feeling increasingly out of place. By the next day, Hermione noticed something worse, she was being ostracized. Her usual nagging about homework and discipline had already strained her relationships. But her reluctance to join the fight, and her insistence on following rules, left her isolated. Apart from Harry, only Ron would occasionally speak to her. Chapter 16, Miss Granger, you need to reflect. Of course, despite how much the young Gryffindors disliked Miss Granger, none of them went as far as to bully her. Although many were tempted. Ideas like spilling ink over her homework, cutting up her robes, or slipping some peculiar potion into her breakfast crossed their minds. But Harry's attitude toward her remained unchanged. He still worked on assignments with her, discussed charms, and exchanged thoughts on potion making. The others didn't dare act against her. Or rather, they begrudgingly tolerated her presence, treating Hermione as invisible, but only out of respect for Harry. Hermione felt very wronged. She wanted to make amends and was determined to win back the 40 lost points. In every class, she answered questions with intense effort. Her efforts paid off, except in Snape's class, where she got no such rewards, and she gradually earned points back for Gryffindor. In the span of a month, while she hadn't quite recouped 40 points, she had managed to earn 20, reducing the gap between Gryffindor and the other houses. However, her efforts didn't improve her standing in Gryffindor. If anything, they made things worse. The young lions had made up their minds about her, viewing her through tinted lenses. To them, she was deliberately trying to show off, a detestable brown-noser who sought to curry favor with the professors while ignoring the house's collective interests. Harry, meanwhile, was busier than ever. Professor Flitwick was intrigued by Harry's signs and repeatedly pulled him aside to discuss them, though Harry's attempts at teaching the professor had yet to succeed. Professor Quirrel was unreliable, leaving Harry to study defense against the dark arts on his own. Then there was McGonagall's detention. Although it was labeled as such, it mainly involved him helping grade assignments, starting with first-year work and gradually moving to second-year essays, along with some extracurricular guidance. Gryffindor couldn't afford to fall behind in Transfiguration. It was a matter of tradition. Harry also frequently visited the greenhouses to assist Professor Sprout with cleaning and organizing, and to collect herbs for his own use. On weekends, he occasionally stopped by Hagrid's hut, hoping to persuade the gamekeeper to take him into the Forbidden Forest to collect worthless little trinkets. But Hagrid never agreed. Finally, after all the hustle and bustle, Harry caught a breather on Thursday, October 31st. The first years were looking forward to celebrating their first holiday at Hogwarts. Wizards, of course, didn't celebrate Columbus Day, they eagerly awaited Halloween. The last class before the festivities was Charms. Following their lessons on Lumos and Alohomora, it was time to tackle their third spell, the levitation charm. The young Gryffindors were thrilled. They had often seen Harry casually waving his wand to make his bag float behind him, a display of effortless ease that filled them with envy. However, the levitation charm wasn't simple. It involved 8 syllables, far more than the previous spells, and required precise wand movements. Ron was flailing his arm like a windmill, shouting the incantation as if hoping to intimidate the feather into rising on its own. But the feather remained defiant. "Ron, you're doing it wrong," Hermione snapped, frustration simmering. "The G sound has to be pronounced, clearly and with a proper drawl." Ron scowled, raising his voice deliberately, perhaps just to annoy her. He'd wanted to yell at her for a while now. "If you're so great, why don't you do it?" Hermione lifted her wand. Wingardium Leviosa. Her wand motion was precise, her tone impeccable. The feather rose smoothly into the air. Professor Flitwick's eyes lit up as he clapped enthusiastically. "Marvelous. An excellent demonstration of the levitation charm. Well done, Miss Granger. Gryffindor earns 1 point." But not a single Gryffindor applauded her. They stared coldly. The Hufflepuffs, more naive, began clapping but quickly quieted when they realized the icy atmosphere. When class ended, Seamus, under Harry's guidance, finally succeeded on his 6th attempt, though not without blowing up 5 feathers in the process. His joy was palpable as he cheered loudly, until his feather promptly exploded midair. As for Ron, Hermione's persistent nagging chipped away at his composure bit by bit. Initially, he managed to get the feather to twitch slightly. But by the end, he had sunk to Seamus's level of performance. "You could have done it," Hermione complained as she packed her bag. "You were so close on your 4th try. The feather was moving. But you wouldn't listen to me. You need to enunciate properly. We could have earned another point." Even Seamus got points. Harry is already too brilliant. Most professors are only willing to give back the points Snape deducts from him. Once that's done, they stop awarding him more. We all need to work harder. Enough already. Ron slammed his hand on the desk, his teeth clenched. Hermione flinched, dropping her books onto the table with a thud. "Nobody cares about those points, Miss Granger." Ron's voice was strained, almost shouting. "Those points don't matter. No matter how many points you earn, people still won't like you. You should really reflect on why no one wants to be your friend. This isn't about the points. It's because you're always going on and on about pointless, annoying things." Hermione's nose twitched, and her eyes filled with tears. Hugging her bag, she pushed through the crowd and fled the classroom. Ron opened his mouth, staring after her retreating figure, and hesitated. "You might have gone a bit too far," Harry said flatly, voicing what Ron likely already knew. No, she needed someone to say it. To point out her issues so she can fix them. Ron retorted, defensive now that the words had been said. Harry chuckled lightly. "Maybe. But I think you should apologize to her later. She's just trying to make amends in her own way." Ron grumbled, ducking his head. "Fine, maybe you're right." But Hermione didn't reappear for the next lesson. She skipped the flying class entirely. By the time it ended and everyone returned to the Great Hall, now adorned for the Halloween feast, she was still nowhere to be found. "Where's Hermione?" Ron craned his neck, scanning the crowd. "I need to find her and apologize. I've been working on what to say all class, and it's going to waste if I can't find her." "Not sure." "No idea." Other Gryffindors shrugged. Lavender piped up, "I saw her in the bathroom earlier when I went during class. She might still be there." The location was awkward. Ron fidgeted, unsure if he should go. He downed 2 pumpkin pasties and was reaching for a third when he turned to Harry. "Should we bring her something to eat?" "You know, for Hermione." Harry, peeling a potato, nodded. He was about to answer when. Bang. The doors to the Great Hall burst open. Professor Quirrel stumbled in, tripping over his own feet as he reached Dumbledore's seat. "There's a troll," he gasped, trembling. "A mountain troll, escaped the dungeons. I thought you ought to know." Then, with a dramatic swoon, he collapsed, narrowly missing a bowl of creamy mushroom soup. Pandemonium erupted. Dumbledore stood, his wand emitting 2 bursts of purple fireworks. "Silence. Prefects, escort your housemates back to their dormitories immediately." Percy leapt to his feet, raising his voice as high as it would go. "Upper years, clear the way. First years, follow me closely." "Harry, we should." Ron grabbed Harry's arm, pulling him toward Percy. But Harry shook him off. "Go tell a professor. Hermione might run into the troll, she could be in the first-floor bathroom." "What? Why would she?" Ron began, confused. "No time to explain." Harry gave Ron a shove, stuffed half a potato into his mouth, grabbed the sorting hat, and bolted toward the bathroom. Years of Witcher experience told him this situation was far from normal. To be continued. Chapter 17, She's Lucky. The sword of Gryffindor was remarkably sharp, and the troll oil was working its magic. Even though Harry's strength was limited by his age, it was enough to slash through the troll's tough hide and carve out a chunk of flesh. Blood and gore splattered onto the floor, and the troll bellowed in fury, raising its massive wooden club high before smashing it down toward Harry. Whoosh! Harry rolled, sliding between the troll's legs as the club struck the ground he'd just vacated. The impact sent fragments of stone and a cloud of dust flying, leaving the floor cracked and cratered. Ard. Raising his hand, Harry unleashed the Ard sign. While this forceful sign was strong enough to send his 200-pound Uncle Vernon flying, it only made the troll stagger slightly, further tearing open the gash on its leg and sending more blood gushing out. Even the Ard sign, which usually didn't fail, seemed lackluster against this foe. Harry gritted his teeth. For the first time, he fully understood why, despite his enhanced physique and surviving the mutations of the Trial of the Grasses, other Witchers had insisted that he wait until he turned 20 before embarking on his path. Having an extra bit of height, weight, and muscle could make a world of difference. You should run, the Sorting Hat suggested earnestly. Its leg is injured, it might not be able to keep up with you. Escaping isn't defeat. You've already done enough by stalling it. Shut up. Harry snapped. Hermione is still in the bathroom. Madame Pomfrey can heal her as long as she isn't dead, the hat countered. The troll's attacks aren't magical. Harry ignored it, pulling the hat off his head and tossing it aside. He hadn't been able to brew Witcher potions yet, and the other magical remedies he'd learned were useless in this fight. The hat wasn't any help either. You little brat, the Sorting Hat shouted indignantly. Do you have any idea where you just threw me? This is the bathroom doorway. Harry smirked coldly. I'd throw you into a toilet if I weren't so busy right now. It might help you cool off. Raising his hand again, Harry cast Igni. Flames burst forth, enveloping the troll. Golden tongues of fire licked at its flesh, visibly weakening its thick skin. It worked, and it worked well. Not wasting time questioning why, Harry leapt forward and swung the sword at the same scorched spot, slicing off another chunk of the troll's flesh. For the first time, he felt a glimmer of hope. He could wear this thing down, or at least hold it off until a professor arrived. The troll howled in pain and stomped its massive foot. Harry rolled away again, slapping his hand onto the ground as he did so. Erden. Purple runes shimmered into existence on the floor, forming a magical trap designed to slow enemies and make them sluggish. But the troll hardly seemed affected. The Erden sign was useless. Harry spat on the ground and raised his hand once more, summoning a protective golden shield around himself. Quen. Suddenly, the bathroom door creaked open, and a small, frightened face peeked out. Hermione. She had been hiding inside, but the commotion outside had made her curious. Harry's eyes widened in horror. Get back inside, he roared. But Hermione was frozen, staring at the monstrous troll charging toward her, club raised high. Tears filled her eyes, though she had no energy left to cry. I can't move, she whimpered. She was utterly drained, crying and starving all day had sapped her of all her strength. The troll let out a deafening roar and brought its club down toward Hermione. Harry raised his hand. Ard. The telekinetic blast wasn't aimed at the troll but at Hermione herself. The force of the Ard sign was enough to fling her backward, along with the bathroom door, which slammed into the wall with a deafening crash. The troll's club struck the spot where Hermione had been, sending wood splinters and shards of stone flying everywhere. Inside the bathroom, Hermione lay in a crumpled heap. She was dazed and disoriented, the force of Harry's spell having left her battered and bruised, but it was still better than being crushed by the troll's club. Harry, you're a wizard, not a warrior, the Sorting Hat muttered, grumbling from beneath the troll's massive foot. Hurry up and finish this. By Merlin's beard, this thing stinks. Harry blinked. The Witcher instincts that guided him in battle had momentarily overshadowed the fact that he wasn't limited to those skills. He drew his wand with his left hand. In his right, the sword of Gryffindor gleamed. With a swift strike, he slashed at the troll's wrist, cutting deep enough to expose bone. The troll roared in pain, dropping its club. Harry seized the opportunity and waved his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The club floated into the air, then spun around and flew back toward the troll, binding its legs like a rope before winding itself into Harry's outstretched hand. Igni. Golden flames surged forward, wrapping around the troll and creeping up its body toward its neck. Ard. The telekinetic wave hit the troll, making it stagger just enough for Harry to act. Gripping the makeshift rope, he yanked hard. Crash. The troll toppled to the ground. Now was his chance. Harry leapt onto the troll's back, climbing up to its neck. With both hands gripping the sword, he drove it down into the troll's spine. Blood spurted out, drenching Harry in a crimson spray. The troll roared in agony, still alive. Harry yanked the sword free and stabbed again. And again. On the third thrust, the troll let out one last pained groan, then fell silent. It was dead. Harry exhaled heavily, pulling the sword free. He turned and hurried back into the bathroom, where Hermione lay on the floor. Hermione, Hermione, wake up. He gently shook her. Her eyes fluttered open, glassy with confusion. Am I dead? Not yet, Harry replied, pressing her back down when she tried to sit up. Stay still. If you move, you might end up that way. The art sign had left her with no small amount of injuries. From the hallway, Harry heard the sound of hurried footsteps, many of them. The professors are here, he said, standing up. You stay put. I'll go talk to them. The troll. There was a troll. Hermione suddenly remembered, panic flaring in her voice. Relax, Harry said as he walked out. It's dead. Hermione blinked, stunned into silence. Outside the bathroom, Ron was leading Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrel to the scene, or rather, being dragged along with them. Potter. McGonagall's eyes widened in shock when she saw Harry, his clothes soaked in blood. What on earth? Snape's face also darkened as he rushed forward. Only Quirrel seemed unperturbed, skipping straight past Harry to examine the troll's corpse. He clutched his chest and began to sob dramatically. Professor, I'm fine, Harry said gently. This isn't my blood, it's the troll's. Snape scrutinized him closely, then scowled. Potter, are you insane? What do you think you are, a savior? Hogwarts is full of professors, yet somehow you think it falls to a first year to play the hero. Do you just love showing off? McGonagall said nothing, but her stern gaze matched Snape's. Both professors looked equal parts furious and deeply shaken. Harry turned to Ron. Didn't you explain to them? Ron winced, shrinking under the weight of their stares. Oh. I forgot. Fine. Harry sighed. Let me explain. Chapter 18, Is something wrong with your head? Professor McGonagall didn't have the luxury to keep scolding Harry. Stepping over the troll's corpse, she rushed into the bathroom. At the end of the room, Hermione lay motionless on the ground. McGonagall gasped, her voice trembling as she hurried over, her steps quick but unsteady. Miss Granger. Miss Granger. Professor, I'm here, Hermione replied, her voice not as weak as McGonagall feared. Relieved, McGonagall let out a shaky breath. How are you feeling now? I'm okay. My head and chest hurt a little, but Harry told me not to move, Hermione said in a dry tone. McGonagall was visibly reassured. That's good. I'll take you to the hospital wing now. If anything feels wrong, tell me immediately. She waved her wand, levitating Hermione gently into the air and carefully maneuvering her out of the bathroom. As she exited the bathroom, McGonagall glanced briefly at Snape before addressing Harry hurriedly. Because of your recklessness, Gryffindor loses 10 points. Hermione's nose twitched, and tears welled up in her eyes again. But, McGonagall continued, her tone softening, your transfiguration spell was impressive, exceptional, in fact. No first-year student has ever achieved such results. For your courage, determination, and skill, Gryffindor gains 20 points. Snape's face darkened as his eyebrows knit together. His voice was icy. Professor McGonagall, isn't this far too indulgent? You're only encouraging Potter to act even more recklessly. Perhaps it's best if I personally oversee his punishment. A proper detention, just between us. Thank you, Professor Snape, McGonagall interrupted politely but firmly, but Potter is a student of my house. It's my responsibility to handle him. She gave Harry a sharp look. Rest well tonight, Mr. Potter. Tomorrow, we'll discuss this further in my office. She hurried away, carrying Hermione down the hallway. Snape turned to Harry, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he sneered. Next time, use your head. You're lucky to be alive after such stupidity. Frankly, you're not much smarter than that troll. Perhaps you should have ended up like Granger, crushed under a troll's club, with a broken arm or two. Harry cut him off, locking eyes with him, or maybe with my face ripped off and my eyes gouged out. Snape's gaze sharpened, dangerous and piercing, like a predator sizing up its prey. Perhaps I should have insisted McGonagall hand you over to me, Snape muttered, his voice quieter but even more menacing. Ignoring him, Harry walked over to the troll's corpse. Professor Snape, which parts of the troll can be used in potion making? Snape blinked, caught off guard, as Harry crouched by the troll, examining its body. When Snape didn't reply, Harry turned to him, a curious look in his amber eyes. Professor. Snape's gaze met those unnerving feline eyes, pulling him from his thoughts. He curled his lip in disgust. The beard. Trolls are only useful for their beards. The beard. Harry muttered, his tone tinged with disappointment. Such a massive creature, and only the beard had any value. Drawing the sword of Gryffindor, Harry began severing the troll's head, then moved to its torso, opening it up with practiced precision and preparing to strip its hide. The blood-soaked scene left Ron pale, while even Snape looked mildly unsettled. Mr. Potter, what exactly are you doing? Have you finally lost your mind? Snape glanced briefly at Quirrel before continuing. What you should be doing is getting out of here as quickly as possible. Without looking up, Harry replied, the troll's hide is tough and resistant to magic. It might make excellent armor. I've already spoken with Professor Flitwick about contacting a master blacksmith. Although I haven't received a response yet, it doesn't hurt to prepare materials in advance. For once, Snape refrained from mocking him, though he did glance at Quirrel with disdain before sneering. I must admit, your skill in dissection is remarkable. When I assign you detention, I'll know exactly what to have you do. Harry, now sorting through the troll's stinking innards, asked again. Professor, are you sure nothing else is useful? What about the ears? Snape scoffed. Are you deaf, Potter? Or has your encounter with the troll dulled your wits to its level? No, they're worthless. Unless, of course, you plan to eat them to see if their foul stench helps you vomit up last night's dinner. Standing, Harry hoisted the troll's severed head and turned to Quirrel, who was still trembling. Professor Quirrel. Quirrel flinched. We're leaving now, Harry said, waving casually. I suggest you check on your classroom. Quirrel stammered wordlessly, while Ron hesitated, clearly eager to leave Snape's presence but too scared to move. As they walked out of the hallway and into the Great Hall, Snape stopped abruptly. Listen, Potter, I'm not your babysitter, Snape snapped. Next time, bring your brain with you. Thank you, Professor Snape, Harry replied. But I do have one more question. Snape paused, eyebrow raised. What's the password to the headmaster's office? Harry asked. Snape clicked his tongue in irritation. Cockroach cluster. What else would he use? With a swish of his robes, Snape stormed off. Harry, I'm sorry, Ron mumbled as they left the Great Hall, his voice growing quieter. I forgot what you asked me to do. Then, as if trying to redeem himself, Ron added, but I found out something big. Really big. Harry cut him off, handing over the troll's head and the sorting hat. Tell me later. I need to see Dumbledore. Ron gaped, awkwardly holding the bloody head and the filthy hat. What am I supposed to do with these? Wash the hat, Harry called over his shoulder. Consider it payback for forgetting. As for the head, find somewhere clean to put it. I'll deal with it when I'm back. You'd better come back quickly, the sorting hat groused. I have things to say too. Harry rubbed his temples and nodded. Despite the holiday, his schedule somehow felt busier than ever. Arriving at the headmaster's office, Harry ascended the spiral staircase after giving the password. Harry, Dumbledore greeted him, surprise flickering across his face. What happened to you? Fought a troll, Harry said casually. That's not important. Did you find anything? Dumbledore waved his wand, cleaning the blood and grime from Harry's clothes. Find anything about what? Quirrel, Harry clarified, his tone firm. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Harry mirrored the expression. Don't tell me you haven't figured out that the troll was let in by Quirrel. I'm curious how you deduced that, Dumbledore said, gesturing for Harry to sit and pouring him a glass of milk with a flick of his wand. Harry took a sip. His performance was too clumsy. Claimed he was scared of the troll, yet managed to run from the dungeons to the Great Hall, deliver a full report, and then conveniently faint. And he must have the ability to subdue a troll. Otherwise, how could he teach defense against the dark arts? He feels dangerous, Harry continued, frowning. More dangerous than anyone else in the castle, except for you. Dumbledore chuckled. It's an honor to be held in such high regard by someone so young. Harry's expression didn't change. Dumbledore's laughter faded as he grew more serious. You're not wrong. I suspect Quirrel may be working for Voldemort. Harry's eyes narrowed. Then why not expel him? Isn't Voldemort dead? I've long suspected he isn't, Dumbledore admitted. A powerful wizard, especially a dark wizard, always has ways to cheat death, Dumbledore said, his voice heavy. As for Quirrel. He sighed, setting down his tea. Expelling him might not solve the problem. It could even escalate things. Harry's brows furrowed. You're saying you're letting someone working for Voldemort roam the castle freely? Around students. Quirrel wasn't always like this, Dumbledore explained, his tone tinged with regret. He was once an excellent student, a brilliant Ravenclaw, and a dedicated professor of Muggle studies. But something happened during his travels last year. When he returned, he was different. So you're keeping him here to save him? Harry asked, his tone dripping with disbelief. Partially, Dumbledore admitted. I hoped proximity to Hogwarts protections and its community might help. But more importantly, keeping him here allows me to monitor him, and Voldemort, closely. Expelling him would only drive them into hiding, making them harder to track and potentially more dangerous. Harry sipped his milk, processing this. So you're saying Voldemort's not dead? And he's here, in Hogwarts? Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled with concern. It's only a suspicion, Harry. But one I cannot ignore. Harry set down his glass with a quiet clink. You're playing with fire, Professor. And you're gambling with our lives to do it. Dumbledore leaned forward, his gaze sharp but calm. I don't expect you to understand, Harry, but this is not a decision made lightly. Everything I do with the safety of the students and the future of the wizarding world in mind. Harry's voice was flat. Including the safety of Voldemort's puppet. If I could act decisively, I would, Dumbledore said, his tone firm. But there are forces at work. Forces. Harry cut him off, standing abruptly. You're the most powerful wizard alive. The only person Voldemort ever feared. If anyone can act, it's you. Dumbledore's silence was telling. Harry shook his head. I'm done. If you want to keep him here, fine. But don't expect me to risk my life cleaning up your messes. As Harry turned to leave, Dumbledore called after him, Harry, wait. Are you not curious about what I've discovered? Harry hesitated, his hand on the doorknob. I already know enough. Quirrel's dangerous, Voldemort's not dead, and I'm supposed to stay safe while you play your games. Harry, Dumbledore said softly, I only want to protect you. Harry turned back, his expression icy. I don't need your protection. I need honesty. Until you're ready to give me that, don't ask me to trust you. Without another word, Harry left the office, the door clicking shut behind him. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Ron was waiting anxiously, still holding the troll's head and the sorting hat. Finally. What did Dumbledore say? Ron asked, thrusting the grimy items toward Harry. Harry waved him off, collapsing onto a chair. Nothing useful. Just the usual, trust me, Harry, nonsense. The sorting hat spoke up, muffled by its crusty state. Harry, I have things to say. But first, for Merlin's sake, clean me. Ron grimaced. Mate, you owe me for this. That hat smells like troll blood and something worse. Harry leaned back, closing his eyes. It's been a long day, Ron. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Ron exclaimed. You left me holding this disgusting stuff all day, and now you're telling me to wait until tomorrow. Ron, Harry said without opening his eyes, if you want me to listen to you talk about your big discovery, let me rest for 5 minutes. Ron huffed but sat down, muttering under his breath. The common room was lively as the Gryffindors celebrated their own spin on the day's events. In their eyes, Harry had single-handedly saved Hermione, slain a troll, and brought Gryffindor back from the brink of disaster with his extra points. But Harry didn't feel like celebrating. As the chatter and laughter of his housemates filled the room, he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that Hogwarts had become far more dangerous than anyone realized. Dumbledore thinks he can control it, Harry muttered to himself. But what happens when he can't? For now, all he could do was wait, and prepare for whatever came next. To be continued. Chapter 19, So, what's the reward? Dumbledore said nothing at first, bowing his head into a moment of deep thought. After a while, he spoke slowly, Harry, you truly are the chosen one. You have both the courage and the determination. Harry remained silent, his slit-like pupils narrowing even further in the dim light. There are things I cannot tell you yet. Dumbledore paused, his tone soft and careful. Harry cut him off. Then there's nothing more to discuss, Headmaster. Good night. Without hesitation, he turned to leave. When Harry had one foot out of the office, Dumbledore called after him. Wait. Harry, come back and sit down. Let me think this through. Harry didn't follow his request but also didn't leave entirely. He leaned casually against the doorway, his eyes fixed on the headmaster. I have a theory, Dumbledore began again, his voice steady but laced with gravity. If anyone can truly defeat Voldemort for good, it is you. Harry raised an eyebrow but said nothing. The prophecy, Dumbledore started to explain but was interrupted again. It's because of this scar, isn't it? Harry touched the lightning bolt on his forehead, frowning. No one can survive the killing curse, except me. Your parents' sacrifice protected you, Dumbledore said gently. They cast a powerful ancient magic that still works today. Harry asked, his tone skeptical. Dumbledore hesitated, his expression more complex than ever. Harry folded his arms, his voice cool. You want me to face Voldemort? Fine. He's my parents' murderer, I have no issue with that. But if you want my help, I need answers. Real ones. I won't be a puppet or some blind fool thrown into danger just because you think it's my destiny. You're right, Dumbledore conceded after a long pause. You deserve to know the truth. He gestured for Harry to sit down again. During Voldemort's reign of terror, a prophecy was made, Dumbledore began slowly, his eyes searching Harry's face for any reaction. A child born at the end of July would grow up to be his greatest foe. In the end, only one of them could survive. Harry's expression hardened. Neville was born at the end of July. A day before me, he pointed out. Dumbledore's lips twitched into a faint smile. Yes, Neville too fit the prophecy. But Voldemort chose you. Why? Your parents stood in his way, protected you. Your mother, Lily, used an ancient sacrificial charm, fueled by love, to shield you from Voldemort's curse. It rebounded upon him, leaving you alive. Dumbledore paused, as if the memory itself carried a heavy weight. Love, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. The purest and most powerful force in existence. It still shields you, Harry, though its effects may weaken in time. Harry's lips curled into a wry smile. So, I'm a custom-made weapon against Voldemort. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. You're uniquely positioned to stop him. He fears you because of what you represent, a power he cannot understand. Harry mulled this over, twirling his wand between his fingers. You can't kill him because, what? You lack the strength. Or because if you do, he'll just come back. The latter, Dumbledore admitted. But I don't yet know how he achieved that level of immortality. The sincerity in his eyes convinced Harry, who nodded slightly. Dumbledore leaned forward. I need your help to test the effects of your mother's protection. I must know if it's capable of repelling Voldemort's malice, or even turning it back upon him. Harry took a long sip of milk, weighing his options. And what are the odds? Pardon. Dumbledore tilted his head. What are the odds this ancient magic actually works? It could fail, couldn't it? Harry clarified, his words cutting. Dumbledore removed his glasses, rubbing his temples. The magic remains active, Harry. On this, you can trust me completely. Harry drained his glass and set it down with a soft clink. All right. Then let's talk about my payment. Dumbledore blinked. Payment. Harry's expression was as calm as it was firm. Of course. You're asking me to risk my life. You don't expect me to do it for free, do you? You already have the sorting hat, Dumbledore pointed out, his tone bemused. Harry shook his head. That's mine by right. It came to me when I needed it most. Dumbledore leaned back, studying the boy before him. What do you want, then? Harry considered his answer carefully. He wasn't short on money, and asking for galleons felt trivial. High-level spells were intriguing, but power lay in knowledge and experience, not flashy incantations. Let me think about it, Harry said at last. I'll give you an answer by the end of the term. When Dumbledore opened his mouth to reply, Harry preempted him. Don't worry. I know my limits. I won't ask for anything unreasonable. Dumbledore's smile was faint but approving. Very well, Harry. I trust you. Harry nodded, finishing his milk and standing to leave. Back in Gryffindor Tower, the moment Harry climbed through the portrait hole, he was greeted by a deafening cheer. Our troll-slaying hero returns, someone shouted. Well done. George pushed through the crowd, handing Harry a butterbeer. Ron told us everything. You took down a troll all by yourself. That's something even 60-years can't manage, Fred added. Nearby, a 60-year turned beet red. That's not fair. If we had better defense professors, I'd have no problem. Harry offered a polite smile, his weariness tugging at him despite the celebration. You're amazing, Harry, but don't be so reckless next time, a concerned voice chimed in. Harry shook his head. Hermione was there. The voice faltered. Ron said so, but she's not worth. She's worth it, Harry said firmly, cutting them off. She's a Gryffindor. And she got hurt trying to help me. Ron raised his eyebrows but said nothing, though a small, knowing smirk tugged at his lips. The common room grew quieter as Harry spoke. She's only 11. She's allowed to make mistakes, just like the rest of us. We should give her a chance to learn from them. Silence followed. Harry hefted the troll's head from the center table, motioning for Ron to follow him. Come on. You said you had something important to tell me. In the dormitory, as the door closed behind them, Ron's excitement bubbled over. Harry, you won't believe what I saw. What? Snape. Ron exclaimed, his face lit with urgency. He was heading to the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Harry sighed, placing the troll's head into his trunk. So that's why you took forever to fetch the professors, you were following Snape. Ron flushed. Well, yeah, but don't you see what this means? It means you were nosy. Harry deadpanned. Ron ignored the jab. Remember what Hagrid said about picking up that package from Gringotts? That thing Snape's after, it's gotta be in the corridor. Harry nodded absently. It's the Philosopher's Stone. Ron froze. You knew. Dumbledore told me. And Snape isn't after it. Harry pulled out the sorting hat, inspecting its seams. Then who is? Quirrel. Ron recoiled in disbelief. Quirrel. No way. Harry raised a hand, cutting off further protests. Trust me. I've confirmed it with Dumbledore. Ron sank onto his bed, his face a mix of shock and disappointment. Ignoring him, Harry poked at the sorting hat. Now, talk. You said you had something to tell me. The hat sighed dramatically. I'm clean now, Potter. But it was an ordeal. You've no idea how rough that Weasley boy was. Ron mumbled defensively. You were filthy. Harry's expression remained flat, his voice cold. Get to the point. The sorting hat paused before responding. Put me on, Potter. Only you can hear this. To be continued. Chapter 20, Hermione, I feel like you're putting on pants. Harry hesitated, carefully inspecting the sorting hat, especially its lining. The sorting hat squirmed and bellowed, I'm perfectly clean. I've never been cleaner in my entire 1,000-year existence, inside and out. Just put me on already. You're the one who dumped me at the bathroom door, so what are you complaining about now? Reluctantly, Harry put the hat on. You really are remarkable, the sorting hat whispered eagerly into his ear. Brave, resourceful, self-sacrificing for your friends, what an admirable story. I must find a way to turn this into a song. Get to the point, Harry said, rolling his eyes. You've got no sense of fun. Gryffindor always loved my songs, the sorting hat sighed. All right, fine, let's talk business. I originally planned to tell you about the trial during your 3rd year. But you've already proven yourself, brave without recklessness, determined but not overly calculating. True strength is never used against the weak. This is Gryffindor's philosophy. And then, of course, there's the fact that you succeeded. A first year, defeating a troll on your own. Just say it, Harry interrupted again, sounding drained. The sorting hat muttered, no patience, this generation. The first trial of Gryffindor's legacy. You must enter the Slytherin common room and retrieve a painting of Salazar Slytherin. The instructions for the second trial are written on the back. Harry's face turned green. Surprised, the sorting hat teased. It's a brilliant twist, isn't it? Who would think Gryffindor would hide his heir's trial in the house founded by his most bitter rival? This is a problem, Harry said, massaging his temples. Indeed, the sorting hat said, its tip nodding in agreement. Gryffindor always said courage isn't rare. But mindless courage is recklessness. True bravery comes from those who think before they act. Harry agreed with that statement. Smart people often lack courage, not because they're cowards, but because reason makes them weigh risks and avoid unnecessary dangers. The question of how to enter the Slytherin common room is a puzzle you'll need to solve with your head. I should warn you, Slytherin is the most exclusive and guarded of all the houses. The sorting hat continued its rambling, but Harry, expressionless, pulled it off. Ron was looking at him expectantly. What's the trial? After a pause, he added, can you tell me? How rude. I wasn't finished, the sorting hat protested. Harry prodded it lightly. You're too chatty. Have you been stuck in Dumbledore's office too long without anyone to talk to? The sorting hat didn't get the chance to retort before Ron poked it curiously. So, can I know about the trial? I can only share the details with someone who has the right to undertake it, the sorting hat said with a haughty shake. But if the heir decides to share, I can't stop that. I'm just a hat. Ron understood and turned to Harry, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. We only know the first trial, Harry admitted, finding no reason to keep it secret. I need to find a way into the Slytherin common room. Ron froze, staring at the hat in disbelief. What kind of trial is this? Do you have any ideas? He asked after a long pause. Harry shook his head. For now, my only plan is to take a bath. Care to join me? Ron recoiled. Aren't you going to think about the trial? We have 7 years to figure it out, Harry replied, shaking his head. No rush. Tomorrow, I'll visit Hermione, and we'll discuss it together. Right now, I'm too tired. You're telling her? Ron asked, his tone tinged with jealousy, not romantically, but from a sense of losing his status as Harry's sole confidant. Of course. She's clever, Harry said. Ron muttered under his breath, I think I'm clever enough to help you. Harry sighed. Wasn't it you who forgot to bring the professors, even after I told you to? You want me to trust you with a trial? Ron blushed, stammering, oh no, Harry. Are you coming to the bath, or not? Harry waved his clean clothes at him. Ron scrambled to dig out fresh clothes. Wait for me. In the 5th floor bathroom, the two found peace in the quiet, steamy space. The warm water was soothing. Harry let out a long sigh, sinking deeper into the pool, until he blew bubbles at the surface. For the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, he felt like he could pause and reflect. The day's events left him unsettled. Most of all, the revelation about the ancient protective charm lingered in his mind. Parents, huh? Harry submerged briefly, his thoughts swirling, before shaking himself out of it. He emerged to find Ron staring anxiously, convinced Harry had drowned. After the bath, sleep came almost instantly. The next morning brought classes as usual. Friday meant potions with Snape. The professor seemed unusually restrained, deducting a mere 5 points from Harry's tally. After class, they made their way to the hospital wing to visit Hermione. On the way, Harry stopped outside McGonagall's office. Wait here, he told Ron, stepping inside. When he returned moments later, Ron handed him his bag. What happened? I had to confirm something about detention, Harry replied lightly. You just got out of detention. Ron exclaimed, loud enough to echo. Harry shrugged. This one's only for 2 weeks. For saving Hermione, McGonagall gives you detention. Ron raged. She's protecting me, Harry said. What? Snape wanted to put me in detention. Would you rather it be with him? Harry asked. Ron deflated. Fair point. Snape is awful. Harry didn't argue. The hospital wing was quiet when they arrived. Madame Pomfrey greeted them, her hands full of medical supplies. What's wrong with you two? Nothing. We're here to visit Hermione, Harry clarified. Pomfrey relaxed. She's inside. She led them to Hermione's bedside, drawing back the curtain. Hermione looked surprised. Harry, Ron. You came. Sorry about yesterday, Harry said evenly. Hermione shook her head. No, I should be the one apologizing. If it weren't for you, that Trolls Club would've. Harry interrupted, you look like you didn't sleep. Is it the pain? She shook her head. I was thinking about everything. Because of me, Gryffindor lost another 10 points. Harry raised an eyebrow. McGonagall added 20 afterward. That was for you, Hermione argued. It has nothing to do with me. Ron chimed in, and he got 2 weeks of detention, too. Hermione gasped. 2 weeks. Just now, while passing McGonagall's office, Ron elaborated. Hermione looked distraught. I'm so sorry, Harry. There's nothing to apologize for, Harry assured her. If it were you, would you have done the same for me? Of course. Hermione replied instantly. Then we're even, Harry said. Hermione stayed silent, guilt still visible in her expression. Ron has something to say to you, Harry prompted. Caught off guard, Ron fumbled with his words, finally blurting, sorry, Hermione. I shouldn't have said those things. Hermione shook her head. You were right. No, really. I mean it. Harry handed her a towel. Rules are dead words on paper. People are alive. Hermione stared, her mind reeling. The rules are there to remind us to think about our actions, not to stop us from doing what's right, Harry said softly. Hermione's eyes watered. Thank you, Harry. I think I understand now. Good, Harry said briskly. Now, back to work. I need your thoughts on something. The trial involves breaking into the Slytherin common room. Hermione's jaw dropped. Just moments ago, he was consoling her with warm, heartfelt wisdom. And now, it felt like he'd shifted straight into strategizing while buttoning his metaphorical trousers. Chapter 21, Ding. Gryffindor's Ottermom is online. Hermione frowned, thinking hard for a moment. Sorry, Harry. I can't think of anything right now. The knowledge base of a first-year student was still too limited, they'd only been studying magic for 2 months. No rush, Harry said, waving his hand. Focus on recovering. As he spoke, he stood up. That strange feeling of déjà vu Hermione had intensified. Her tone turned odd. Aren't you going to stay a bit longer? You need to rest, Harry replied gently. Hermione nodded but looked slightly reluctant. All right, let me think about it. When I get back tomorrow, we'll discuss it properly. Harry hummed in agreement and left with Ron. Ron seemed a bit hesitant to speak. No, this wasn't right. Madame Pomfrey walked over, pulling the curtain shut behind her. You have such wonderful friends, Miss Granger. If all Gryffindors were as quiet as them. She paused midway through her comment, noticing Hermione's expression, a scrunched-up little face. Concerned, she changed her question. What's wrong, Miss Granger? Are you feeling unwell? Physically, Hermione was fine. But mentally, she was unsettled. Hermione didn't say much, though. She worked to smooth out her expression. Madame Pomfrey, when people come to visit patients, do they usually behave this way? Madame Pomfrey sighed. No, they're usually loud and rowdy, quite lively. But this is the hospital wing. Patients need quiet to recover. A quick check-in to ensure the patient is fine, then leaving, that's the proper way. It's also best for the patient. Now, young lady, rest well. With a swish, she stepped out and pulled the curtain closed. The knot of frustration in Hermione's chest unwound and dissipated after hearing those words. On Saturday, Hermione returned to the Gryffindor common room. The other Gryffindors looked at her with complicated expressions, relief, surprise, and even disbelief. At least, they no longer ignored her like before. What did Professor Snape assign for homework? Hermione asked as she sat next to Harry. Ron grumbled, an essay on swelling solution, 3 inches long. It's awful. But Harry has to write 8 inches. Hermione, I'm relying on you this time. Please, I'm begging you. He couldn't copy Harry's essay, the length was completely different. As for picking out the parts he could copy. Well, if he was already copying, why bother distinguishing between useful and irrelevant bits? Hermione turned to Ron with a calm expression. Do you know how to brew a swelling solution? Even though she'd missed class, knowing Ron as she did, she was sure he didn't. As expected, Ron froze, his face stiffening. It's not my fault. Fred's second-hand cauldron leaks, it's poor quality. You can borrow mine, Hermione offered, tilting her chin slightly. Of course, if you think mine isn't good enough, Harry, would you lend yours to Ron? Harry, busy writing his essay, didn't even lift his head. No problem, Ron. You know where I keep it. Ron let out an awkward laugh, not responding, and buried his head. Hermione scanned the faces of the other students crowded around the table, then bit her lip, stood up, and slapped the table with her uninjured hand. This can't go on anymore. Ron, and all of you. This has to stop, you can't keep copying assignments. Her voice was loud, and that last statement wasn't just aimed at Ron, it was directed at all the first-year students. Even some older students nearby turned their heads to look. Seamus frowned. Granger, you're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Harry doesn't seem to mind. Harry raised his head, shooting Seamus a cold look. It's not that I don't mind, I just haven't said anything. I originally only intended to help Ron. After all, I can ensure he'll learn those spells. But Ron clearly can't resist your pleas. Ron avoided Harry's gaze, looking guilty. Seamus opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to respond. Copying won't make the knowledge yours, Hermione pressed, her confidence bolstered by Harry's support. Seamus, aside from the levitation charm that Harry helped you with, can you cast any spell reliably? Seamus's face froze. You're not completely useless, though, Hermione added, mimicking Harry and Snape's tone, lacing her words with a touch of sarcasm. If you ever get into another fight with the Slytherins, you can shove your wand into their noses and use it like an exploding charm. Seamus's face turned even darker. What about the rest of you? Is Harry supposed to fight the Slytherins alone while you stand by and clap? Gryffindor has one lion, and the rest of you are little kittens, she said, mimicking Malfoy's snide drawl. Ron muttered, McGonagall is a tabby cat. That's animagus. Hermione snapped, glaring daggers at him. Only 7 people have ever managed it. If you can turn into a cat right now, I'll admit you're a lion. If not, shut up. Ron obediently clamped his mouth shut. The other Gryffindors collectively winced. They remembered the flying lesson. If it happened again, and nothing had changed. And when they thought further, they realized that the entire Gryffindor first-year class relied solely on Harry, and this bossy otter girl they didn't even like. Gryffindor's little kittens. The thought of wearing such a label weighed heavily on their hearts. Even Harry's essays and spell work seemed less enticing now. Hermione spread her hands. If you can live with that, go ahead, keep copying. Use the time you saved to ask the upper years how to be a proper cheerleading squad. The Gryffindors' faces twisted with discomfort. If you don't want to write essays, fine. But at least learn the spells and potions. Hermione softened her tone. If you can do that and still don't want to do the homework, I think I can help. Harry probably wouldn't mind either. Harry nodded. With that, Hermione sat back down. Her legs trembled slightly, she'd spent a whole day rehearsing and preparing to say this, convinced it was the best way to reintegrate into the house. Her reasoning was sound. But coming from Hermione's mouth, it still felt strange. The Gryffindors weren't quite used to this otter girl bossing them around. What do you think, Harry? Seamus asked hesitantly, turning to Harry. I think she's right, Harry replied. With someone to back them up, the Gryffindors reluctantly agreed, consoling themselves with the thought that if Harry says so, it must be fine. They began listing what they could and couldn't do and lined up for Hermione's help. Just like that, Hermione rejoined the Gryffindors. After dealing with the Gryffindors, Hermione turned to Harry, who had finished his essay and thrown it onto the table. Well done, Hermione, Harry said. Thanks, Hermione replied, blushing. You reminded me. Quickly changing the subject, she added, let's get back to the trial. The Slytherins, like us, require a password to enter their common room, and it changes regularly. The password isn't a problem, Harry said. Hermione blinked. I'll use that spell I cast on Malfoy, Harry explained. I can make a Slytherin say it for me. Then why not just do that? Hermione asked. I need to retrieve something from inside, Harry replied. Specifically, I need to take one of Slytherin's portraits. Magical portraits could talk. Harry could sneak in using the invisibility cloak, but once he stole the painting, the commotion. The Slytherins would swarm him. Even he might not escape unscathed. And even if he did, Snape would force him to return the painting. My plan is to transform into a Slytherin student, use Snape's name to justify taking the painting, and leave. Hermione frowned. Transform into a Slytherin student. Wait, I have an idea. She stood, hurried to her dormitory, and returned with a book. I read about this in the Complete Guide to Modern Magical Developments. Look here, she said, pointing. Harry and Ron leaned in. He was a metamorphmagus, capable of altering his appearance at will, which made him invaluable to aura operations. Hermione read the passage aloud. Harry, maybe you could learn to become a metamorphmagus. Harry shook his head. That's innate, it can't be learned later. Hermione flushed, hastily closing the book. If Ron hadn't moved his hand in time, her hurried motion might have caught his fingers. And even if it could be learned, Harry continued, it's on the same level as Animagus transformations. I wouldn't be able to master it anytime soon. Hermione sighed, visibly disappointed. All right, let me think some more. After pondering for a while, she stood abruptly, her tone firm. We need to visit the library. Sitting here won't get us anywhere. It's the weekend, Ron protested. And it's late. Hermione turned to Harry. Tomorrow, Harry said. You just got out of the hospital. Hermione obediently sat back down. By the way, Hermione, do you know what the Philosopher's Stone is? Ron asked, leaning forward seriously. Hermione looked puzzled. The Philosopher's Stone? No. Why are you asking? Ron leaned in conspiratorially. There's a good chance it's hidden on the 4th floor. And? Hermione said dismissively. That's a restricted area. Whatever's there isn't our concern. Ron lowered his voice. Quirrel might be trying to steal it. Who? Hermione's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Ron. Ron tugged on her sleeve. Keep your voice down. Oh, no, I'm just surprised, Hermione whispered, lowering her head as she leaned toward Harry. How could it be Professor Quirrel? Even if it's a professor, wouldn't it make more sense for it to be Snape? Harry sighed, rubbing his forehead. Why do you two have such a grudge against Snape? It's true, Hermione. Both Dumbledore and I confirmed it. Hermione sighed in relief, giving Ron a scathing look. If even the headmaster knows, then it's definitely not our concern. Right now, the most important thing is Harry's trial. Chapter 22, Polyjuice Potion. When it came to Gryffindor's trial, Hermione was even more invested than Harry. The next morning, Ron was dreaming of a table full of chicken legs when suddenly his world flipped upside down. The jolt startled him awake. What's going on? Half opening his eyes, he was met with a bandaged chicken leg, which frightened him so much that he jerked back, smashing into the wall. Fully awake now, he looked up and realized that chicken leg was actually Hermione's injured hand, and her serious face. Oh, Hermione, what are you doing here? Get up. It's time to go to the library, Hermione replied. Where's Harry? I didn't see him in his bed. Training, Ron mumbled, yawning as he reached for the clock on his bedside table. It's only 6:30, Hermione. I don't even wake up this early for class. Hermione began lecturing. Look at Harry, he's out exercising, and all you can do is sleep. A chorus of groans followed. Ron, you're so loud, Seamus grumbled, pounding his mattress. Keep it down, I'm trying to sleep. Neville mumbled, I must be having a nightmare. Why else would I still hear Granger's voice? Oh, please, spare me. He had suffered the worst from Hermione's scolding the previous day. Apart from herbology, where he excelled, his performance in every other subject was disastrous. It wasn't that he didn't understand the magic, he could recite the theory perfectly and was arguably the best after Hermione and Harry, but he simply couldn't execute spells properly. Hermione had spent over an hour drilling him relentlessly, and even back in his dormitory, her words echoed in his head like a haunting refrain. Hermione turned her head but couldn't see Neville. She shot Ron a fierce glare. I'll wait for you outside. Be quick, or Harry will be back soon. Ron groaned miserably and clung to his blanket. No. He didn't want to get up. He wanted to spend the rest of his life with his bed. When Harry returned, he found Hermione sitting bright-eyed in the common room, while Ron sat nearby, looking utterly defeated. Harry blinked in surprise, it was the weekend. Up so early, he asked. Hermione stood, placing her good hand on her hip. We can go to the library now. How about some breakfast first? Harry suggested tentatively. Ron shot to his feet. Yes, breakfast. Hermione, you can't research on an empty stomach. Hermione hesitated briefly before relenting. From the 8th floor, they made their way to the Great Hall for breakfast, then headed to the 5th floor library. Madame Pants, yawning as she organized books, was startled to see the 3 students. Oh. First years coming to the library on a weekend and so early in the morning. Unheard of, except for 5th and 7th years preparing for exams. Hermione, despite her injured hand, moved swiftly and adeptly among the bookshelves. Ron, too, got to work, deciding to start with books on alchemy to search for anything on disguises, and maybe stumble upon information about the Philosopher's Stone. Harry, however, was more relaxed. He decided to start with something else, researching Dumbledore. After all, he still owed Harry a favor. As the century's most celebrated wizard, Dumbledore's achievements were well documented. Master of Defense against the Dark Arts, Master of Transfiguration, Master of Alchemy. His accolades were dazzling. Learning something from him seemed like the best option. As Harry read further, his eyes suddenly sharpened. A particular line stood out: Dumbledore possesses the only known magical creature Patronus in the wizarding world. No one knows how he mastered such magic. Harry was familiar with the Patronus charm. It was hailed as one of the purest representations of white magic. However, most wizards' Patronuses were ordinary animals. According to legend, a wizard with an animagus form often shared the same shape for their Patronus. If Dumbledore was an animagus, was his form a phoenix? Closing the book, Harry made up his mind. This was what he wanted to learn. By late afternoon, Ron exclaimed, "I found something." Madame Pants shot him a sharp glare. Hermione and Harry both leaned over curiously. Ron instinctively covered the book in front of him with his hands. Hermione, impatient, snapped, "Move your hands. Let me see what you found." Reluctantly, Ron hesitated before Hermione snatched the book from him. The first line that met their eyes read, "Ancient alchemy describes the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, a miraculous substance with extraordinary properties. The stone can transform any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, granting the drinker immortality." Hermione froze. Rage bubbled up as she crumpled a piece of parchment and threw it at Ron's head. "We're looking for disguise magic, and you're still obsessing over the Philosopher's Stone." Ron, sheepish, muttered, "I was looking for disguise magic. I just happened to find this first, that's all." Smack. Hermione snapped the book shut and shoved it into Harry's hands. "Keep looking. And don't expect me to let you copy my homework." Ron shrugged, unconcerned. Most of his assignments didn't come from Hermione anyway. Harry chimed in, "Same here." Ron's face fell. "Oh no. Don't do this to me. I'll put my heart into the search, I promise." Disguise magic proved harder to find than information on Dumbledore. That day, their efforts bore no fruit. In fact, for a long time afterward, they made little progress. Their days became monotonous, classes, meals, and endless hours in the library. Even the Ravenclaws struggled to match their dedication. Ron developed a visceral aversion to the library. The mere mention of the word made his stomach churn and his abdomen ache. In Charms class, they began learning their first offensive spell, Fire-Making Charm. By waving their wands, they could summon a small blue flame with low heat. Professor Flitwick explained that this spell was a prerequisite for the advanced Firestorm spell taught in later years. Harry mastered it with ease. But for him, the spell held deeper significance. He noticed a fundamental difference between the magical systems of this world and the Witcher's world. In the Witcher's world, magic served as a conduit, channeling elements to cast spells. For example, his Igni-sign used magic to control fire elements, producing flames. But here, magic itself was the essence. The pale blue flame summoned by the fire-making charm remained a manifestation of pure magic until it attached to a combustible material. Only when the magic dissipated did the flame transform into real fire. This explained why some of his Witcher signs, like Igni, had worked on the troll, while others hadn't. The realization brought clarity, though he still lacked a complete framework to fully explore its implications. For most first years, the fire-making charm was challenging. Even Hermione struggled at first, practicing with Harry's guidance for a long time before succeeding. Other students lined up for Hermione's help, which delayed their search for disguise magic, something Ron welcomed as it meant fewer trips to the library. Distractions and delays kept piling up. Finally, 2 days before Christmas, Hermione found something. Excitedly, she spread a book open in front of Harry. "Look at this, Harry, it's exactly what we need. Polyjuice potion. Add a piece of the person you want to become, like hair or nails, then drink it, and you'll take on their appearance for an hour." Harry frowned. "I didn't see this in any potions books." Hermione shook her head. "It's covered in the OWLS. I only found it while going through exam prep materials. I think the recipe is in the restricted section." She glanced toward the restricted section, separated only by a thin rope. "We'd need a professor's permission," Ron sighed. "And we don't even know which book it's in." "Advanced potion making," Hermione answered. "What?" Ron asked, confused. "It's in advanced potion making. See here." Hermione pointed to the reference in her book. "McGonagall likes you. Maybe we could ask her." Ron suggested, looking at Harry. Harry shook his head. "McGonagall definitely wouldn't agree. She's been careful even with the second-year material she's been teaching me during detention. I'd sooner believe Snape would write me a pass." "Second-year material?" Hermione gasped. "McGonagall's detention involves teaching you advanced magic." Harry nodded. Hermione bit her lip, her eyes gleaming with envy. "She's so biased." "Oh, not that I'm complaining, I just wish I could do that too." "Maybe you should ask her," Harry suggested. "Sincerely." Hermione hesitated before shaking her head. "Never mind. My transfiguration isn't as good as yours. Let's get back to the polyjuice potion plan." Harry studied the rope separating the restricted section. After a moment, he said, "I have an idea." Hermione leaned in eagerly. "What is it?" "The restricted section doesn't seem to have any magical protections," Harry observed. "I have an invisibility cloak. I could sneak in at night and copy the recipe." Ron's eyes widened. "An invisibility cloak? You have one of those?" What's that? Hermione asked. Ron excitedly explained, it's a rare magical item that makes the wearer invisible. Harry, where did you get something like that? Harry replied simply, it was my father's. The excitement on Ron's face froze, replaced by awkwardness and guilt. Oh. I didn't know. Sorry, Harry. Harry was unfazed. What was there to apologize for? His parents' deaths were a fact of his life, something he had long accepted. Chapter 23, Professor, do you like my gift? Hermione quickly changed the subject. Harry, when do you plan to act? Christmas, Harry replied after a moment's thought. The school will be mostly empty then, so it'll be safer to sneak into the restricted section. Hermione sighed regretfully. All right. I'll be going home for Christmas, so I guess I won't be able to help. Christmas was a grand occasion. It marked the end of the first term, with students enjoying a 2-week break until New Year's. Professors had already arranged for students to register their plans. Most of the students chose to go home. Hogwarts was fun, but after half a year, they missed their families. In the first-year boys' dormitory, only Harry and Ron stayed behind. Christmas Eve. Harry didn't act that night. Instead, he was dragged off by the Weasley twins to celebrate. They had stolen Wood's vodka and ended up drinking themselves silly in the dormitory. Christmas morning. Harry was awoken by Hedwig pecking at him. She perched on his pillow, hooting indignantly. She hadn't seen him in months and had been made to work all night delivering gifts. Clearly, she wasn't pleased. Thanks to his Witcher constitution, Harry felt none of the aftereffects of last night's drinking. He sat up, ready to start his morning workout, until he noticed the small mountain of presents at the foot of his bed. Christmas gifts. He hadn't expected this many. Ron stirred awake, yawning as he waved at Harry. Merry Christmas, Harry. Oh, and you too, Hedwig. He blinked sleepily. Why are you up so early? Planning to work out, Harry replied as he pulled on his clothes. But I suppose I'll spend the morning opening gifts instead. Working out. After last night. Ron shivered, now fully awake. You drank so much vodka yesterday and still want to exercise. He stared at Harry in astonishment. The twins had stolen 2 bottles of Polish vodka, and Harry had drunk more than one by himself. He'd been so drunk he'd pulled down George's trousers and made him dance the 4 Little Swans. And now Harry looked completely fine. Harry nodded, picking up the first gift, a package wrapped in brown paper. It was from Hagrid, a crude bone flute that reminded Harry of his old horseback in the Witcher's world. He liked it. The Dursleys had sent a 50-pence coin, which Ron found fascinating. Mrs. Weasley had sent a hand-knitted sweater in bright green along with a box of fudge. Harry appreciated the sweater, though he wasn't thrilled about the color. If it were red, it'd be perfect, Harry said, setting it aside. Green always reminds me of unpleasant things. Ron nodded in agreement, thinking of Slytherin. Hermione sent chocolate, while other Gryffindor students contributed magical sweets. Even the professors sent gifts. McGonagall gave Harry 2 sets of Transfiguration notes, her own and a copy of his father's. Sprout sent seeds along with detailed planting instructions. Flitwick gifted him a wand care kit. And then there was Snape. Ron eyed the plain brown wrapping and the ominous handwriting on the label. The heavy atmosphere emanating from the package made it stand out, especially with its bold signature, Professor Snape. Snape sent you a gift? Ron asked incredulously. Harry weighed it in his hands. Take a guess. Poison to blind you. Ron shuddered. Or a potion to scar your face. You always said he wanted you to look like that. Harry didn't answer, tearing off the wrapping to reveal a box still marked with its price tag, £9.15. What's this? Ron asked, puzzled. Harry opened the box. Inside was a pair of brand new sunglasses. Since returning to this world, he hadn't worn any sort of glasses. Sunglasses, Harry explained. A Muggle accessory. But why would he send you that? Ron asked, still confused. Harry tried them on. They hide my eyes, and my face. Snape had chosen a pair with the largest frames possible, almost the size of a fist, which covered nearly half of Harry's face. You really do look different, Ron admitted, nodding. Harry tossed the sunglasses aside. He didn't like them. Although Witchers had excellent night vision, wearing unnecessary accessories was still an annoyance. The morning was spent opening gifts. By noon, the dormitory door burst open. George and Fred stumbled in, pale and weak, supporting each other. Harry, are you all right? They croaked. They froze when they saw Harry standing by the mirror, looking rosy-cheeked and trying on his new sweater. George rubbed his eyes. I'm fine. Why? Harry turned to them. Oh, by the way, thank Mrs. Weasley for me. Her handiwork is excellent, it's very comfortable. Why are you fine? Fred muttered. You drank more than both of us combined last night. George added. Harry patted their shoulders sympathetically. It's not about how much you drink, it's about tolerance. You barely drank one bottle before nearly throwing up. That was Polish vodka. 45% alcohol. George exclaimed, though he was too weak to be convincing. Harry gave them a look of pity. All right, now go to the Great Hall. There's a feast at lunch, get something in your stomachs. Drinking on an empty stomach isn't good for you. George and Fred groaned in unison. Eating was the last thing they wanted. Few students stayed at Hogwarts over Christmas, but the feast was still lavish. Harry had just loaded his plate with German and French dishes when Snape stormed over, his robes billowing dramatically. He slammed his hand on the table in front of Harry. Potter. Harry looked up and gave him a calm smile. Merry Christmas, Professor Snape. What can I do for you? Snape scowled, visibly disgusted by Harry's expression. Potter, what is the meaning of this? A Christmas gift, my dear Professor, Harry replied lightly. It's my sincerest holiday greeting. Is that so? Snape sneered. Don't you like it? Harry asked innocently. Snape waved dismissively. I hope you enjoyed my gift. To be honest, I didn't. It obstructs my vision, Harry said, making a small gesture toward his face. But it hides your eyes and your face, Snape retorted coldly. At least you won't look as stupid as a troll anymore. Well, I'm glad, Harry replied smoothly. His tone was calm, devoid of any apparent joy. It's nice to know you remembered me on Christmas, Professor. Snape's face twisted with suppressed rage, as if the words were stuck in his throat. Is that so? I sincerely hope your cheer lasts until the end of term. With a furious swirl of his robes, Snape stalked away. Once he was gone, Ron finally dared to lift his head from his plate. Harry, what did you do to Snape? Why was he so angry? I have no idea. I just gave him a Christmas gift, Harry replied, genuinely puzzled. What did you give him? George asked, leaning over despite his hangover. A toilet seat. No, I bet it was bat guano, Fred countered. A set of shampoo with excellent oil control properties, Harry answered, chewing on a bite of steak. George and Fred stared at him in stunned silence. No wonder Snape was so mad, Ron muttered, lowering his voice as if afraid Snape could still hear. George gave Harry a thumbs up. We've never admired anyone's pranks this much. You actually gave Snape something like that. Harry frowned. Why is that so strange? Thank Merlin your gift to us was normal, Fred said, patting his chest dramatically. That's because it's Christmas. Fred declared, ignoring George's protest. That afternoon, Harry made up for the workout he'd missed in the morning. Ron, meanwhile, played in the snow with George and Fred, taking advantage of their weakened state to exact revenge for years of teasing. Naturally, Ron ended up as a snowman. By evening, he grew restless, checking the time every 10 minutes. When the clock finally struck 11, he leaped out of bed. Harry, get the invisibility cloak. Harry opened the box where Dumbledore had placed the cloak. Since receiving it, he hadn't had much use for it in Hogwarts, given how safe the school was. The cloak was large enough to comfortably cover both of them. Satisfied that their forms were completely concealed in the mirror, they tiptoed out of the common room. The fat lady muttered sleepily, finding the situation eerily reminiscent of events from a decade ago. The library was silent. Madame Pants had long retired for the night. Reaching the restricted section posed no obstacles. Lumos, Harry whispered, and the tip of his wand emitted a faint light. They scanned the book titles one by one. Some were so enticing, like powerful spells, that Ron couldn't resist reaching for them, hoping to learn a powerful curse to use against his brothers. Harry smacked his hand away. After checking just one shelf, Harry suddenly froze, his wand raised, staring toward the shadows behind them. Chapter 24, Hogsmeade. The direction Harry pointed his wand revealed nothing unusual. What's wrong? Ron asked, his voice trembling nervously. Harry narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. I felt a strong presence approaching us just now. Are you sure you didn't imagine it? Ron glanced around anxiously, pulling out his wand. It took him 2 tries to cast a simple Lumos spell. Maybe it's just the aura of some dark magic books. Harry shook his head. The aura of a person and that of an object are very different. Ron's face turned pale as he gripped his wand tightly. Let's find that book quickly, Ron murmured. This place gives me the creeps. The book Most Potent Potions wasn't hard to locate, and they found it quickly. While Ron held the light steady, Harry swiftly copied the recipe for Polyjuice Potion. He also jotted down a brief summary of the precautions spanning 2 pages. Once back in the dormitory, they pored over the contents carefully. This potion is so complicated, Ron said, rubbing his temples. But it's powerful, isn't it? Harry's eyes gleamed. And it doesn't need many ingredients. Lacewing flies, powdered antimony, leeches. The combination of minerals and herbs intrigued Harry. The wild applications of certain ingredients sparked new ideas in his mind, giving him inspiration for adapting Witcher potions to this world's magic. It wasn't until nearly 3 a.m. that Harry yawned and extinguished the lights. Tomorrow, after we wake up, let's check the potions classroom's ingredient cabinet. If the supplies are complete, we won't have to worry about gathering materials. Ron, already half asleep, mumbled a groggy, "All right," before collapsing onto his bed. The next day, the potions classroom was still open, even during the holiday break, accommodating 5th and 7th years desperate to secure an O on their exams. The student ingredient cupboard was well stocked with herbs and minerals, but they couldn't find 2 of the most critical components, powdered bicorn horn and boomslang skin. Harry took extra materials, disguising them as ingredients for 3 different potions, and carried them out. Once they were safely outside the classroom, Ron exhaled in relief. It's scary how even over Christmas, the older students can't relax. They weren't exactly thrilled to see us either, Harry replied with a smirk. To them, you probably looked like a first-year prodigy working hard during the holidays. Ron shifted uncomfortably. Being mistaken for a hard-working student wasn't a label he was used to. Maybe Professor Snape will have a better impression of you because of it, Harry teased. Look at how he's been treating Hermione lately, he's actually tolerable. You have a strange definition of tolerable, Ron said, shivering. In potions class, there were 3 students whose work Snape always commented on. Harry would get a tirade of insults. Malfoy would receive endless praise. And Hermione, well, Snape didn't target her as viciously as Harry, but his disdain for Gryffindor ensured he never said anything positive. Now what do we do about the missing ingredients? Ron complained as they walked back. Snape's private stores must have them. Harry shook his head. I don't think stealing from a professor is a smart move. Ron sighed. Then what? Hogsmeade, Harry replied, suddenly stopping to gaze out a nearby window. We could check there. Ron blinked, frowning. But that's a 3rd-year privilege, and you need parental permission. Maybe we can ask your brothers, Harry suggested as they continued walking. They know most of Hogwarts' secret passages. There's probably one leading straight to Hogsmeade. Ron still looked worried. But how do we explain it to them? Just tell them we need ingredients for Polyjuice Potion. Harry gave him an odd look. Putting the ingredients aside, don't you want to see Hogsmeade? Ron hesitated. Wanting to visit Hogsmeade is normal for any student, Harry pressed. Back in the common room. The Weasley twins, unusually, weren't out causing mischief. George, Harry began, sitting beside one of them. I need your help with something. I'm Fred, the twin replied seriously. No, you're George, Harry corrected. That trick doesn't work on me. George groaned. How do you always know? I want to visit Hogsmeade, Harry said directly. Can you help me? Fred raised an eyebrow. Hogsmeade? Now. Not exactly the best time. I can't spend all of Christmas cooped up in Hogwarts, Harry reasoned. Most of my friends went home. George chuckled. Well, you've come to the right people. We know 7 secret passages to Hogsmeade. And Filch only knows 4, Fred added with a smug grin. Ron cheered. I knew you 2 would know. Harry can go, George said, his tone turning serious. But you can't, little Ronnie. Ron's jaw dropped. Why not? Harry's brilliant, he took down a troll, Fred teased. You'd get taken down by one. Or maybe even a flobberworm. And Harry's mature. Except for his height, he could pass for an older student, George added. But you, dear Ronnie Ekins, are still a little kid. A whiny one at that, Fred concluded. Fuming, Ron yelled, Fred. George. Our little brother is upset, George mocked. Should we send an owl to Mum? Ron clenched his fists. One day, I'll turn you both into piles of dung. 2 piles, Fred corrected, patting Ron's shoulder. We're 2 people, after all. We'll bring you back some candy, George said, ruffling Ron's hair. How about cockroach clusters? Dumbledore loves those. I think spider sweets would suit Ronnie better, Fred added. Into the secret passage. Harry reassured Ron, once I know the passage, we can go together next time. George and Fred led Harry to a mirror on the 5th floor. George tapped it with his wand. Reveal and unseal. The mirror rippled like water, revealing a hidden tunnel. This one's our favorite, George said as he lit his wand and led the way. It's spacious and smooth, you can walk upright the whole way. Fred sighed. The downside is that it's getting old. Last year, part of the ceiling nearly hit George in the face. Shame it didn't, George muttered, kicking Fred lightly. Fred dusted off his robes. The end of this passage is in a very discreet spot in Hogsmeade, unlike the others. One comes out under the Whomping Willow. And another in Honeydukes, George added. We were almost arrested for trespassing last time. After about 15 minutes, the tunnel led them to an abandoned house in Hogsmeade. Exploring Hogsmeade. Where to first? Fred asked eagerly. Candy shop, Harry replied after some thought. They bought sweets for Ron and, on the twins' suggestion, stocked up on prank items. Harry also picked up quills, parchment, and some books before heading to a potion ingredients store. "Do you have boomslang skin?" Harry asked. The shopkeeper gave him a strange look. "Boomslang skin? That's restricted, my dear boy." Harry nodded calmly and asked about other rare ingredients, slipping powdered bicorn horn into the list. Unfortunately, it too was restricted. He bought what he could and left the shop with Fred and George. As they stepped outside, a hooded man approached, blocking their path. "Students from Hogwarts," the man asked in a low voice. "I have what you need, bicorn horn powder, ashwinder eggs, boomslang skin." Chapter 25, The Three of Us Are Unstoppable. Fred and George stared at the man sternly. "Sorry, sir. I don't think we need. These are items no ordinary young wizard can acquire," the man in the black robe interrupted them. "I think you desperately need them, don't you? I'd bet you won't find these anywhere else in Hogsmeade," he added confidently. Harry stepped forward. "Where's the merchandise?" The robed man shook his head. "Those are contraband, my dear boy. I can't carry them around, especially ashwinder eggs, those little things are trouble." "And the price?" Harry pressed. The man's face was hidden beneath his hood, but the greed in his voice made it easy to imagine his expression. "Depends on how much you're willing to pay." "I'll offer 10 galleons, Harry said after a moment's thought. The man scoffed. "No, no, no. These are rare and dangerous to obtain, 20 galleons. "Show me the goods first," Harry countered. "If the quality's good, I wouldn't mind paying your price." The man's tone turned gleeful. "Of course. Follow me." As Harry moved to follow, Fred grabbed his arm. "Harry, you can't go with him," Fred whispered urgently. "My dad always says people like this are likely to be dark wizards." "Relax. He's not dangerous," Harry said, patting Fred's hand reassuringly. Fred and George froze in confusion. The man was cloaked in black from head to toe. He was the textbook definition of a dangerous person. How could Harry possibly think otherwise? Fred didn't let go, and George tugged on Harry's sleeve. "He's safer than a troll," Harry added, pulling down his oversized sunglasses to reveal his cat-like eyes. "Trust me. Nothing will happen. If you're worried, you can stay here," he said, gently freeing himself from their grasp before following the black-robed wizard into the village's outskirts. The twins hesitated, but after a brief glance at each other, they gritted their teeth and decided to follow. No way were they leaving Harry alone with someone so suspicious. The man led them farther and farther away until they were nearly outside the village. He stopped at a secluded corner by a crumbling wall. "I've hidden them here. Wait for me to get them," he said warmly, crouching to search. But suddenly, his wrist twitched, and a wand slid from his sleeve. He twisted his hand, aiming directly at Harry. Stupefy. A beam of red light shot toward Harry, who sidestepped swiftly. The spell missed, striking the wall behind him. The robed wizard froze for a moment before cursing and casting again. This time, the wall trembled, and stones began to assemble into a life-sized statue. "No more business, then," Harry murmured, reaching under his cloak and drawing the sword of Gryffindor. "What a pity." The wizard gaped at the sword. A sword? A wizard using a sword? There was no time to think. The man pointed his wand, commanding one stone figure to attack Harry while another charged at the Weasley twins. Harry cast a Quen sign, summoning a golden shield around himself, then rolled aside to dodge the statue's heavy swing. He waved his wand, transfiguring some debris into strange, jagged shapes. Though poorly crafted due to his limited skill, they latched onto the statue's legs and rooted it to the ground. The robed wizard panicked. He cast spell after spell, but the boy was too quick, dodging each one effortlessly. Harry closed the distance between them in a flash. One swing of his sword, and the wizard's wand arm was severed with a clean cut. The hand, still clutching the wand, fell to the ground. With the magic severed, the stone statues crumbled into rubble. Harry didn't hesitate. Another swift stroke took off the man's other arm. Fred and George froze, stunned. Only now did they understand why Harry had called the situation safe. It was safe, indeed. Harry had disarmed the men, quite literally, in mere moments. "You're weak," Harry said, frowning. "If you hadn't cast spells, I wouldn't have believed you were a wizard." The man collapsed into the snow, trembling. His hood fell back, revealing a pale, terror-stricken face. How was this possible? This boy, he couldn't be more than a third or fourth year, was absurdly strong. "You're a demon," the wizard hissed weakly. "What kind of wizard uses a sword?" Harry crouched down, pulling something from his cloak. "I'm a Gryffindor. Using a sword is perfectly normal, isn't it?" Fred and George exchanged looks, speechless. No, it wasn't normal at all. Harry held the object in front of the man's face. "Do you know what this is?" The man didn't answer. His gaze shifted past Harry, focusing instead on the contents of his cloak. He had seen something terrifying in that brief moment, 7 or 8 potion vials, their murky colors suggesting they were anything but medicinal. What kind of 12-year-old comes this prepared? Harry clicked his tongue. Judging by your silence, I'd say your knowledge of herbology is as terrible as your transfiguration. This is Dittany, a miraculous plant. Applied to wounds, it can stop bleeding, Harry explained as he unstoppered the vial. Now, I'll ask, and you'll answer truthfully. Do that, and you might survive. Understand? The man nodded desperately, his pale face growing even whiter. Where are the potion ingredients I asked for? I don't have any contraband, the man stammered. Harry's eyes narrowed dangerously. So you were playing me? No. Yes. I mean, I just thought you had money. I wanted to lure you here and rob you, the man confessed, trembling. Harry glanced back at the twins. George nodded. I've heard of this. Some scumbag wizards rob Hogwarts students' pocket money in Hogsmeade. Fred shrugged, speaking matter-of-factly. You know, aside from us Weasleys, most students actually have money to steal. Harry turned back to the men, his eyes filled with contempt. Robbing kids. You're really something. I swear I won't do it again. Please, save me, I'm dying, the men pleaded. Harry raised his hand. Axii. The spell hit its mark. Were you telling the truth just now? Harry asked. The men, now under Axii's influence, nodded sluggishly. Yes, it's all true. What's your name and school? Abner Smith. School of Magical Dramatics. The man trailed off, his dazed expression replaced by panic. No. What did you do to me? Was that legilimency? 11 seconds. That's how long the spell lasted on an injured wizard far weaker than Professor McGonagall. Magic truly was fascinating. Fred clarified, the School of Magical Dramatics teaches theatrical magic. It's nothing like Hogwarts, where we learn proper wizardry. It mainly accepts older students who discover their magic late or those who failed to pass their OWLS. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Please, I didn't mean any harm, the men cried. I only use stupefy, no lethal spells. Harry applied Dittany to the man's stumps, noticing faint traces of sword oil lingering on the wounds. He hesitated for a moment before finishing the application. Once done, Harry stood and dusted off his hands. Let's go. You're leaving me here, the men shouted. You can't. Harry didn't look back. Fred hesitated. Are we really leaving him? He might die out here. I only took his hands, not his legs, Harry replied coldly. I've already shown mercy. What do you think would have happened if his stunning spell hit us? The twins paused. We'd have been left unconscious in the snow, Harry continued. If no one found us, we'd be dead by morning. Fred and George suddenly felt far less sorry for the men. With lighter steps, they followed Harry back through the secret passage. Inside the tunnel, Fred pumped his fist. George, we just beat a fully grown wizard. George high-fived him. We're amazing. If we study hard, we could get 12 NEWTs like Bill. Fred immediately recoiled at the thought. No, that's a terrible idea. George nodded solemnly. Harry rolled his eyes. You only dealt with a statue, and you didn't even win. Fred corrected, circling his finger to include all 3 of them. That was still a transfigured construct by an adult wizard. George argued. He was weak, even compared to a troll, Harry said flatly. Fred crossed his arms. Oh, Harry, you're too talented to understand. Trolls aren't easy to beat. You said 6th and 7th years can handle them, Harry pointed out. Only the best students, George clarified. Most Hogwarts students barely scrape by with a passing grade. Frankly, most adult wizards are around that guy's level. Fred beamed at Harry's sword. If Hogwarts offered swordsmanship, you'd get an O in NEWTs for sure. Chapter 26, Dragon Egg. The Weasley twins joked around as they quickly returned to the common room. Harry suspected that the secret passageway might last a few more years, provided the 2 of them learned how to walk quietly. Ron was anxiously waiting at the door. Harry, did you get it? As soon as they entered, he couldn't help but ask. Harry remained expressionless as he handed over a large bag of candy. Here you go. Ron reached out and took it, confused. No. This wasn't what he meant. George teased, our little Ronnykins, still such a sweet tooth. Dumbledore likes sweets too, Ron countered without shame, casually bringing someone else into the conversation. Fred shook his head. But he's Dumbledore. And you're just a flobberworm-level Ronnykins, George added. Ron waved them off, marching over to Harry. Harry, I meant our other thing. Harry took off the sorting hat and placed it on a chair near the fireplace. Hold on, I have to ask this thing something. Ah, thank you. It's freezing out there. The sorting hat shivered as it adjusted itself, clearly enjoying the warmth. Harry also pulled a chair closer to the fire and sat down. I discovered something today. The sorting hat tilted slightly, signaling its readiness, its floppy tip drooping in a relaxed manner. The guy whose hands I cut off, the wounds had traces of the sword oil I used last time, Harry said. Though it didn't affect him since he's human. I remember cleaning off the sword oil. The sorting hat lazily replied, it can absorb certain liquids or magical effects carried in blood. Like your sword oil. You didn't tell me that, Harry said as he reached into the hat and pulled out a bottle of ogre oil, one he had recently brewed, now feeling a bit cheated. The sorting hat retorted confidently, you didn't ask. How long does it last? Harry asked seriously. The hat thought for a moment. 10 years, maybe 20. I haven't seen it activate in ages. When Dumbledore wielded it, he was already over 60, and he never used it. Does it have any other effects? Harry pressed further. The sorting hat proudly replied, of course. It can cut through water and fire and is immune to certain spells. After all, Godric Gryffindor used it in battle against wizards. Harry was impressed. The best weapon he had ever wielded only amplified his Ard sign, a gift from Lambert. The sword's ability to absorb sword oil was especially useful, saving him money. How long could he keep leeching off Hagrid's resources? 7 years at most. Harry stood up and patted Ron on the shoulder. Let's head out. Where to? Hogsmeade. Ron asked eagerly. Harry gave him a sideways glance. To Hagrid's. I didn't get what I needed. Not even in Hogsmeade. Ron followed closely. Should we ask Hermione to try? Hermione doesn't have money, Harry replied. Ron was startled. I thought she did, she's always buying books. She comes from a non-magical family, Harry explained as they climbed out of the common room. The amount of gold she can exchange each year is limited. Besides, she's too young. That stuff is contraband. We even ran into a scammer in Hogsmeade. A scammer. Harry recounted the story as they approached Hagrid's hut. Ron listened enviously. A naive young wizard ventured out, encountering a wicked and ruthless dark wizard, but ultimately outsmarted the villain. What a fairy tale-like adventure. Those two obnoxious brothers, why hadn't they brought him along? If they had, he too could have been part of Harry's heroic entourage. Harry knocked on the door. Fong rushed out first, tail tucked and whining as it retreated back inside upon recognizing him. Harry. What brings you here? Hagrid sounded surprised. Oh, not that you're unwelcome, just didn't expect it. Merry Christmas, Harry greeted before cutting straight to the point. I need your help with something. Hagrid invited them in. What is it? I need powdered bicorn horn and African boomslang skin. Do you have any? Hagrid shook his head. Why would you need those? They're contraband. Harry was honest. The first task of Gryffindor's trial requires them. Gryffindor's trial? Hagrid's eyes widened. Oh, right, you pulled out Gryffindor's sword when you enrolled. I don't have those things. Ron looked disappointed. But I'm heading to Diagon Alley tomorrow to buy some potion supplies for repelling doxy infestations, Hagrid added. I could check for you. There are always wizards dealing in such things. Harry pulled out 20 galleons from his pocket and placed them on the table. Thanks, Hagrid. No, I can't take money. Hagrid flushed, waving his hands. Harry shook his head. It's not for you, it's for those selling the items. Friendship shouldn't mix with money. Even among witchers, clear transactions were maintained, though the occasional shared drink didn't count. Hagrid reluctantly agreed, thumping his chest in assurance. All right, I'll make sure to get you the best deal. After some more conversation, Harry and Ron left, politely refusing Hagrid's offer of rock cakes, an indestructible culinary challenge. By the time the Christmas holiday was ending, Hagrid finally sent a letter via owl. Got them. Harry rushed inside, eager. Hagrid hesitated, gesturing to a box on the table along with 18 galleons and a pile of sickles. Only the boomslang skin. No powdered bicorn horn. Harry opened the box to find the boomslang skin, fresh and slightly iridescent, stripped within the past month. Thanks, Hagrid. Harry's tone was earnest. You've solved half the problem already. Hagrid pushed the coins toward Harry. I have an idea for the horn. There are some in the Forbidden Forest, but they're a bit tricky. And the snow's heavy now. It might take some time to find them, Hagrid added. Harry smiled. No rush. I'm only a first year, still have 6.5 years to go. Hagrid stared at him, stunned. Harry, you should smile more. You look just like your mom when you do. When Hermione returned from the holidays and heard they had the boomslang skin and the potion recipe, lacking only powdered bicorn horn, her expression turned wistful. How long until Hagrid gets it? Hermione asked, holding a book on bicorns. They're XXXX-rated dangerous creatures. And I remember he isn't technically a qualified wizard. Don't worry, Hagrid can handle it, Harry assured her. He's strong. Even the troll I fought wouldn't stand a chance against him. Hermione still frowned. Should we try stealing from Snape's storeroom? See. I told you that was the easiest option, Ron said triumphantly, hands on his hips. Harry shook his head. That's the last resort. Hagrid's efficiency, however, proved slower than expected. By February, there was still no news. Unable to wait, Harry decided to check on Hagrid in person. After their Friday classes and lunch, they rushed to Hagrid's hut. Approaching the house, Harry stopped abruptly, frowning. What's wrong? Hermione asked. Harry drew his wand. Something feels off. Though the weather was warming, the hut was tightly sealed, with the curtains drawn and an unusual heat radiating from within, so intense it felt like a wave against his skin. Hermione and Ron stayed quiet, holding their breath as they followed Harry to the door. Knock knock. Harry called, Hagrid, are you home? A muffled voice answered, who's there? It was Hagrid, and he sounded fine. Harry relaxed slightly. It's me, Harry. Hold on, Hagrid replied, sounding flustered. After a while, the door creaked open, and they were let inside. The heat was overwhelming, the fire in the hearth blazing fiercely, much hotter than in winter. Harry, you'll still have to wait a bit for the horn, Hagrid stammered. I haven't been able to. Harry ignored him and walked straight to the fireplace, stopping abruptly. There's an egg in there, Hagrid. Is this your lunch? That's quite a crude cooking method. Oh, it's a very special creature's egg, Hagrid stammered, visibly nervous. I'm trying to hatch it. A dragon egg. Hermione interjected suddenly. I've read about them, some types require this kind of heat to hatch. Ron's voice shot up. A dragon egg. Hagrid, it's illegal to keep dragons. It's been banned since the 1709 Wizards' Convention. Hermione glanced at Ron in surprise. She didn't know this. How did Ron, who usually napped through history of magic, know such specifics? My brother Charlie works with dragons in Romania, Ron explained, scratching his face. Harry felt the egg's immense life and magical energy, a superb material. Where did you get this? During that trip for the Boomslang skin. Harry asked, resisting the urge to reach out and touch it. Hagrid pulled at his beard. No, a few nights ago, I was drinking in Hogsmeade, asking around about Bicorn horn powder for you. A stranger came up wanting to play cards. After a few rounds, he bet this dragon egg. It was clear he was desperate to get rid of it. Harry straightened, raising an eyebrow. Betting a dragon egg? Was anyone else there? Hagrid shook his head. No, just us two. A dragon egg's too conspicuous. Tell me everything about that night, Harry said, sitting back down beside Hagrid. Chapter 27, A Night in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid looked uneasy. Harry, is there something wrong with this egg? What's wrong might be you, Harry said, patting Hagrid on the leg. He had intended to pat his shoulder, but sitting down, he could only reach that far. Hagrid recounted the events of that evening in detail. He had been drinking and asking around when the men approached him, joined the game, and lost about 2 galleons. Out of money, the men mysteriously pulled out the dragon egg, which Hagrid easily won. They talked about magical creatures, unicorns, acromantulas, and Hagrid's 3-headed dog, Fluffy. The men seemed like a fellow magical creature enthusiast. It all sounded perfectly normal. So, what did you put in the corridor on the 4th floor? Harry suddenly asked, catching Hagrid off guard. Acromantulas or the 3-headed dog? Fluffy. He's very loyal, Hagrid answered instinctively but froze halfway through his sentence. Realizing what he had said, he stood up abruptly, knocking over his chair, which clattered loudly to the ground. Harry, how do you know that? Dumbledore told me, Harry replied, motioning for Hagrid to calm down. Hagrid steadied the chair and sat back down. Him? Why would he tell you about that? I have an agreement with him. It's not important, Harry said, turning his gaze to the dragon egg. What matters is that men approached you on purpose. Hagrid finally understood, his face turning pale. You mean, he wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone? It's probably the same person who tried to rob Gringotts last time, Ron added. So it's Professor Quirrel. Hermione concluded. No, Hagrid shook his head emphatically. How can you suspect a professor like that? First, it was Snape, and now it's Quirrel. Harry interrupted, this is something Dumbledore and I have already confirmed. Hagrid opened and closed his mouth, speechless. He didn't know anything. Why did Dumbledore tell Harry everything? I think you'd better inform Dumbledore about this, Harry suggested earnestly. Hagrid hesitated. But, what do I say about the dragon egg? Hagrid. Hermione sounded exasperated. It's a dragon. It's manageable now, but once it hatches, it'll grow as big as your house in just 2 months. And it'll breathe fire, burning your home down, Ron chimed in. Hagrid looked pitifully at Harry. I've seen a few potions that require dragon eggs, Harry said enthusiastically. If you give it to me, I can take care of it for you. I can pay you 20 galleons, 30 if you'd like. Hagrid was horrified. No, it's a dragon, a living creature. It hasn't hatched yet, Harry countered, already considering potion recipes. A dragon egg is quite rare. Hagrid stood up again and pulled Harry, chair and all, farther away from the egg. No, Harry. You're right, I need to report this to Dumbledore honestly. Fine, Harry said regretfully. But if Dumbledore lets you keep it, can you give me some dragon scales or blood? Hagrid hesitated, looking into Harry's expressionless eyes. Finally, he nodded reluctantly. If I can keep it, I'll give you a little. Just a little. As long as the dragon egg wouldn't be used for potions, Hagrid could compromise. They stayed a while longer but eventually had to leave, unable to endure the oppressive heat. They said goodbye and were sent off with a sack of slightly singed rock cakes. Outside, Ron took a deep breath of cool air. It was suffocating in there. Wait, Harry. Weren't we here to get ingredients? Hermione stopped after a few steps, suddenly remembering. Ron froze, slapping his forehead. Damn, I forgot all about that after seeing the dragon egg. Hagrid's got bigger worries than us now, Harry said, shaking his head. He really wants to keep the dragon. So, what do we do? Hermione frowned. Are we just going to steal from Professor Snape? Harry interrupted her, speaking softly. Hagrid mentioned seeing traces of bicorns in the Forbidden Forest. I'm going to take a look. No. The Forbidden Forest is too dangerous, Hermione rejected the idea immediately. This is better than facing Professor Snape, Harry countered. The thought of Snape's greasy hair and bat-like demeanor sent a shiver down Ron's spine. I'd rather face a dragon than deal with Professor Snape. Hermione opened her mouth to argue but sighed instead. Deep down, she'd rather encounter another troll in the bathroom than risk Snape's wrath. At least in the bathroom, she knew Harry would come to save her. Don't worry, Harry reassured her. You know how sharp I am. If there's danger, I'll run. My legs won't freeze up. Hermione gritted her teeth and stomped her foot in frustration, letting out a huff. Harry was fine in every way, except for that mouth of his. Back in the dormitory, they reviewed the information about bicorns again. Bicorns were malevolent magical creatures. True to their name, they had two horns, not like a bull, goat, or deer, but two straight, unicorn-like horns. However, unlike the unicorn's rightward spiral, both of the bicorn's horns spiraled to the left. They were fat, horse-bodied, with cloven hooves. They enjoyed eating leopards and cows but favored kind and loyal husbands, such as Arthur Weasley. If Snape ever married, he might end up on a bicorn's menu too. They didn't have a specific habitat preference, they lived wherever food was abundant. Their dung had a bitter, foul odor, a common trait among carnivores. Late that night, after Neville and the others had fallen asleep, Harry donned the invisibility cloak and slipped out of the dormitory. He hadn't planned to bring Ron or Hermione, and they hadn't insisted, even though Ron had looked at him during dinner with a level of longing he didn't even direct at chicken drumsticks. Filch's footsteps were heavy, and Mrs. Norris, his cat, had a distinct smell. There were no other professors patrolling. Night wandering during term time was easier than Harry had expected. He quickly reached the Forbidden Forest, where he spotted Hagrid carrying a lantern, patrolling the edge of the woods, likely watching for reckless students or creatures straying from the forest. Fong seemed to sense something, cowering behind Hagrid until Harry moved away. Only then did it cautiously creep out from under Hagrid's legs. As a forest teeming with magical creatures, the Forbidden Forest was a fascinating place for Harry. He hadn't walked far when he saw a cluster of sleeping horklumps. With their pink caps and bushy beards, they looked like magical plants, but they were classified as magical creatures. When gathered in large groups, they could pose a nuisance to wizards. Harry quietly picked two of them, they were ingredients for healing potions. At the edges of the forest, he spotted traces of ordinary wildlife, deer, bears, and wolves. But deeper in, such creatures disappeared entirely. He found fresh tracks, hoofprints that might belong to either centaurs or unicorns. The books he had read didn't provide enough information to distinguish between them. There was also a swarm of tiny, glowing blue insects, nearly imperceptible individually but collectively exuding powerful magical energy. These were billywigs, a 3X rated magical creature. A sting from one could cause uncontrollable levitation. Harry encountered many other creatures, thestrals, murtlap mice, but no bicorns. Near the end of the curfew, Harry returned to the dormitory. After less than 2 hours of sleep, he awoke to the sound of others stirring. Harry. You're awake. Ron was the first to notice. Harry nodded. Ron leaned closer. How did it go? No luck, Harry whispered. But no rush, we'll take our time. Every weekend night, Harry ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Each trip yielded a bounty of herbs and materials. Once, he even found a unicorn hair. But as for the bicorn, there was no progress. Ron and Hermione were worried about it, but soon their attention was diverted. January seemed to be just a buffer period after the holidays. By February, the pace of every class accelerated dramatically. In Transfiguration, they began learning to transform objects into animals. They had to turn a block of wood into a rat, a challenge that left most students groaning in frustration. Many couldn't even make the wood resemble a rat. Professor McGonagall was strict. After seeing Harry's rapid progress, she grew increasingly impatient with the slower students, assigning a 7-inch essay, except for Harry, who only needed to write 3 inches. This sparked a new wave of complaints from the Gryffindors. While they could copy Hermione's homework, having only one source wasn't as convenient as having two. Charms class shifted to spell precision. The students soon realized why Professor Flitwick had spent 2 entire lessons on magical theory at the start of term. The theory they had dismissed now became a formidable obstacle. They had to practice casting charms with pinpoint accuracy, such as unlocking only one of 2 doors without affecting the other. Seamus was arguably the most talented first year after Harry. Even Hermione couldn't match him. He managed to unlock only 1 door, although the other one exploded. Potions class, under Snape, turned into a nightmare for everyone. They moved on from basic herb-based recipes to potions requiring magical ingredients, which were far more complex. Even identical ingredients could exhibit vastly different magical properties. The recipes on the board didn't guarantee success. Even Harry made occasional mistakes, which Snape pounced on with biting sarcasm. Herbology became the most chaotic class. Magical plants were far more troublesome than potions ingredients. Professor Sprout spent every lesson rescuing students entangled by magical plants, or rewarding those who helped her with extra points. Chapter 28, A Sword to the Kidney. Even in History of Magic, Professor Binns had started mentioning topics beyond the textbook more frequently. The only class that hadn't changed was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Quirrel continued droning straight from the textbook, delivering lifeless lectures. Occasionally, when he added his own interpretations, they were so nonsensical that even the students found them amusing. Strangely, this incompetence endeared him to many students. At least one professor wasn't adding to their burdens. What a nice person. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry, like the others, was furiously scribbling away on his assignments. "Harry, can I borrow your essay for reference? There's something I don't quite get." Hermione leaned over and suddenly exclaimed, "What's this?" "A map of the Forbidden Forest," Harry said in a hushed tone. "The parts I've explored so far." He reached into the sorting hat and pulled out a stack of essays. "Which one do you need?" "Thanks." Hermione took them all without hesitation. Ron clicked his tongue. "Miss Granger, you've fallen from grace." "Shut up." Hermione glared at him. "I'm not copying, just referencing and looking for inspiration." Ron responded with exaggerated clicking sounds, his tone dripping with mockery. Hermione narrowed her eyes and waved her wand threateningly. Ron immediately clammed up, gripping the essay Hermione had lent him. When night fell, Harry donned his invisibility cloak and ventured once again into the Forbidden Forest. There were still vast unexplored areas, many marked as extremely dangerous, like the Acromantula territories. Harry wouldn't risk venturing there unless he had searched the entire forest and found no trace of the Bicorns. As he entered the woods, a strong, metallic scent of blood hit him, mingled with a sharp, grassy tang. Unicorns. Were they injured? Harry was surprised. Unicorns, though categorized as 4X magical creatures, weren't as easy to handle as trolls. Their gentle nature meant they rarely harmed anyone, even men, preferring to drive them away rather than attack. What could have injured one? A bicorn. Such a cursed creature, feeding on goodness and justice, seemed a likely and capable culprit. Pulling the cloak tighter, Harry soon spotted the first trace of blood. It was silvery white, gleaming like moonlight, splattered messily across the ground. The sacred creature's blood radiated a malice so intense that Harry instinctively kept his distance. Following the trail, he soon heard anguished whinnies, sharp and piercing. Behind a thicket, he found a unicorn with its legs broken, writhing in pain. Its horn glowed with milky white light, bright and dazzling, but its life force was rapidly fading. Before it stood a black-robed wizard, wand raised. Vines were slithering around the unicorn's neck, lifting it off the ground. Harry frowned deeply. There were many ways to kill a unicorn, why use such a cruel method? Raising his wand, Harry aimed at the wizard and incanted, Expulso. The forceful blast spell shot out like an arrow of invisible magic. The black-robed wizard reacted instantly, his left hand flicking to summon an iron shield that absorbed the spell. The vines holding the unicorn, however, remained unaffected. The creature's neck rose higher, and its life force grew weaker. "Who's there?" The wizard's voice was sharp and commanding. He didn't retaliate immediately, conserving his strength for the task at hand. To him, nothing was more important than killing the unicorn. Harry aimed his wand again, this time not at the wizard but at the vines. Diffindo. The vines were severed. The unicorn crashed to the ground, barely alive but still breathing. The failure enraged the wizard. He raised his wand toward the thicket and screamed, "Fiend fire." Black flames roared to life, consuming the thicket in seconds and spreading with terrifying speed. Harry, who had already darted aside, felt his heart race. What kind of flame was this? Its malevolence was so overwhelming that it made him feel sick. The powerful spell took its toll on the wizard. His breathing grew heavier. "You fool!" A second voice rasped, rough and furious. "Forget about the student. Just let me drink the blood." "But, master," the wizard stammered, "it's not dead yet. The curse is potent enough. If Dumbledore shows up, we won't escape. Just a little blood is all I need to regain some strength." The rasping voice made Harry's scar twinge painfully. The wizard hesitated no longer, bending over the unicorn and sinking his teeth into its neck. The sacred creature let out a pitiful whimper, unable to resist as its blood was drained. Fiend fire gathered around the wizard, forming a protective circle. Harry shot 2 dazzling green sparks into the air with his wand. "There he is," the rasping voice growled, now stronger. The wizard directed the fiend fire toward the signal, but it met only empty air. "You idiot. He's using disillusionment charms, potions, or an invisibility cloak," the voice snarled. "You can't see him. You're no match for him." Realizing his mistake, the wizard raised his wand high. Finite incantatum. With a surge of raw magic, the raging flames froze, then gradually died out. The forest fell eerily silent, save for the rustling leaves. Still, no figure appeared. "If you're so incompetent, turn around, fool," the rasping voice spat. Too late. Harry whipped off his cloak, wand aimed at the wizard. But instead of casting a spell, he extended his free hand. Ard. The blast of kinetic energy sent the wizard sprawling, his protective spell shattering like glass. Harry drew his sword and drove it into the man's side. Blood spurted from the wound. He pulled back for a second strike, aiming for the head, intending to end it. The wizard, however, was no mere amateur. With a quick flick of his wand, his robes twisted and stretched into withered, claw-like hands, seizing Harry's wrist and halting the blow. In that moment of hesitation, the wizard's body dissolved into black smoke and vanished into the shadows of the forest. The clawed robes reverted to fabric and fell lifelessly to the ground. He escaped. Harry remained on high alert, crouching with his sword at the ready. He muttered a spell, and the fabric swirled around him, searching the scorched earth. In the distance came heavy footsteps, barking dogs, the sound of hooves, and, most unnervingly, a sudden, powerful surge of magic. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light shot toward Harry. Time seemed to freeze as the killing curse streaked toward him. Prepared, Harry dove to the side. The spell struck the ground, erupting in an explosion that sent soil flying. Bleeding and furious, the enemy wasn't giving up. The noise drew closer, accompanied by Hagrid's voice. "Who's there, Harry?" "Hagrid." Harry called back. "Harry, what are you doing here?" Hagrid asked, his tone stern. "Never mind that. Can you help the unicorn?" Harry gestured to the wounded creature. Hagrid bent down, examining the unicorn's injuries. One look was enough to make him roar in outrage. Who would do such a thing? Just look at these wounds, and its neck. He stopped, staring at the bite marks. Someone's drinking unicorn blood. Hagrid's voice trembled in horror. Harry nodded, still alert. "I saw it with my own eyes. Them, actually." "Who?" "I don't know." Harry shook his head. "We need to tell Dumbledore." Hagrid hoisted the unicorn onto his shoulders. The terrified creature struggled but settled as Hagrid whispered soothingly. "It's okay, baby. Don't be scared. I'm taking you to get help. Trust me, you know me, don't you?" "You know it?" Harry asked. "I've helped their herd before, especially the foals," Hagrid said proudly. The unicorn relaxed as they headed toward the castle. Just as Harry reached for his cloak, another killing curse shot toward him. Avada Kedavra. The green light hurtled forward. "No." Hagrid bellowed. Harry, ever vigilant, rolled to the side, dodging it again. "Unforgivable curses." Hagrid's voice quivered. "Who is it?" "Let's go." Harry urged. Though he had tracked the enemy's foul, blood-soaked scent, now wasn't the time for heroics. At 11 years old, some battles were better left to the grown-ups. The attacker didn't pursue. Harry and Hagrid retreated to the castle, the invisibility cloak concealing them. Only once they were safely inside did they breathe easier. They went straight to the headmaster's office. When the stone gargoyle passed on their message, they were met by Dumbledore in a starry nightgown, holding what looked like a cup of syrup. "Hagrid, Harry," Dumbledore yawned. "Disturbing an old man's sleep isn't very polite. Especially you, Harry. At this hour, you should be in bed." Harry shot back, "And you shouldn't be drinking syrup." Hagrid interrupted nervously, "Professor, you're aware of the unicorn attacks in the Forbidden Forest." "Tonight, I saw Spellfire and hurried over. I found Harry, and a dying unicorn, and a dark wizard who cast the killing curse." "The killing curse?" Dumbledore's expression turned grim. Chapter 29, The Message from the Eagle. Dumbledore turned his gaze to Harry, his expression inquisitive. Harry nodded. It's Quirrel and Voldemort. Hagrid shuddered, his eyes wide with fear. Are you certain? Dumbledore placed his cup down. Harry touched the scar on his forehead. When he cast the killing curse at me, this hurt. I also heard and even saw things. A flash of surprise flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. I heard my parents' voices, saw another killing curse, and a figure with red hair. It must have been what happened that night. Harry continued, his voice steady. I think you know what I'm talking about. Dumbledore offered a comforting explanation. Perhaps the similarity triggered old memories. Dumbledore. Harry interrupted, his tone sharp. We've talked about this twice already, and you're still treating me like a fool. Maybe you should go to the Gryffindor common room and spin some bedtime fairy tales for the kids. You're good at lying to children. I'm not here for nonsense. I need a reason. This is clearly abnormal. Harry had experienced the fleeting moments before death before, during his 7th contract. He had been hired to kill a giant crab spider terrorizing a village, but when it came time to claim his reward, the villagers turned on him. Surrounded by over 20 people, he had been stabbed with a pitchfork in the chaos. That was when he truly understood why Gerald always said, pitchforks are the deadliest weapons. Fortunately, Harry escaped in time. That experience had not only taught him caution but also made him certain of one thing: the fleeting images before death were never as specific as what he had just seen. Dumbledore said nothing. Don't blame the curse. I doubt Voldemort has any love for me. Harry sneered. Dumbledore shook his head. Harry, I have a theory, but it's just a theory. Give me some time to confirm it, will you? Harry didn't press further and changed the topic. What's the significance of unicorn blood? That stuff, it doesn't seem like something a unicorn should have. It's sinister, ominous, and deeply unsettling. Dumbledore explained, unicorn blood is said to have the power to extend life, but only if it's willingly given. If it's taken by force, the blood carries a curse. The drinker will survive in a half-life state, neither truly alive nor truly dead. Voldemort's already half-dead, Harry quipped mockingly. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. There's another, lesser-known property: it can create a temporary body. Harry froze. Of course, it would be a body cursed by dark magic, Dumbledore added. The stronger the curse, the stronger the body? Harry asked. Dumbledore nodded. That's true for dark wizards. Harry understood now why Quirrel had used such a method. He had been torturing the unicorn to extract blood filled with maximum hatred and the deepest curses. So, Voldemort is even weaker than I thought. Harry shook his head, chuckling softly. Headmaster Dumbledore, now seems like the perfect time for you to act. Dumbledore's eyes deepened. Why do you think so? He's weak, isn't he? Harry met his gaze. And you're concerned that Quirrel's control over him might not be complete. During the fight earlier, Voldemort could only mutter away from somewhere else. Don't forget our agreement, Dumbledore reminded him. I've already fought him, Harry replied bluntly. I didn't feel any protective magic shielding me. That's not enough, Harry. He hasn't confronted you directly. Dumbledore shook his head. You'll need to face him again, one last time. Harry sneered. What do you want me to do? Stand still and take his killing curse. That's not what I mean. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. But you truly need to face him one more time, just once. Harry's tone turned cold. As long as you're here, he won't dare steal the Philosopher's Stone. In the Forbidden Forest earlier, when I sent up a signal, he panicked at the thought of you coming after him. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. If I ever need to leave Hogwarts, I'll send you a message through Hedwig. Harry's eyes sharpened. So, no matter what, he was expected to confront that thing. I'm not just Hogwarts headmaster, Dumbledore explained. I'm also Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot and Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. There are many matters that require my attention. Including late-night syrup drinking. Harry asked pointedly. Dumbledore smiled faintly. It's a bedtime treat. Harry stood up. I'll head back now. Wait. Shouldn't you explain why you were in the Forbidden Forest at night? Dumbledore called after him. At the start of term, I specifically said it was forbidden. Without looking back, Harry waved dismissively. I'll report to Professor McGonagall tomorrow for detention. Dock points if you like. The next day, Harry went to Professor McGonagall on his own to accept detention. McGonagall was momentarily stunned. While she welcomed such initiative, no professor would refuse to give extra attention to an excellent student. Her mood soured when she learned it was because Harry had wandered into the Forbidden Forest. She sentenced Harry to 2 months of detention, nearly up to the final exams. McGonagall was deeply troubled. She was growing increasingly fond of the Weasley twins. They caused mischief, yes, but at least it was noticeable. Harry, on the other hand, operated silently, likely stirring up untold chaos behind the scenes. Had he not voluntarily confessed, she might never have found out. With McGonagall assigning him advanced second-year coursework and no leniency in his assignments, Harry's schedule became extremely tight. The younger Gryffindors, however, gazed at McGonagall with newfound affection. Who said their head of house was rigid and stern? She understood them perfectly. Knowing they couldn't all rely on Hermione's essays, she had promptly given them Harry's as well. But this backfired by the second class. Harry's essay included concepts from second-year Transfiguration, and Ron, while copying, failed to notice. Unlike Hermione, who used Harry's essays as reference, Ron carelessly swapped out words he thought fit better. He made errors akin to changing "John performed a graceful double somersault" into "John performed a graceful 17.5-day-long somersault." The Gryffindors quickly learned their lesson. Those with some understanding of the material copied Harry's work, while the less knowledgeable turned to Hermione. Despite his packed schedule, Harry continued his weekly visits to the Forbidden Forest, searching for Bicorn traces. By the time exams approached, his closest find was dried Bicorn dung, at least a month old. He mapped out their activity range. His hypothesis was correct. The Bicorns showed interest in unicorns, often lurking near their territories but occasionally wandering far to hunt other prey. Though he often felt close, the elusive creatures remained out of sight. But Harry didn't worry. Hunting required patience. Final exams left many students frazzled, but Gryffindor performed surprisingly well. While their written tests were a disaster, their practical work earned the professor's praise. By the Black Lake, Hermione pestered Harry endlessly, reviewing answers over and over. "Hermione, the exams are over," Ron groaned, clutching his face. "Spare Harry and me. Let's forget about all this." "This is important," Hermione insisted, hands on her hips. Just then, Hedwig swooped down, landing on Harry's shoulder with a leg extended. A small note was tied to it. Harry untied it and read the neat, swirling handwriting. "Harry, I need to visit London today. I'll return by evening." London. Hermione blinked. "Who's it from?" Harry crumpled the note and stuffed it into his pocket as he stood. "Dumbledore." Hermione stood too. "Why would he tell you that?" "I have an agreement with him," Harry explained as he walked toward the castle. "With Dumbledore here, Quirrel won't dare steal the Philosopher's Stone. Once he leaves, Quirrel will definitely try, and I need to stop him." Hermione and Ron froze, falling 2 steps behind before scrambling to catch up. "Is he mad?" Hermione exclaimed, incredulous. "You're just a first year." "Harry's already graduated, probably as top of the school," Ron muttered. "Even if you were a second year, this shouldn't be your responsibility." Hermione's tone was anxious. "Ron, shut up. I know Harry better than you do." Ron promptly closed his half-open mouth. Harry shook his head. "It does seem absurd, but this was Dumbledore's idea. If the greatest white wizard tells me to trust him, I suppose I should. Can I come with you?" Ron pulled out his wand. Hermione didn't speak, but the anticipation in her eyes was clear. "No," Harry said firmly. Ron looked dejected. "Why not?" "I'm a first year too. Quirrel is possessed by Voldemort." Harry lowered his voice as they entered the castle. "It's too dangerous for you." "Voldemort." The name made Ron shiver and Hermione stumble slightly. "He's insane, absolutely insane," Hermione muttered, shaking her head vehemently. "Sending you against the Dark Lord. What is he thinking?" "I'll explain everything when I'm back." Reaching the Great Hall, Harry stopped and turned to Hermione. "Hermione, go find Professor Snape. Ron, go to Professor McGonagall." He pulled the invisibility cloak from the Sorting Hat and draped it over himself as he headed toward the forbidden 4th-floor corridor. The door, listed among the prohibited areas, was already open. Someone had already gone in. 20 advanced chapters for this fanfic out now at $15. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 30, The Encounter. The footprints near the entrance were faint, dust settling lightly over them. At least 2 hours had passed. Soft music drifted from within. Harry peeked cautiously inside, his gaze sweeping the room. A harp played itself in the corner, while a slumbering 3-headed dog snored along to the melody. The trapdoor on its back had been opened, revealing a passage leading underground. Besides the dog and harp, there was no trace of other magical auras. Harry drew his sword and stepped inside. Reaching the trapdoor, he didn't jump immediately. Instead, he bent down and peered into the dark below. Despite the lack of light, his vision was unhindered. Twisting vines and deep blue tendrils resembling roots greeted him. It was Devil's Snare. Beneath it, there was no other plant life. "So, this is just a cushion." Satisfied, he leaped down. The Devil's Snare immediately coiled around him. With a wave of his hand, he cast an Igni sign. Sparks flew, and the vines recoiled at once, releasing him and letting him drop unceremoniously onto the ground, barely a meter below. He continued forward. A swarm of magical auras buzzed faintly in the air. Harry could see them clearly, keys with wings, flitting about and humming like insects. Near the locked door leading to the next room, a broomstick was propped up. The challenge was obvious. Harry was a skilled flyer, but now wasn't the time for games. Approaching the door, he pointed his wand and cast Alohomora. Nothing happened. A counter-charm had been placed. Open sesame, he tried next. With a bang, the lock exploded, smoke billowing out. Harry pulled the door, still, it refused to budge. The protections were thorough. Harry clicked his tongue in frustration. Placing his hand on the door, he muttered, "Ard." The magical blast sent cracks spidering across the wood. Harry raised his foot and kicked. The door splintered, wood shards flying everywhere. Much faster than playing fetch with a broomstick. The third room was an ornate sight. A massive chessboard filled the chamber, the pieces towering as tall as Harry. Harry groaned. He was good at cards, but chess. Not so much. He circled the board, approaching the door on the other side. He grabbed the handle, but it wouldn't budge. He decided to use the same method as before, preparing an Ard sign to break through. But the moment he cast the spell, the room's magic roared to life, surging chaotically. Crack, crack. The chess pieces animated, brandishing weapons and moving toward Harry. It seemed he would have to play their game after all. Casting a Quen shield around himself, Harry dodged and rolled, darting past the pieces to reach the other side. Swinging his silver sword, he lopped off the bishop's head. These constructs were simple magical automatons. Annoying, but not dangerous. In less than 10 minutes, the room was littered with shattered chess pieces. Harry stood unscathed, barely breaking a sweat. Behind him, the room's magic began to stir again. The fragments of the chess pieces twitched and crawled back together, beginning to reassemble themselves. Within 30 minutes, they'd likely return to their original state. Harry blasted open the next door and moved on. A foul stench hit him as soon as he entered. At the center of the room lay a troll's corpse. Harry approached cautiously, inspecting it. The body was still warm, no more than an hour dead. There were no visible wounds. The killing curse. He sliced off a clump of the troll's coarse hair, ignoring the grumbling protests of the sorting hat as he stuffed it inside. Without delay, he pressed on to the next room. A table awaited him there, bearing 7 bottles of various shapes and sizes. The air around him thrummed with powerful magic, and as soon as he stepped fully inside, the magic was triggered. Black flames erupted along the walls and doorways. Not fiend fire. These flames lacked the curse's corrosive malice, but their heat was intense and deadly. Charging through them, even with a shield, wasn't an option. Approaching the table, Harry found a note beside the potions, written in a familiar scrawl. It was a riddle, unmistakably Snape's handiwork. The man had a knack for creating challenges that were exasperating for fools and vexing for the clever. Also he could deliver his trademark sneer, a brain the size of a troll's. Witchers might favor swords and signs for problem solving, but that didn't mean they lacked intellect. Efficiency was simply a higher priority. Sometimes having a brain didn't mean others did too. Quickly solving the riddle, Harry selected the correct potion and drank it. Passing unharmed through the flames, he entered the final chamber. This room was starkly simple. Empty save for an ornate mirror. In front of it stood his target, gazing greedily at the reflection, his face flushed with a grotesque happiness. He was lost in his delusions. Fool. Someone has entered, a hoarse voice snapped, tinged with urgency. Quirrel whipped around, but saw nothing. Invisibility cloak, it's Potter, the voice hissed again. Quirrel brandished his wand. Hurricane sweep. Harry calmly pulled off the cloak and stuffed it into the sorting hat. Potter, Quirrel drawled, his tone dripping with disdain. I thought it might be someone else. Snape, perhaps, always meddling. Nice to see you again, Harry said, nodding. You're looking well. Has your kidney healed? Quirrel's expression soured instantly. Such a sharp tongue. It seems you always appear where you're least wanted. Is this Dumbledore's backup plan? A first-year student. How insulting. Maybe I didn't need to come at all, Harry shrugged. Looks like you haven't found the Philosopher's Stone yet, and it's been hours. Potter. Quirrel trembled with rage, raising his wand. Perhaps you haven't learned your lesson from our last encounter. Harry sneered. A man who took a sword to the kidneys has no room to talk. Quirrel began to cast a spell, but the hoarse voice interrupted, let me see him. Quirrel froze, his face contorted with fear. No, master, you're not yet strong enough. Do it, the voice barked. I'm not that weak. Reluctantly, Quirrel raised his trembling hands, unwrapping the turban around his head. As the fabric fell, so did the illusion. Harry saw the grotesque truth, a bald head with a face grafted onto the back. Snake-like slits replaced a nose, and cold, red eyes stared back at him. Potter. At last, we meet. Voldemort, Harry muttered, gripping his sword tighter and summoning another Quen shield. You're as ugly as they say. You seem tense, Voldemort sneered. Why? You're the savior, after all, the boy who defeated me, the greatest of all Dark Lords, reducing me to this shadow of myself. He chuckled bitterly. Forced to share a body with my servant. Trapped inside this foul-smelling turban. Harry smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. Explains why you don't have a nose. Quirrel flinched, while Voldemort's face twisted into a hideous snarl. Potter, we can negotiate, he said, his voice laced with a sinister charm. I see ambition in you, despite your placement in Gryffindor. Your eyes, they're as beautiful as my Nagini's, my most prized serpent. Together, we could share the Philosopher's Stone's power. It could even bring your parents back to life. People say these eyes look like a cat's or a lion's, Harry replied coldly. Do you know what they have in common? Voldemort narrowed his gaze. They hunt snakes. The Dark Lord maneuvered Quirrel toward the mirror. Do you know why Dumbledore placed this here? Harry remained silent. It's the mirror of Erist. It reveals one's deepest desires, Voldemort continued. I see myself restored, invincible once more as the greatest Dark Lord. Don't you want to know what you desire most? Harry shook his head. No thanks. Not interested. With a flick of Voldemort's wand, the mirror swung to face Harry. Despite stepping aside, his reflection lingered. It showed Harry pulling a crimson stone from his pocket, which he then tucked away. Reality mirrored the vision. Harry felt a weight in his pocket and knew instantly it was the Philosopher's Stone. His expression darkened. Voldemort's laughter rang out. It's as I thought. Dumbledore underestimated me yet again. Hand over the stone. He raised his wand, and serpents spilled from his robes in an unending tide. Harry responded with an igni sign, flames consuming the snakes, before casting a blue blaze with his wand to obscure their view. The true danger wasn't the snakes. As Harry moved, a serpent morphed into a wall, blocking his path. Shifting direction, he was forced to stop abruptly. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse shot toward him, aimed precisely where he'd intended to retreat. Harry slammed his sword into the ground, propelling himself away just in time. Ard. The magical blast shattered the conjured wall, leaving a clear path. With practiced agility, Harry closed the distance, his sword poised to strike Quirrel down. But. Shathunk. Two sharp sounds echoed. Voldemort smirked, pointing his wand directly at Harry. You're predictable, Potter. I've anticipated this. Goodbye, Potter. Avada. Before he could finish, Harry clenched his fist and swung, landing a solid punch. A searing, blistering sound erupted as Voldemort's face bubbled like molten wax. Harry's scar throbbed painfully. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 31, Joining Forces with Snape. Voldemort and Quirrel's anguished cries mingled as one. That punch didn't just deal physical damage, it struck at their very soul. Harry keenly sensed Voldemort's aura faltering, his magic ebbing and flowing weakly as he struggled to sustain himself. Was this what Dumbledore had been waiting for? Decisive as ever, Harry slapped his palm against Voldemort's slimy face on Quirrel's back. Gripping the greasy back of his head, he muttered, Quirrel, you really should wash your hair, this is disgusting. Hisses. The searing sound of burning flesh echoed loudly. Harry's scar flared in excruciating pain, and flashes of the fateful night returned to his mind. The images became clearer. A man willingly sacrificing himself to block a killing curse, a woman pleading desperately, her red hair disheveled like lifeless autumn willows. He could hear Voldemort's breathing, that maniacal laughter, and the cold utterance of Avada Kedavra. Voldemort's screams echoed louder, his magic faltering beyond repair. The black snake slithered away, and the vines binding Harry's sword hand also unraveled. Freed, Harry shoved his sword back into the sorting hat. Then, with both hands, he pressed them firmly against Voldemort's face. His headache grew worse. Voldemort's screams became even more agonized. Idiot. Fool. Voldemort cursed. Suddenly, Harry felt the heat dissipate from his palms, and the pain in his scar ebbed away. The spell had failed. Harry raised his head. A swirl of black mist rose from Quirrel's head, coalescing into a dark, grotesque face, the sole form of Voldemort himself. Voldemort had abandoned Quirrel's body. Harry shoved Quirrel aside and slammed his palm to the floor, a purple glow flared. It was the Erden sign. What have you done to me? Voldemort's voice quivered in fear. His soul felt sluggish and overly sensitive. Harry swung a slap toward the specter. Hiss. Voldemort let out an agonized shriek, the pain amplified exponentially. Harry drew his silver sword to deliver the killing blow, but Voldemort's mist-like form escaped in the nick of time. The dark soul chanted an incantation, speeding away as black smoke, vanishing into the depths of the room. Dumbledore, stop him. Harry shouted. But no one intervened. He could only watch helplessly as the black mist seeped into the walls and disappeared. The room was left with Quirrel, half-dead, Harry, and the lingering stench of dark magic. Harry pulled out a vial of Dittany and smeared it on the back of Quirrel's head. He didn't know if it would work, but it was the only solution he could think of at the moment. Dumbledore, stop hiding. Harry shouted louder. Quirrel's dying. Moments later, a figure appeared beside the mirror of Ariste. The elderly wizard looked at Harry with a hint of surprise. How did you know I was here? Why didn't you stop Voldemort? Harry spat angrily, glaring at him. Dumbledore shook his head. In his current state, it's better to leave him as a fragmented soul. If we kill him now and he regenerates somewhere else, he might become stronger. That would be disastrous. Or you could try actually killing him for good, Harry retorted, applying another layer of dignity to Quirrel's wounds. Dumbledore shook his head again. I cannot. Harry arched a brow. The greatest white wizard can't finish off a dark wizard who couldn't even beat me. Did Snape fill your head with dung instead of logic? The prophecy says only you can kill him, Dumbledore replied solemnly. Harry frowned. You really believe in prophecy? Dumbledore said nothing. He turned to glance at the mirror of Ariste, and for a fleeting moment, Harry caught a complex expression, nostalgia, regret, and melancholy. He knew that look all too well. Back at Kaer Morhen, Gerald had the same expression whenever he mentioned Triss. Seems like you and some seer had a thing. Harry raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore sighed. Harry, please spare me. Severus has already scolded me more than once, thinking I told you things I didn't. If you dig into my past too, I won't have anyone to take it out on. Harry nodded knowingly. So, she's alive, but you can't see her anymore for some reason. Dumbledore froze for a moment. Let's change the subject, shall we? Harry pulled the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket, holding Gryffindor's sword in the other hand. Let's talk about this instead. What are you doing? Dumbledore asked, puzzled. Harry tossed the stone between his fingers. You don't trust me, Dumbledore. I trust you implicitly, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. You're testing me, or should I say, judging me, Harry continued, stepping closer. Saving Quirrel was just an excuse. You don't care whether he lives or dies. You haven't even looked at him since appearing. Even when I was treating Quirrel, your eyes stayed on me the whole time. Dumbledore didn't step back, instead, he stepped forward. He chose to align with Voldemort, didn't he? You used that as an excuse to refuse my request. Harry ignored him and continued, you wanted me to face Voldemort, not to see how the curse worked. You wanted to know what kind of person I am. Harry paused, then threw the Philosopher's Stone at Dumbledore's head. Just before it hit, the stone stopped midair, suspended. You wanted to know if I, too, would desire the Philosopher's Stone. Harry pressed the sword against Dumbledore's chest. If I'm a kindly, trustworthy person, or secretly ambitious and ruthless. Dumbledore smiled faintly, taking the red stone into his hand. You're certainly not kind, and your tongue rivals Severus's sharpness. This habit of yours, thinking everyone else is an idiot, gets on my nerves, Harry sneered. Did this whole plan start before I even enrolled? What makes you think that? Dumbledore's gaze grew deeper. Voldemort may be damaged, but I'm not stupid, Harry said coldly. Everything was too convenient. If I hadn't noticed all these details and confronted you, I might have just learned from Hagrid about the Gringotts' robbery and the stone. Maybe, even if I didn't ask for my inheritance, you'd have handed me the invisibility cloak. Then you'd nudge me toward Fluffy, hinting that the Philosopher's Stone was there. Then I'd discover Quirrel's plot, try to warn you and McGonagall, only to be dissuaded, leaving me to believe only I could stop him. You're perceptive, but don't you think you're overthinking things? Dumbledore smiled slightly. Harry's expression didn't change. Then explain this. Why use Devil's Snare? I've seen better magical plants in the Forbidden Forest. And why leave antidotes and clues on the table in the previous room? Convincing Snape to set that up must have taken some effort. Don't tell me this was just a creative end-of-term exam. Dumbledore nodded. You're smart and calm, but could you lower the sword? It's rather uncomfortable. Harry sneered but didn't move. Let me explain, Dumbledore spread his hands. You're the boy who lived, the wizarding world's savior, and extraordinarily gifted. I worried you might stray from the right path. After all, the last person I failed to understand brought great tragedy. Voldemort? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Dumbledore nodded, about to say more when the black flames at the door dissipated. A man in black robes stormed in, his gaze sweeping over the scene. He stopped, staring. Potter. And Dumbledore. What kind of farce is this? Granger told me you were going to stop the Dark Lord, something about an agreement with Dumbledore. Harry replied, I stopped him, but Dumbledore let him escape. Dumbledore. Snape growled through clenched teeth, gripping his wand tighter. Has your brain turned to syrup? How could you let him into Hogwarts? Harry interjected, he's been attached to Quirrel's head this whole time. Dumbledore didn't tell you. Ah, I see, Snape sneered. Potter, it seems our beloved headmaster sees me as nothing more than a reckless swordsman like you. Severus, let me explain. Dumbledore began, raising a hand. Harry interrupted. I think it's time Dumbledore learned a lesson. For once, you've had a sensible idea, Snape said coldly. I'm relieved my efforts in teaching you haven't been entirely wasted. Snape flicked his wand. Sectum Sempra. Harry lunged forward, pressing his sword to Dumbledore's chest. Crash. Dumbledore's form dissolved into flames. Harry's sword pierced nothing, and Snape's curse hit empty air. Both attacks hurtled toward the mirror of Eriste. Wait, don't break the mirror. Dumbledore reappeared on the other side, waving his wand. The air filled with heavy tension. Harry and Snape froze. Dumbledore stepped forward and tapped the mirror. It vanished. Another wave of his wand freed Harry and halted Snape's curse mid-flight. The curse struck the wall, leaving a deep gouge. Now, let's continue, Dumbledore said with a serene smile. Harry clicked his tongue in annoyance. Snape sheathed his wand. Professor McGonagall rushed in, flustered, followed by a group of hopping chess pieces. Potter. Are you all right? Weasley told me. She entered and froze at the sight of Snape, Dumbledore, Harry, and the prone Quirrel. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 32, Wash Your Hair, Professor. What happened? Professor McGonagall waved her wand. The chess pieces that seemed to be chasing her instantly froze. Did you beat up Professor Quirrell? Granted, his teaching methods do leave much to be desired, but at least at least go a bit easier on him. Snape sneered, though he restrained himself somewhat out of respect for McGonagall. This isn't a professor, Minerva, dear. He's the Dark Lord's lapdog. Oh, right, the Dark Lord. McGonagall suddenly understood and turned to Harry. Weasley told me you came here to stop him. You're just a first-year student. How could you dare? Harry cut her off. It was Dumbledore's idea. I refused him twice. His gaze wandered to Snape, who looked fierce and as if he wanted nothing more than to hang Harry upside down. The Dark Lord, Harry mused. An interesting title, one carrying a tinge of reverence. Before this, only one other person had referred to Voldemort that way, Ollivander, the Wandmaker. McGonagall's lion-like roar interrupted his thoughts. Albus. How dare you? She shouted angrily. You promised me. You said no one could infiltrate Hogwarts, no one could. Minerva, oh, my dear, Dumbledore said placatingly, raising a hand in a gesture of surrender. Rest assured, I will explain everything. McGonagall, still seething, fidgeted with her wand. Minerva, Severus, Dumbledore said, addressing them, please escort Professor Quirrell to the hospital wing. Our defense against the dark arts professor seems to be in dire straits. McGonagall waved her wand, levitating Quirrell into the air. Minerva isn't one of those clueless Gryffindors, Snape snapped, glaring at Dumbledore. I don't need to accompany her. There are 3 Gryffindors here, Professor Snape, McGonagall retorted sternly. Dumbledore and Harry both turned to look at Snape, whose lips thinned as he averted his gaze. Very well, Severus, you may accompany her, Dumbledore conceded with a nod, waving them on. As they left the room, they parted ways at the corridor's end. The headmaster's office. Dumbledore gestured for Harry to sit. Turning to the wall of portraits, he requested, I need to speak privately with my student. May I trouble you all to leave for a while? The portraits, understanding, promptly departed. Soon, the walls were filled with nothing but blank, empty backdrops. Now we can talk properly. Dumbledore settled into his chair, waving his wand to conjure a glass of milk for Harry and a cup of tea for Snape. Where were we? Dumbledore pondered aloud. Ah, yes, Voldemort. He was once an exceptional student at Hogwarts. I'm not interested in Voldemort's past, Harry interrupted. Please skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Dumbledore's expression grew solemn. I owe you an apology, Harry. Back then, distracted by other matters and my own negligence, I failed to see Voldemort's true nature or guide him properly. That failure contributed to the person he became today. Forgive me for testing you. Sometimes, people hide their true selves well. Like Voldemort. Every professor who taught him thought him charming, charismatic, and destined to become a great minister of magic. Harry thought of Voldemort's current face and scoffed, do you all have a skewed definition of handsome? Or, in your aesthetic, is a lack of a nose considered cool? Dumbledore blinked in surprise, then chuckled. No, he was quite good-looking in his youth, Harry, very much like you. What you see now is the result of his dark magic and self-inflicted transformations. Harry clicked his tongue. In that case, I think you owe me some compensation. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. I'd like to learn 2 spells from you, Harry said. Dumbledore tilted his head in curiosity. A clemency, Harry stated. Dumbledore smiled. Of course. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have insisted on teaching it to you. The Patronus charm, Harry continued. But specifically the corporeal kind, like the one you can summon, a Patronus with a magical creature form. Dumbledore nodded. That's no issue, though you'll first need to master the basic Patronus charm before you can modify it. When can I start lessons? Harry asked. Dumbledore turned to Snape. Severus, I trust you'll be happy to assist me with this. I will not, Snape replied curtly. I can tolerate his idiotic questions in class or after, but that's my limit. Would you enjoy spending extended time with a troll? Harry shook his head. Dumbledore, this is your responsibility. Besides, Professor Snape's hair oil can be rather unbearable. Snape narrowed his eyes, glaring daggers at Harry. Harry remained unfazed. Harry, you've likely realized by now, Dumbledore interjected, steering the conversation elsewhere, that your scar. It's connected to Voldemort somehow, Harry said, nodding. Maybe a fragment of his soul. Remarkable that even in defeat, he managed to leave behind something like that. The spell of love allowed him to harm Voldemort. But why did his scar hurt? Even if the pain was mutual, shouldn't it have been in his hands, not his scar? The only explanation was that the scar wasn't Harry's own, it belonged to Voldemort. Not even skilled sorceresses like Yennefer or Triss had discovered this. Perhaps even Voldemort himself hasn't realized it, Dumbledore mused. Otherwise, with his cunning, he'd have used the scar to manipulate you long ago. Snape's face grew darker and more forbidding. Excellent. Starting next term, you'll come to my office every Wednesday and Saturday to learn occlumency and the Patronus charm properly. Not Wednesday, Harry objected. I've got detention with Professor McGonagall. Snape sneered. Ah, the pride of Gryffindor, still taking delight in breaking school rules, are we? Fine. Thursday and Saturday it is. Dumbledore smiled, satisfied. I knew I could count on you, Severus. Professor Snape's concern for me is truly touching, Harry deadpanned. Shut it, Potter. Snape snapped. If you can't master those 2 spells within a year, I'll make you understand what a troll's rear smells like. Harry smirked. If you like trolls so much, Professor, maybe I should gift you one next Christmas. Planning ahead for your own headstone. Snape countered sarcastically. Dumbledore sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Enough. Keep it civil in my office, please. Fawkes looks positively terrified. Fawkes, nestled comfortably in his perch, appeared perfectly content. Dumbledore waved dismissively. Heaven help me. Let's hope you two don't actually start brawling. He suddenly worried about his decision to entrust Harry to Snape's care. Though he trusted Snape wouldn't physically harm Harry, he wouldn't put it past him to leave the boys face a mess and only fix it after lessons were done. How had Lily and James's son ended up with a tongue as sharp as Snape's? Snape stood. Come along, Potter. To my office. Can't wait to start lecturing me already. Harry asked, rising as well. Don't forget, Snape gritted out. You still have an exam to prepare for. Don't you want your notes? Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 33, Shattered Everywhere. This was Harry's first time entering Snape's office. Located underground, it was dim, gloomy, and filled with the pungent scent of herbs. Rows upon rows of cabinets housed countless glass jars packed with mysterious specimens. But the room bore no signs of personal life, not even a single photograph. Even Professor Bin's office felt more alive than this one. Stop ogling everything with those filthy eyes. Snape barked, pointing his wand at Harry. Potter, I feel it's necessary to remind you. Once you leave here, don't even think about finding Evans, Mrs. Dursley, or digging into my past. Harry chuckled. The professor seems quite invested in Aunt Petunia's life. You even know who she married. I always thought the wizarding and muggle worlds were completely separate. Snape pressed the tip of his wand against Harry's forehead. Remember my words. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. Now, let's begin the test. Snape glanced at the clock on his desk. There are 3 hours until dinner. Brew this potion, and you'll pass. He flicked his wand. A piece of parchment and a quill flew over, scribbling furiously before landing in Harry's hand. Healing potion. Snape had mentioned it in class, it was one of the most important potions in the third-year curriculum. Anyone aspiring to work at St. Mungo's had to master it. Evening primrose, bitter wormwood. Some were common herbs known for their healing properties, but there were also 2 key magical ingredients. Horklump, unicorn horn. The potion wasn't particularly difficult for Harry, if only the precise quantities had been provided. Professor, it seems like the instructions are missing. Harry frowned and started to ask. Snape sneered. Only the most foolish potion makers blindly follow textbook recipes. Every person's magic is unique, and every potion will be, too. I believe I've repeated this in class countless times. Are your ears just funnels that only let things flow out? You have 3 hours, or rather, 2 hours and 50 minutes now. The ingredients are in that cabinet. You may use my cauldron. Harry nodded and got to work. Brewing potions was about using magic to blend and transform the properties of ingredients. Textbook recipes provided standard, fail-safe methods, but they weren't always optimal. Each person's magical signature required subtle adjustments to ingredient quantities. As Snape had said in the very first lesson, this was a delicate art. The first hurdle was selecting the right materials. Snape had deliberately mixed in similar-looking herbs. For instance, among the evening primrose, there were also evening stock plants. They looked nearly identical, the main difference being that primrose petals had a single layer, while evening stock had two. What Harry found disappointing, however, was that Snape hadn't mixed unicorn horns with graphorn horns. Don't they look so similar? Many wizards couldn't tell them apart. Unicorns, as sacred creatures, had horns that symbolized purity. But while they had cleansing properties, they lacked true healing abilities. Horklumps, on the other hand, were almost harmless magical creatures. But they were notoriously difficult to kill. Considered pests akin to garden gnomes by housewives, horklumps were often used in healing potions but could also be a component in herbicides. Their blood, or sap, was toxic, which was why unicorn horns were used to neutralize that toxicity. As Harry pondered these nuances, a clear brewing method formed in his mind. He set to work. 3 hours was a tight deadline. Harry painstakingly adjusted ingredient ratios and monitored reactions until, finally, at the last moment, a cauldron of vibrant red potion was complete. Pouring the liquid into a round-bottomed vial, he placed it on Snape's desk. Cutting it close. Should I feel relieved that you finished on time, or grateful you didn't blow up my cauldron? Snape sneered as he picked up the vial and took a cautious sniff. That much evening primrose. Trying to make your patients bleed out faster. The horklump sap and unicorn horn ratio is barely adequate. At least it won't kill anyone if they drink it. Passable. Slightly better than a troll. Harry nodded. Thanks. Maybe you should try being a bit more straightforward, Professor. Are you giving me advice? Snape narrowed his eyes. Harry shook his head. Just a sincere suggestion. Snape said nothing. Instead, he quickly opened the bottom drawer of his desk. In a flash, he pulled out a notebook and slammed it shut again. But Harry had already caught a glimpse. An old but well-preserved photo was tucked inside. A red-haired, green-eyed girl, around 14 or 15 years old, smiled sweetly. She stood frozen in the photo, while only the wind and clouds moved in the background. Though he'd never seen a woman quite like her, and she bore no resemblance to Aunt Petunia, Harry instantly recognized her. It was his mother. Take it. For the first time, Snape's voice was soft, gentle, even. He placed the notebook on the desk, carefully, as though handling a fragile treasure. This was your mother's first notebook. Study it thoroughly over the summer. Lily Evans was a brilliant witch, exceptionally gifted in potions. Don't disgrace it. Snape's hand lingered on the notebook, slowly retreating, fingertip by fingertip, before he finally pulled away, brushing the cover one last time. Harry hesitated. After a moment, he spoke cautiously, Professor, if you feel like crying, I can borrow a wig from an upperclassman and lend you those sunglasses you gave me. Snape didn't hesitate. His wand was out in an instant. Without a word, magic surged. Harry dodged nimbly, the silent spell brushing his hair before smashing into a glass jar on the shelf behind him. Crash. The jar shattered, its lid clattering to the ground in pieces. Inside was a dull, greenish heart, lifeless but still intact. It rolled out, spilling pungent liquid everywhere. Take the notebook and get out. Snape growled through clenched teeth, slamming the desk. Or I'll make you test that potion on yourself. Harry grabbed the notebook and stashed the healing potion into his hat. Without delay, he turned and left. At the doorway, he paused, sticking his head back in with a serious expression. Professor, I really meant. Another spell shot toward him, embedding itself deep into the door with a resounding thud. Harry fled. Men. Why can't they just be honest with themselves? Gryffindor common room. Ron and Hermione were pacing anxiously, unable to sit still. Even the Weasley twins refrained from teasing them. Each time someone entered, they'd look over, only to sigh heavily when it wasn't Harry, then resume pacing. 1 person. 2. 3. Finally, as the sky darkened, Harry returned. Harry, you're back. Hermione exhaled in relief. You have no idea how worried I was. Professor McGonagall said someone was sent to the infirmary, and I thought it was you. Were you hurt? Harry waved a hand dismissively. I'm fine. Have you eaten yet? No, Ron admitted. He was too anxious to think about food. Harry pulled some muffins and cake from his hat. Brought these from the Great Hall, was planning to have them as a midnight snack. You, stopped to eat before coming back. Hermione gawked, her tone laced with indignation. Did you know how long we've been worried sick? Ron, munching on a muffin, mumbled, you didn't even invite me for dinner. That's your concern. Hermione shot Ron a death glare, but he was too engrossed in his muffin to notice, wishing it had more honey. Snape pulled me aside for an exam, Harry explained innocently. I just happened to arrive at the Great Hall when dinner started, so I ate first. Hermione huffed but nodded, resigning herself to the explanation. As exams ended, the students entered their most relaxed period of the term. Harry, too, found some respite. By day, he pored over his mother's potion notes with Hermione. Her approach to potions was as brilliant as Snape claimed. At night, he donned his invisibility cloak to explore the Forbidden Forest or visit Hagrid, always on the lookout for materials. Despite his efforts, he still hadn't captured the elusive Graphorn by term's end. But the activity range he mapped out was narrowing. By next term, he hoped he'd have what he needed. If only there was a way to get it during the summer. The last day of term. The air was thick with excitement as students prepared for the holidays. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 34, Do You Know Snape? Compared to the joyful excitement of the other young wizards, Hermione was reluctant to part with Harry. Essays, notes. The gap between herself and Harry, the top student of their year, was vast. There were still so many things she hadn't figured out. Once they separated, she would have to muddle through these subjects on her own, with no one to guide her at critical moments. It felt unfair. In the final 2 or 3 days, she couldn't even find time to focus on her books. Hermione had become the busiest person in Gryffindor. Every single first-year Gryffindor had promised to write to her over the summer, begging her to reply. And even some Hufflepuffs, somehow hearing about her, came to ask for her correspondence. Hermione silently scoffed at them. All of them were just after her homework. She saw right through them. The last night of term. The Great Hall was lively, though the Slytherin table felt notably subdued. The hall was decorated in Gryffindor's red and gold colors, and behind the staff table hung an enormous banner of a roaring lion, vivid and lifelike. Professor McGonagall was smiling so much her face felt warm. 7 years. It had been 7 whole years since the House Cup didn't belong to Slytherin. This year, it was Gryffindor's. Third-year Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff had stood out as an exceptional student, much like Harry in first year. Gryffindor, however, boasted not just Harry but also Hermione. Even Ron, who seemed like he was just along for the ride, had managed to rank 5th in their year. The Slytherin era was over. 6th and 7th year Slytherins could no longer rely on classroom points to maintain their dominance. Their advantage was gone. Dumbledore was the last to arrive. As he took his seat, the hall gradually quieted. Even the ever-rowdy Weasley twins fell silent, looking expectantly at him. Another school year has passed, Dumbledore began, standing up and speaking with emotion. Watching you grow and thrive brings me immense joy. A new era has begun, hasn't it? I'm sure you don't want to hear an old man ramble on, so let's get straight to the awarding of the House Cup. With a wave of his wand, golden text appeared in the air. 4th place, Hufflepuff, 352 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw, 426 points. 2nd place, Slytherin, 472 points. 1st place, Gryffindor, 491 points. Harry's nightly escapades, though never caught, had earned him far more points than he had lost. The Hufflepuffs cast envious glances at Harry but soon refocused on their own table, where a brown-haired, bright-eyed young wizard sat proudly. Gryffindor performed outstandingly this year, Dumbledore said with a smile. I can hardly remember the last time Gryffindor lifted the House Cup. But at the very last moment, there are still some points to be awarded. Harry Potter. He corrected an oversight of mine, an old man's mistake, and protected the Philosopher's Stone from Professor Quirrel, or rather, perhaps he shouldn't even be called Professor anymore. From this dark wizard, Harry not only defended the stone but also defeated him. I believe many of you have heard. Quirrel is still lying in the infirmary. For this, I award our brave young lion an additional 50 points. Harry squinted at Dumbledore. The headmaster's enthusiastic words and dramatic gestures, openly elevating Harry's reputation, felt exaggerated. Harry didn't like it. Neither did Snape, who was glaring daggers at Dumbledore, his wand clenched tightly. But few noticed the subtle undertones of Dumbledore's actions. The Gryffindors, in particular, didn't think it was over the top, they loved Dumbledore's words. Led by the Weasley twins, they banged on the table, chanting, Potter. Potter. Students from the other houses turned their heads, especially the 4th years and above. They were stunned. Sure, Potter was said to be outstanding, but, to this degree. Quirrell's teaching of defense against the dark arts had been abysmal, but the older students remembered him in his prime, as the professor of Muggle studies. He had been undeniably talented. Even in his current erratic, unstable state, his magical prowess was undeniable. Could a first-year wizard really rival a top graduate? Even the Hufflepuffs looked a bit grim. 7 years under Slytherin dominance, and now it was Gryffindor's turn. That night, the celebration became Gryffindor's personal carnival. Oliver Wood brought out his entire stash of vodka, only to realize he was missing 2 bottles. Furious, he cornered the Weasley twins and pummeled them. Harry faced off against all the Gryffindors in a drinking contest. He downed 15 bottles of vodka by himself. Drunk and exuberant, Harry dragged everyone to the Black Lake to dance and howl. The merfolk popped their heads out of the water, screeching along, whether they were singing or shouting curses, no one could tell. The witches covered their eyes, unable to bear watching. The end of term. Harry arranged for Professor Flitwick to pick him up in the third week of July. He also had a crucial task before leaving, returning the sorting hat to Dumbledore. Before that, he emptied everything he'd stashed inside, rare magical ingredients from the Forbidden Forest, half a bottle of vodka, essays, books, and even half a leftover muffin. The sorting hat was livid. Good heavens, how much stuff did you cram into me? I'm a hat. Harry calmly organized his belongings. I thought you'd gotten used to it. The sorting hat tilted its pointy tip indignantly. I haven't. I'm just a hat, I can't hit people. Can I take Gryffindor's sword with me? Harry asked. The sorting hat refused outright. No. Harry didn't push the issue. This summer, he would visit the master blacksmith Professor Flitwick had mentioned. The Gryffindor sword was excellent but designed for ordinary humans, it was too short and too light. While it suited him now, as a growing boy, it would eventually become inadequate. The first years, unlike the older students, didn't leave through the main gates. They returned to the train station the same way they'd arrived, by boat across the Black Lake and along the mountain path. As they gazed back at the castle, it felt much more welcoming now. The train whistled as it pulled into London in the evening. Hermione, teary-eyed, grabbed Harry's hand. Promise you'll write to me over the summer. Harry hadn't even responded when Ron chimed in eagerly, I'll write to you, Hermione. If it's not to copy homework, I'll be thrilled, Hermione replied with a stony expression. Ron froze, lowering his head as he muttered, I have brothers. Percy. Even if you ask us, you'll need to use your brain, Fred said, patting Ron's shoulder. And Percy's stricter than Hermione. Percy would never let anyone copy his work, George added. He'd just say. Ron, you should write it yourself. Look at Hermione and Harry, they're so brilliant, Fred said in a mocking, pompous tone. Percy appeared behind them and kicked Fred to the ground. If you're going to badmouth someone, at least check if they're nearby. After bidding farewell to his friends, Harry met Uncle Vernon, who grumbled as he roughly loaded Harry's trunk into the car. I thought you weren't coming back. Vernon snapped. Harry calmly replied, the headmaster insists I spend at least a month at your house every summer. Vernon groaned, slamming the horn. Wonderful. A whole month of living with a freak. On the drive home, Harry suddenly said, Uncle Vernon, have you ever thought about losing some weight? The car screeched to a halt. What are you planning? Vernon asked, pale and sweating. Harry frowned, puzzled by his uncle's terror. I've learned a potion for weight loss. No. Vernon yelled, flooring the gas. I'll never drink your freakish brews. When they reached home, Harry turned to Aunt Petunia. Aunt Petunia, do you know Severus Snape? Hearing the name, Petunia froze, memories flooding back of an afternoon when she was 11 years old. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 35, Closing Thoughts, not a chapter. The first volume has come to an end. At around 100,000 words, the pace of this first arc might feel a little fast to some readers, as some have pointed out. But don't worry, this story won't be rushed to a conclusion. There's plenty left to explore. The first volume's quicker tempo is simply because there wasn't as much to delve into at this stage. Harry, after all, is a seasoned witcher. While his curiosity remains keen, he's no longer the reckless youngster he once was, getting skewered by a pitchfork taught him a thing or two about caution. As a result, certain storylines typical of the first year at Hogwarts didn't naturally develop. Draco Malfoy, for instance, might be a little slow at times, but he's not stupid enough to provoke an opponent so far beyond his reach. In later chapters, this oily-haired young man will get his moment to shine. Similarly, Harry wouldn't bother engaging with the petty provocations of a young wizard. As for Quidditch, Harry didn't join the team in his first year, but don't worry, he absolutely will in later years. That said, I don't plan to focus too much on Quidditch matches in the story. Harry is still Harry, even as he matures and grows. A look back. Now that this volume is done, let me reflect a bit on what worked and what didn't. I'm not entirely satisfied with how it turned out. The pacing on a macro level was fine, everything progressed as planned, but I fumbled some of the smaller beats. For example, the chapter set in Hogsmeade lacked proper build-up. That's on me for changing the direction of the story midstream. The climaxes didn't hit as hard as I wanted. The Forbidden Forest scene was a minor peak, while the confrontation over the Philosopher's Stone should have been the big emotional crescendo, especially when Harry pointed his sword at Dumbledore. That moment should have been an explosion of emotion. I regret not capturing it more powerfully. The writing came across too restrained. I'll need to carefully rethink and design the pacing and emotional arcs for the second volume. On writing quality. I'll admit the prose wasn't as polished as I'd like. It's been a long time since I've written, and I felt a bit rusty at the start. But the groove is slowly coming back. I think the segment covering the potion assessment and Snape's emotional moments was at least passable. In any case, I'm committed to improving as I go. Thank you all for your continued support. Let's keep this journey going. Chapter 36, An Unrecorded Creature. Why are you asking about him? Petunia looked uneasy. Vernon, who had just stepped inside, narrowed his eyes dangerously. Him? A man he had never heard of, yet whose mention made his wife react this way. He's my professor now, Harry said, pushing his luggage aside as he sank into the sofa. He seems to know my mum. Petunia gritted her teeth. They knew each other before she went to that freak school. Ever since she met him, Lily became completely unhinged. Harry raised an eyebrow. Now that's unexpected. Can you tell me more? He asked, settling into his seat. Petunia took a deep breath and sat at the other end of the sofa. Vernon followed her, wrapping a protective arm around her shoulders. Your mother, Lily, was very bright, a natural from the start, she began. Back when we lived in Cokeworth, Snape was a boy from the nearby slums. I still remember, he lived in the most wretched part of Spinner's End. Filthy. Both him and the alley. Harry added, not much has changed. Petunia faltered, pausing briefly before continuing. She started showing strange signs when she was 9, just like you. She could make wilting flowers bloom again, heal an injured bird with a touch. Her eyes briefly flickered with a hint of envy. Then she met Snape. They got along well and eventually went off to that school to become wizards. But when she turned 15, they had a falling out. They stopped speaking entirely, or rather, it was Lily who cut ties with him. I even saw him loitering near our house a few times afterward, lurking like a thief. Harry pieced it together. The photo in Snape's drawer, his mum was 15. The past, what secrets does it hold? Do you know why they fell out? Harry asked. I don't, Petunia replied, but her tone carried a touch of satisfaction. But wasn't it good that Lily kicked that loathsome boy to the curb? You never asked her about Hogwarts? Harry probed. Petunia shook her head. No. But you wanted to be a witch. Why wouldn't you be curious about it? Harry asked, his surprise evident. Petunia's expression turned anxious, and she instinctively glanced at Vernon. How do you know about that? I never told anyone. Dumbledore told me, Harry said. Petunia gritted her teeth. How dare he? Harry sighed. He'd expected Petunia, as Lily's sister, to know more about her, but this revelation only made the picture murkier. Did you have a falling out? Harry asked. Petunia clearly didn't want to answer. Let me guess, Harry began, studying her closely. You wrote a letter to Dumbledore and said some nasty things when my mum found out. Petunia's face paled. And Snape got involved too, didn't he? Harry pressed, raising an eyebrow. Petunia looked at him with a mix of fear and astonishment. Enough. Vernon suddenly stood, placing himself between them. He bellowed at Harry, that's enough, boy. Stop using your freaky mind-reading tricks on us. I'm not using magic, Harry said calmly. We're not allowed to use spells outside of school. Looks like Aunt Petunia and my mum didn't get along as well as I thought, huh? Vernon, however, latched onto something else entirely. He nodded, his face brightening. Aha. No magic outside of school, that's a fine rule. I'd advise against getting any funny ideas, Harry said flatly. Even without magic, I could still handle you. Vernon hesitated, the memory of last year's incident flashing through his mind. He instinctively touched his waist, then grumbled and returned to the sofa, wrapping an arm around Petunia. Realizing Petunia wouldn't offer much more, Harry shifted his impression of his mother. She must have had her fair share of emotional missteps, perhaps she was a bit like Hermione in that way. Thanks for your help, Aunt Petunia, Harry said warmly. To repay you, how about I help Dudley lose some of his fat? Petunia screamed in alarm. What do you mean by that? What are you planning to do to my darling boy? Vernon tried to calm her, patting her back. He means that potion, dear. A potion. You two are hilarious, Harry said, waving his hand dismissively. I've learned how to brew a slimming potion. If you're interested, I can make some for him. Vernon shook his head emphatically. Not a chance. I'm telling you, there's no way, absolutely no way, we'll drink any of that. Before he could finish, Dudley poked his head out from the staircase. Dad, I think I need it. Vernon and Harry both turned to look at him. Dudley took a deep breath and repeated firmly, I really need it. Harry stood, dragging his luggage toward the stairs. Fine, I'll send it as a Christmas present. Why not now? Dudley demanded, sounding almost indignant. Harry shook his head. No magic outside school, dear cousin. I just explained that. Seems your brain isn't much better than a troll's. Dudley pressed his lips together. He no longer dared to boss Harry around and begrudgingly nodded. When they passed each other on the stairs, Harry noticed that he now stood eye to eye with Dudley. Before Hogwarts, Dudley had been taller, but that was no longer the case. Perhaps you have something to say to me? Harry asked, meeting Dudley's gaze. Dudley hesitated, then reluctantly muttered, thank you. You're welcome, dear cousin, Harry replied smoothly. He carried his luggage to his room, spent some time reading, and went to bed. Holidays were far duller than school. Without magic, much of his learning was limited to books, with no practical application. Hermione's letters became his primary source of entertainment, but after just 3 days, they stopped. Days passed without any new correspondence from Hermione, and even Ron didn't reply to Harry's letter. Maybe they were just busy, or forgot to write back. But something felt off. Hedwig was returning far faster than usual, cutting travel time by nearly a third. Can owls go on strike? Harry wondered. Or was someone intercepting his letters? If only I spoke owl, I could just ask Hedwig. Rolling up another parchment, Harry tied it to Hedwig's leg and whispered for her to fly slowly. Then, he donned his invisibility cloak and followed her. Before she even left Privet Drive, Hedwig was intercepted. Pop. A small, elf-like creature appeared out of thin air. With a snap of its fingers, Hedwig froze mid-flight and descended obediently. The creature cautiously untied the letter from her leg, and then, to Harry's utter confusion, began violently slamming its head into the ground. Was this some bizarre form of celebration? Harry whipped off the cloak and grabbed the creature by its head. So, it's you intercepting my letters? The creature turned, horrified. Seeing Harry, it began smashing its head even harder. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Caught by Harry Potter. Your name is Dobby. Harry said, twisting the creature's arms behind its back and lifting it like a captured animal. Enough celebrating. Start talking. Dobby is punishing himself, the creature screeched in its shrill voice. Bad Dobby. Stop. Harry's raised voice drowned out its cries. The creature fell silent, whimpering softly. Why are you intercepting my mail? Harry demanded. Dobby must protect Harry Potter, the creature whimpered. Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts. Harry frowned. This isn't protection. Why are you doing this? There is a plot. A terrible plot. Dobby stammered. Hogwarts will be dangerous this year. What kind of danger? Worse than Voldemort. Dobby shivered violently. No, not him. Not the one who must not be named. Then tell me what it is, Harry coaxed. Dobby shook his head. No. Dobby cannot say. Harry sighed and made a gesture. He had confirmed with Professor Flitwick that the Witcher signs wouldn't trigger the trace. Axii. A soft white glow entered Dobby's head. But before Harry could say a word, the creature shook itself free and wailed, What are you trying to do to Dobby, Harry Potter? Harry's eyes widened in surprise. It wore off that quickly. Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts. Dobby cried. Tell me why, or I'll lop your head off, Harry threatened. Dobby seemed unfazed by the threat. Harry Potter would never do that. He is kind, noble, and... The creature froze mid-sentence. Dobby must leave, it suddenly exclaimed. Dobby's master is calling. With another sharp pop, Dobby vanished. Harry stared at his empty hands. Just like that, it was gone. What kind of creature was that? Harry couldn't recall reading about anything like it in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them or any of his other books. Small, weak in appearance, with barely detectable magic, but capable of such incredible feats. Wandless, wordless magic, even most Hogwarts professors can't do that. Cradling a dazed Hedwig in his arms, Harry felt the weight of unease settle over him as he made his way back home. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 38, Come Out, I Won't Trick You. Why did you cast a spell outside school? Asked Peasgood, his voice as tired as his face. And cause such a big mess too. He glanced around the alley. Dozens of overturned garbage cans littered the area, their contents strewn everywhere. Gryffindor, huh? He added, almost rhetorically. Harry nodded. Yes, I'm from Gryffindor. But I didn't cast the spell, it was a house elf. A house elf? Peasgood's tone was flat, betraying disbelief. Don't lie to me. House elves are docile creatures. They don't pull stunts like this. Harry drew his wand. You could use the prior incantato spell to verify. Peasgood waved it off and instead cast a muggle-repelling charm. No need. That would just complicate things. Before I clean up, you need to tell me, did any muggles see this? Be honest, kid. Harry shook his head. No, none. Really? Peasgood's skepticism lingered. Harry sighed, nodding again. Truly, no one. Good. Peasgood muttered under his breath, please don't lie to me. If a muggle saw this and I had to erase their memory, it'd be a nightmare. I've been working overtime for 3 straight weeks, I really don't want to stretch it to a month. Harry seized the chance. Can I ask you for a favor? Peasgood, already exasperated, waved his wand lazily. What, you want me to take you home? You can just help me send a letter to Professor Flitwick at Hogwarts, Harry interrupted. Tell him Harry Potter is waiting for him at the Leaky Cauldron. Peasgood paused mid-complaint and stared at Harry, his fatigue giving way to incredulity. Harry Potter? The Harry Potter. Harry nodded. Peasgood's eyes widened, his hand instinctively moving to touch his own forehead. You're really him. I think asking for Flitwick proves my identity well enough, Harry replied, sliding the knife at his waist back into place. So, it really wasn't you who cast the spell. It was a house elf. Peasgood's tone softened, edging toward belief. Please just send the letter, Harry urged. Peasgood swiftly cleaned the alley with nonverbal cleaning and levitation spells, leaving it spotless in under 10 minutes. Harry doubted it had ever been this clean before. Once the area was tidied, the two headed to the leaky cauldron. Using the bar's owl, they sent a letter to Flitwick. Less than an hour later, the flames in the bar's fireplace turned green, and Flitwick emerged in a hurry. Harry. His sharp eyes found Harry at the bar, sipping whiskey. He quickly approached. What's wrong? Why did you need someone else to contact me? Peasgood, slightly tipsy by now, stumbled over, belching loudly. My dear Professor Flitwick, long time no see. Yes, it's been, how many years since you graduated? Flitwick replied absently. Peasgood belched again. You're still so short. I thought you might have grown a bit by now. Harry winced slightly. Flitwick gritted his teeth and waved his wand. Silencio. Peasgood's mouth kept moving, but no sound came out. Good, now the drunk can stay quiet. Flitwick climbed onto the stool next to Harry. Now, let's talk. Why did you have someone else send me a letter? I've been targeted by a house elf, Harry said, lowering his voice. Flitwick's eyes widened in surprise. From the Malfoy family, Harry continued. Flitwick frowned. The Malfoys may not be good people, but they wouldn't do something so foolish. It's the house elf acting on its own, Harry clarified. Flitwick was even more astonished. Without its master's orders. House elves rarely act independently. Harry took another sip. I'm not sure what's going on, but it intercepted my mail and warned me not to return to Hogwarts next term. It also claimed the Malfoys are planning something that could endanger the entire school. Flitwick's frown deepened into a scowl. I'll report this to Dumbledore immediately. No rush, Harry said, grabbing his arm. First, Professor, help me capture that house elf. I've had enough of its antics. It uses some peculiar magic to vanish instantly. Ah, that's apparition, Flitwick interrupted. It's a highly convenient but dangerous spell. Only wizards aged 17 or older are allowed to learn it. House elves are natural masters of apparition, he added. Is there a way to catch it? Harry asked, brow furrowing. Of course. Every spell has a counterspell, Flitwick said, nodding. But I should warn you, standard anti-apparition charms don't work on them. After all, ever since house elves became servants, wizards have ensured their magic couldn't be countered easily, better service that way. If you'd like, I can teach you the spell later. Let's do it tonight, Harry said, draining his drink. But Professor, you might need to hide. Should I lend you my invisibility cloak? The one from the Potter family? Flitwick arched a brow. No need. My disillusionment charm is more than sufficient. That evening on Privet Drive, Harry released Hedwig. 10 minutes passed, and she didn't return. It seemed Dobby hadn't intercepted her this time. Had it given up? Perhaps it thought Harry had been expelled after the Ministry's warning. That wouldn't do. Dobby. Harry called out into the quiet street. I know you're listening. The Ministry only gave me a warning, they haven't expelled me. No response. Harry persisted. Come out, Dobby. I promise, if you come out, I won't go to Hogwarts. Still no response. Feeling increasingly foolish, Harry wondered if he should just send a letter to the Malfoys instead. Then, with a sharp pop, Dobby appeared before him, eyes wide with hope. Harry Potter has finally understood. Dobby is only trying to protect Harry Potter. It didn't get to finish. Flitwick leapt from the shadows, wand raised. Incarcerus. Magic surged, the air thickening as if turned to gel. Dobby snapped its fingers but couldn't apparate away. It froze, eyes wide with terror, shrieking, Harry Potter lied to Dobby. Both Harry and Flitwick remained stone-faced. With another flick of his wand, Flitwick summoned ropes that bound Dobby tightly and sealed its magic. I'd love to cut its head off, Harry muttered, exhaling heavily. Flitwick said nothing. But handing it over to Dumbledore is the better option, Harry continued, glaring at Dobby. I'm sure he'll get plenty of answers out of it. Whatever crisis threatened Hogwarts, it was likely aimed at him. Dumbledore would find out, and after that, Harry could deal with the elf however he pleased. House elf contracts are tricky, Flitwick said, scratching his head. But Dumbledore's an excellent legilimens. And if that doesn't work, Snape's Veritaserum will. Pausing, he glanced at Harry. Don't want to vent your frustrations first? Harry shook his head. I might kill it if I start. Very well. I'll take it to Dumbledore now, Flitwick said, dispelling the thickened air. See you in 2 weeks, Harry. With a pop, Flitwick and Dobby vanished. Back in his room, Hedwig finally returned with a letter from Hermione. Harry. Thank goodness you finally wrote back. But why did you send me a blank page? Did I upset you somehow? Harry quickly penned a reply, explaining everything about the house elf. Hedwig spent the rest of the night flying back and forth, making 8 trips in total. By dawn, she was exhausted, pecking Harry angrily before flapping into Petunia's kitchen to beg for proper food. The next 2 weeks passed peacefully, free from Dobby's interference. On the morning of the 3rd week in July, Flitwick arrived at the Dursleys' doorstep. Harry, I'm here to pick you up, he said, stepping past a bewildered Dudley. Vernon grumbled, thank heavens the freak is finally leaving. As Harry gathered his things, he asked Flitwick, Professor, did you get anything out of Dobby? Of course, Flitwick said with a nod. Dumbledore's legitimacy is top-notch. Turns out, old Malfoy wants to sneak one of Voldemort's dark artifacts into Hogwarts. It could have caused a major disaster. Don't worry. The professors will inspect everything at the station. No dark artifacts will get through, and everyone, Slytherins and Gryffindors alike, will need to behave. Professor, Harry said, raising an eyebrow, I've been meaning to ask, why do you call Voldemort the Dark Lord? Aren't you braver than your height suggests? Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 39, The Old Goblin. Flitwick's expression turned uneasy. He raised his hand, hesitated, then gritted his teeth and said, crouch down. Harry obediently crouched, and Flitwick continued, patting his shoulder. The Dark Lord's name carries magic, very powerful magic. Whoever utters it becomes known to him. He can locate them instantly and come to kill the one who dared speak his name. But he's dead now, Harry said with a shrug. Or at least we can consider him dead. Flitwick shook his head. If it were only that simple. In reality, his name is also a curse. Only those who truly do not fear him are unaffected and can say his name freely. But those who fear him will only fear him more, and this fear will give him strength, making him even more powerful. Harry nodded, understanding. So, the curse hasn't been lifted yet. It hasn't, Flitwick replied with a troubled look. For a long time, I doubted he was truly gone. Recently, Dumbledore confirmed my fears, he's not dead. No wonder even Muggle-born wizards followed suit, calling him he who must not be named. Fear breeds fear. Enough unpleasant topics, Flitwick said, clearing his throat. It's time for us to leave. Apparition. Harry asked, his tone filled with anticipation. Flitwick shook his head. No, you're still too young. We'll use a safer method. He raised his wand. Harry looked up, sensing an unusual energy gathering in the distance. The magic felt lively, coalescing in the air. With a deafening bang, a blinding light flared, and a garish triple-decker purple bus screeched to a halt before them. In gold script, the windshield read the night bus. A man in a purple uniform leapt out, reciting theatrically, Welcome to the night bus, providing emergency transportation for witches and wizards in need. Just raise your wand, and we'll take you wherever you want to go. We're going to Godric's Hollow, Flitwick said, flicking his wand to produce 2 galleons, which flew into the man's hand. 2 tickets, just beds will do. How about some chocolate? Only 3 sickles more, the conductor offered enthusiastically. And for just 1 sickle extra, you can get a hot water bottle and a toothbrush. No, thank you, Flitwick declined. The conductor sighed, handed back 12 sickles and change, and ushered them aboard. The bus's interior was much larger than it appeared from the outside, with 6 or 7 beds scattered about. Apart from them, only 1 other passenger was present. New passengers, the conductor announced proudly to the driver. Flitwick, the Hogwarts professor, and his little wizard. Harry had a bad feeling about this. They took seats on 2 adjacent beds. Let's go, the conductor shouted cheerfully. Bang. The night bus rocketed forward like a rabbit, bouncing and hurtling at breakneck speed. Harry barely managed to keep his balance, while Flitwick rolled across his bed twice. This bus is ridiculously fast, Harry muttered, his face pale. His enhanced Witcher senses caught every sight and sound, but the overwhelming input was useless, bombarding his brain like a torrent. The constant jerking of the bus only made it worse. Flitwick, however, seemed to enjoy the ride, rolling with the movements of the bed. Relax, Harry. There's no need to be so tense. The night bus always rides like this. Half an hour later, the conductor shook the other passenger awake. Elgin. The passenger stumbled toward the exit but collapsed onto his trunk. The conductor unceremoniously tossed him off the bus. Another half hour passed. The conductor turned to Harry and Flitwick with a smile. Godric's Hollow. Harry exhaled deeply as he stood. The conductor gave him a curious look. Incredible. You're the first young wizard I've seen remain so calm after a ride on the night bus. Ever considered joining us after graduation? We're official employees of the ministry, you know. Harry shook his head. No thanks, but I do have a question. Of course. You claim the night bus can go anywhere, correct? Absolutely, the conductor said with pride. Anywhere on land. Really? Harry asked, his tone deadpan. Then I'll pay you a galleon, heck, even 10, to take me to the vaults at Gringotts. Preferably the richest one. The conductor froze. The driver turned, muttering, no can do. We're not allowed to break the law. Then change your slogan, gentlemen, Harry said, levitating his luggage with a flick of his wand. With Flitwick present, he could cast spells freely. The conductor nodded awkwardly. You're right, that's probably a good idea. After stepping off the bus, Flitwick suggested, how about a quick break? There's a wizard pub nearby. Harry nodded. I'd appreciate that. The night bus had left him rattled. He'd rather endure 10 Witcher portals than another ride on that thing. Flitwick led him to a bar's back door, tapped it with his wand, and pushed it open. The scene was familiar, much like the leaky cauldron, it was grubby but filled with wizards. Some wizards enjoy mingling with muggles, but most prefer staying in our own world, Flitwick explained. Care for a drink? Butterbeer. A whiskey, please, Harry replied. Flitwick shouted to the bartender, 2 whiskeys. What's next on your agenda? He asked. Dumbledore suggested you visit your home, you know where I mean, Flitwick continued. Or perhaps explore Godric's Hollow. It's the most famous mixed community of wizards and muggles. Or should we go straight to the blacksmith? Harry thought for a moment. Let's go to the blacksmith first. I'll visit home once everything else is done. After 2 drinks, Flitwick regained his composure. They left the bar, passed through a long alley, and entered an underground passage. Deep within, they reached a cave-like door. Flitwick knocked, and an old goblin opened it. When the goblin saw Flitwick, its sharp eyes glinted. Flitwick, the greatest human dueling champion. What a rare guest. I thought you'd never step into such dirty, stinking undergrounds again. Flitwick retorted, Ragnarok, I'm here because of the letter. My best student needs a blacksmith, and that brought me to you. Harry Potter, the goblin said, looking up with greedy eyes. I hear you're the heir of Gryffindor. Do you have the sword he stole from us? I haven't inherited anything yet, Harry replied coolly. The goblin rubbed its hands together. If you return the sword, I'll craft whatever you desire. Flitwick bristled, nearly leaping. That sword belongs to Gryffindor. When was it ever yours? My ancestor forged it, Ragnarok declared. What goblins create belongs to goblins. Gryffindor kept it after death, that thieving, despicable human. Harry raised his wand, pointing it at the goblin's head. Perhaps a few spells will clear your mind and make you more cooperative. Ragnarok stiffened. I want a skilled blacksmith, Harry said softly. But don't try to use this as leverage. I've just had a miserable ride on a lunatic bus, so I'm in no mood for games. Ragnarok spat, grumbling, wizards are always so ruthless. Fine, fine. What kind of armor do you want? Harry flicked his wand, opening his luggage. A bundle containing troll hide floated out, landing before Ragnarok. Troll leather, for a set of armor. Terrible material, Ragnarok muttered. Why not use dragon hide? That's premium quality. I'm still growing, Harry said flatly. You know how expensive dragon hide is. I don't need something I'll outgrow in a year or 2. Fine, troll leather will do, the goblin relented. Now let's talk price. He hesitated before adding, you'll need to provide a forge. Harry raised a brow. You're a blacksmith without a forge? What a ridiculous question, Ragnarok said, clicking his tongue. Everything belongs to you wizards. We goblins are lucky to have a hole to live in. Flitwick offered, I could enchant. No, I need a real forge, Ragnarok insisted firmly. That's my condition. I'll even lower my fee if you provide it. Flitwick frowned, as did Harry. Ragnarok turned to Harry. You'll grow, young wizard. The sword of Gryffindor is barely a meter long. You'll need a longer sword someday, won't you? Providing a forge benefits both of us. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 40, I'm your grandfather. Ragnarok. That name sounds familiar, Harry said, gazing down at the goblin. Maybe one of your classmates has the same name, the old goblin sneered. Harry shook his head. No, your ancestor, Ragnarok, also bore that name, the Goblin King. The goblin's face stiffened. Ah, remarkable. A young wizard actually bothering to study such dry magical history. Even many goblins have forgotten it. Isn't that right, Flitwick? Flitwick raised his wand, a warning gleam in his eye. See this wand in my hand. Remember it. Let me make this simple, Harry said. The magical furnace spell will last until my school term begins, about 6 weeks. Impossible, the goblin snapped. I require a real forge, not some conjured. To outfit your followers with weapons and armor and launch an uprising against wizards. Harry interrupted, a cold smirk on his face. The goblin's expression turned fearful. Harry jabbed the goblin's forehead with his wand, making its wrinkled skin ripple. We can make this a business transaction, but don't think you can make outrageous demands. Maybe I should report you to the Ministry of Magic as a self-proclaimed Goblin King. I'm sure I can find another blacksmith willing to cooperate. Do you understand me? The goblin muttered curses under his breath. You deceitful, filthy little wizard. I'm not self-proclaimed. My blood is royal, it spat. 6 weeks is enough for you to craft a few pitchforks, Harry pressed, his wand jabbing harder. That's my bottom line. The goblin gritted its teeth but eventually nodded. Fine. 6 weeks. It will be at Professor Flitwick's house, Harry added. The goblin's eyes widened in fury. I already know what you're planning, so there's no need for subterfuge, Harry said, rapping the goblin on the head. I trust you more under close watch. The goblin sneered, you sly little devil. You belong in Slytherin, not Gryffindor. Should I kidnap you and use the Imperius Curse instead? Harry retorted, withdrawing his wand. You've been underground too long. Has your brain gone soft? The goblin spat on the ground, scooping up the troll hide to examine it. This leather is well skinned and properly treated. It must have cost you a fortune. Harry crossed his arms. I'm beginning to doubt your eyesight. If you'd noticed the sword marks, you'd realize I hunted this myself. You're insulting me. A first-year wizard, the goblin exploded with rage. Flitwick cut in cheerfully. Oh, it's true. He defeated a troll all on his own, excellent transfiguration and swordsmanship. Minerva couldn't stop bragging about it. She said Harry is Gryffindor reborn. Professor McGonagall put me in detention for a month. She didn't exactly praise me, Harry replied flatly. Flitwick chuckled. That's Minerva for you. Stern with students but a proud Gryffindor through and through. What other materials will you need? Harry asked. The goblin gently stroked the leather. What kind of armor do you want? Just something that retains the troll's resistance to magic, Harry replied simply. The goblin muttered, then you should have gone to an apprentice, not me. As you wish. Harry snatched back the troll hide. The goblin froze, flustered. No, you can't do that. An apprentice's work can't compare to mine. Even a simple leather armor from them is leagues apart from a master's craftsmanship. Then speak more plainly, Harry said, tossing the leather back. I dislike roundabout nonsense, whether from wizards or goblins. The goblin clutched the leather tightly. I'll need some magic dust, 10 pounds of silver and iron, and maybe some unicorn hair. Harry raised his wand to the goblin's forehead again. Do you think I'm a troll? Did you mistake this leather for my shed skin? 10 pounds. Are you making me a suit of plate armor? Be honest. The goblin flinched. 5 pounds. Harry's eyes narrowed. Fine. 2 pounds, just 2 pounds, the goblin relented hurriedly. Half a pound, Harry said, lowering his wand. I'll grind the iron and silver myself into powder. The goblin clenched its fists. Curse you. How do you even know how it's used? Sorry to disappoint you, Harry said with a smirk, but I'm no fool. Then I'll demand 100 galleons for labor, the goblin snarled. I'm already providing the furnace, Harry replied without hesitation. That's only for 6 weeks, the goblin argued. And that's more than enough, isn't it? Harry countered, adding coolly, I recall the last goblin rebellion was just a century ago. It's been at least 100 years since you last worked a forge, hasn't it? Greedy, stingy, cunning, the goblin fumed. You're no Gryffindor. Filthy little wizard. Giving me a measly 6-week furnace and nothing else. Ignoring the ranting goblin, Harry turned to Flitwick. Professor, I'll have to trouble you for the rest. It's no trouble, Flitwick assured him. My home is well suited for goblins. The goblin halted at the cave's entrance, shielding its eyes from the sunlight. It stumbled briefly before steadying itself. The air here is so much better than underground, Harry remarked, taking a deep breath. And the tunnels are too cramped. If I were any taller, I'd have to hunch. The goblin snorted disdainfully. Flitwick's home, on the southeastern edge of Godric's Hollow, was slightly larger than its neighbors. I suppose my yard will have to make do for now, Flitwick said, casting concealment charms and clearing the trees and shrubs. Ragnarok, what kind of furnace do you want? Despite its grumbling, the goblin's expertise shone through. Under its direction, Flitwick quickly constructed a functional furnace. This will suffice, Ragnarok said after a critical inspection. It's far inferior to my old setup, but adequate for a simple apprentice's. It paused. I mean, a simple leather armor. Flitwick muttered to Harry, I'd love to hit it with a silencing charm. I had no idea it could be this annoying. Well, it hasn't seen sunlight in decades, Harry replied. Thank you for handling this. It's no trouble at all, Flitwick said, waving him off. I've known Ragnarok for decades. It's the most stubborn goblin I've ever met. According to it, the goblins at Gringotts are all traitors who've sold out to wizards. Letting it see how much the world has changed will do it good. Now, what's next? Flitwick asked. Explore Godric's Hollow or visit your home. Harry took a deep breath, gripping his wand tightly. Let's go home. The road to the outskirts of the village led to a dilapidated house, overgrown with weeds and desolate in its decay. Half the structure remained intact. This is your home, Flitwick said softly. It may look abandoned, but Dumbledore has house elves clean it every year. Harry nodded, stepping toward the door. As he reached for the handle, a faint surge of magic rose. Harry instinctively stepped back, drawing both his wand and knife. But it wasn't a trap. A wooden plaque emerged from the overgrown grass, rising to display golden letters that formed a memorial inscription. James, Lily, and Harry. Dumbledore set this up, Flitwick explained quietly. Lily and James deserve to be remembered. Harry scoffed. His brain's getting more troll-like by the day. Being remembered doesn't require this kind of display. He left the plaque untouched and opened the door. Flitwick followed him inside. The furniture was spotless, the house pristine, yet it lacked any trace of life. Even the smallest sensations of living things were absent. Everything was preserved perfectly. As Harry took a few steps inside, a voice suddenly called out. James? Is that you, James? Harry turned toward the sound. It came from a painting. The man in the portrait bore a striking resemblance to what Harry imagined he might look like in his 30s. His features were rougher, and he wore wizarding robes. A glowing potion sat on the table beside him. No, you're not James. You're Harry. The voice trembled slightly. It's me, Harry confirmed. The portrait's expression softened. Come closer, let me see you. You look so much like James, but your eyes, they're amber. Oh, why do your eyes look like a lion's? Didn't Dumbledore tell you? Harry replied. He believes my eyes changed because of the Potter lineage. And you are? I'm your grandfather, Flemmont Potter, the portrait introduced itself. Hello. Harry hesitated, unsure how to respond. Flemmont frowned in the painting. Dumbledore didn't tell me about your eyes. That's peculiar. I've never heard of a Potter with such eyes. You should check the family library. It's still intact, thankfully, the accident spared it. It's a place only Potters can enter. Dumbledore asked to see it many times, but I always refused. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 41, Am I Seeing Things? I re-uploaded about 5 chapters as I forgot to put them under Volume 2. Dumbledore. Why would he want access to this library? Harry asked, surprised. Surely Hogwarts has far more books than this. Flemmont's expression darkened as though smudged with soot. Oh, it does. The Potter family library cannot compare to Hogwarts in size. But, my dear grandson, every family has its secrets. Harry nodded. Like the invisibility cloak. Flemmont raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Yes, like the invisibility cloak. Is it special? Harry pressed. Flemmont's chest swelled with pride. Of course. It's one of a kind. I can tell you're curious, but I'd rather you discover its secrets bit by bit. When James uncovered the truth about it, his reaction was priceless. Harry's heart clenched. Too bad he can't see my reaction. He looked around the house. As a witcher, his senses were sharp. Too clean. There were no signs of life, no lingering traces of anyone who had lived here, not even something as small as a footprint. Flemmont fell silent for a long moment before speaking softly. All right, my boy, go on and see what the Potters have left you. It's worth more than all the gold in Gringotts. He paused before asking, will you return to live here one day? Or do you have a new home? Harry nodded slowly. My mother cast a protective charm for me. Until I come of age, I have to stay with Aunt Petunia for at least a month every year. But only a month, he added. Flemmont broke into a wide grin. That's excellent news. Later, I'll summon Euphemia. Her portrait isn't here right now. Grandmother. Harry forced a faint smile and headed further into the house. Flitwick didn't follow, instead staying back to chat with Flemmont. They seemed to know each other well. The Potter family's library was more extensive than Harry had imagined. An entire room, lined with over 1,000 books. Some of them, like powerful potions, which Harry had once risked sneaking out of the restricted section at Hogwarts, were casually shelved here. Transfiguration, Defense Against the Dark Arts, and potions dominated the collection. Harry selected 2 books to take with him, Powerful Potions and White Magic, Holding Onto Your Faith. Some of the books were too advanced for him, while others he had already seen at Hogwarts. When he exited the library, he was greeted by his grandmother, Euphemia Potter. Unlike the youthful Flemmont, Euphemia's portrait captured her as an elderly woman, with a warm and kind expression. They talked at length about James, his first time bringing Lily home, his school days, and even Harry's infancy. Though by then, they had already become mere portraits. It wasn't until late at night that Harry reluctantly left. How do you feel? Flitwick asked softly, patting Harry's leg. Harry replied quietly, I feel like they're hiding something. Flitwick froze mid-step. What do you mean? Harry continued, they're hiding the existence of one or two people. Were they friends of my father? Flitwick's expression grew uneasy. So you know about it, too, Harry said, turning to look at him. Flitwick scratched his head. Harry, you're too perceptive for your own good. You shouldn't know about this, at least, not yet. Understood, Harry said with a nod. Flitwick blinked, startled. Wait, that's it. You're agreeing to drop it just like that? Harry shook his head. I've already guessed. One or two of my father's close friends betrayed him. Flitwick hesitated, clearly torn. They're still alive, aren't they? Harry continued, lifting his gaze to the moon. Are they powerful? Flitwick pressed his lips together before nodding. He's a very powerful wizard, someone who could duel Snape evenly. But he's not in good shape. You're waiting for him to die. Harry clenched his fists, though his tone remained soft. I hope he holds on for a few more years. Flitwick stiffened. Until I'm strong enough to defeat Professor Snape, Harry said slowly. Then I'll heal his wounds, or illness, and dress him in the finest robes. I'll give him a dignified death. Flitwick was momentarily stunned before stepping forward to pat Harry's shoulder. Harry, for the next month and a half, I'll teach you how to duel. Dumbledore requested it, but truthfully, I'd already planned to do so. Thank you, Professor. Harry kept his gaze on the sky. People often said witchers were emotionless monsters. But how could he suddenly remember all those grieving parents he had encountered in Velan and Novigrad, their lives shattered by monsters? How could he see everything clearly in the darkness, yet now the moon seemed blurred? How could he trek across mountains and rivers without tiring, yet the walk back to Flitwick's house felt endless and exhausting? Harry eventually returned to Flitwick's home. After a shower, he sat with powerful potions, flipping through its pages distractedly. Sleep eluded him, so he spent another night exchanging letters with Hermione via owl. The next morning, Harry ran 2 laps around Godric's Hollow before preparing breakfast. Flitwick eventually appeared, bleary-eyed, looking sheepish. Harry, I didn't expect you to be up so early. I thought all young wizards loved to sleep in, the old professor said, his face reddening at the thought of a 12-year-old making breakfast for him. Thank you for this. No trouble at all, Professor, Harry replied earnestly. After breakfast, Flitwick led him outside the village. I won't be teaching you spells today, I'll be teaching you how to duel. You might not know this, but in my youth. You were a dueling champion, Harry interrupted with a grin. I know, Professor. You've mentioned it at least 5 times in class. Flitwick cleared his throat, embarrassed. Yes, well. I've got a lot of experience in dueling. Harry, you're very talented, you killed a troll in your first year, after all. But dueling another wizard is far more complex. Enough talk. Dueling isn't theoretical, it's practical. Let's spar so I can gauge your abilities. Harry glanced at his right hand. But Professor, you know I'm better with a sword. With a wave of his wand, Flitwick transfigured a rock into a sword resembling the sword of Gryffindor. It floated into Harry's hand. Don't worry, I won't dispel it during our duel. Harry gripped the sword tightly and nodded. Professor, I'm coming. He flicked his wand. The stones on the ground twisted and reshaped themselves into bizarre, crawling creatures that scuttled toward Flitwick. Transfiguration, a favorite of Minerva's best student. Flitwick waved his wand wordlessly, causing the stone creatures to levitate. Effective against average wizards, but useless against powerful ones. In fact, they become weapons for your opponent. Like this. With a flick of his wand, the stones hurtled toward Harry. Harry dashed forward, anticipating this move. Ard. The telekinetic blast sent the stones flying back toward Flitwick at an even greater speed. Group repelling charm. Impressive, Flitwick remarked, surprised. To this degree. Truly remarkable. He waved his wand again. Boom. The stones shattered mid-air into dust. Now we're in my element. Harry closed the distance swiftly, slashing his sword with full force. No, not yet. Flitwick didn't move. A massive hand formed from the dust, seizing Harry by the collar and yanking him backward. Harry cast a spell, summoning blue flames, not toward Flitwick, but at the hand restraining him. Petrificus Totalis. Flitwick incanted aloud for the first time. A jet of magic shot toward Harry. Quen. Harry raised his hand, summoning a golden shield. Though it shattered under the spell's force, it blocked what would have ended the duel. A shield spell like Protego. Flitwick mused, intrigued. Another surprise. But it's not enough. The blue flames reduced the giant hand to ash. Good instincts, Flitwick praised. Using your magic to disrupt mine. Harry exhaled sharply. Wizards are such troublesome opponents. He raised his hand again. Igni. A fiery serpent surged forth, but Flitwick countered with a stream of water. The two collided, filling the air with steam. Harry seized the opportunity to strike again. Thunk. His sword hit something, but not a person. Your intentions are too predictable, Flitwick's voice echoed through the mist. A breeze cleared the steam. The sword had struck a rock. Another flick of Flitwick's wand shrank the rock, dropping it to the ground. The duel is over, Harry. Harry was partially submerged in a muddy pit, with Flitwick's wand trained on him. Professor, you're much stronger than I expected, Harry admitted with a sigh. Flitwick levitated Harry out of the mud and restored the ground beneath them. No, Harry, you're already very strong. Most fifth years wouldn't stand a chance against you. Even some sixth years would struggle. And you're only 12. If you maintain this level at 17, I'd have a hard time against you myself. Harry's greatest weakness was his body. At 12, no matter how skilled he was with a sword, his young frame could only do so much. Now that I've praised you, let's talk about your shortcomings. Harry, you're a wizard. You need to rely more on magic. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 42, The Men I've Been Waiting Half a Month For. I thought my scheduled chapters weren't releasing, but they have been under Volume 1, I will be fixing this. Flitwick sat down and gestured for Harry to do the same. You rely far too much on your sword, he began. Your tactics are clever and do have some impact, but as you've seen, the result doesn't change. I didn't even have to think. I didn't need to guess what you'd do next. All I had to do was ensure you couldn't get close to me. Harry nodded in agreement. True, despite his age, he hadn't used any potions or worn any magic-resistant armor. But even in his 30s, he would have found it difficult to defeat Flitwick. Wizards were far trickier opponents than witchers. Their spells were unpredictable, their casting speed was swift, and their layered combinations of spells made it hard for Harry to even take the first step, closing the gap, as Flitwick had pointed out. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, Flitwick continued. Many wizards have no close combat skills at all, not even Dumbledore. If someone gets close, we might as well be lambs to the slaughter. Harry's face remained expressionless. Then I should look forward to Professor Snape shoving a few dung bombs into your faces. Snape might be capable of it, Flitwick said with a chuckle, joining in the joke, but he certainly wouldn't do it for your sake. So, Harry, do you know what you need to do now? Harry lowered his gaze to the sword in his hand. I need to get familiar with how wizards fight. Flitwick clapped his hands. Exactly. You actually have an advantage over us. We wizards have to seize fleeting opportunities during chaotic battles, using a single spell to turn the tide. But for you, if you can get close to your opponent, it's game over. Harry stood up. Let's go, Professor. Flitwick hesitated. Don't you want to rest for a moment? I'm already rested. Harry's expression was serious. Flitwick sighed and stood as well. All right then, let's continue. This time, we'll practice wizard combat. This time, Harry lasted even less time than before. A single transfiguration spell summoned a stone statue that restrained him completely. 5 minutes later. Professor, again. Another 5 minutes later. Professor, one more time. Just one more. I've rested enough. Let's go again. By the time night fell, Harry was still brimming with energy and enthusiasm. He had made noticeable progress, he could now last more than 20 minutes against Flitwick. At their closest, his fist had even grazed the professor's nose. Flitwick, however, was utterly exhausted. He looked at Harry, baffled by the boy's seemingly endless stamina. He's only 12, where does all this energy come from? Professor, one last time. Just one more, Harry said eagerly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Flitwick weakly waved his hand. Harry, it's already dark. Let's call it a day. It was the 7th time Harry had said, just one more, and Flitwick was beyond caring. He simply couldn't go on. Harry sighed, disappointed but acquiescent. All right then. Seeing Harry relent, Flitwick breathed a sigh of relief. Good. I mean, you're only 12. You need to take care of your body, growth is important for young wizards. I think I'll grow to at least 6 feet, Harry replied thoughtfully. Flitwick immediately kicked him in the shin. Cheeky brat. What are you looking at? Harry shook his head. I didn't mean anything by it. Flitwick grumbled, delivering another light kick. From now on, we'll only spar once a week. The rest of the time, I'll teach you spells. Once a week? Can't we do it twice? Harry asked. At least once every 2 days. Flitwick refused without hesitation. No. Once a week is final. Twice a week, and I'd fall apart. Flitwick had initially planned for twice-weekly sessions, after all, every great duelist honed their skills through constant practice. But he hadn't anticipated Harry's relentless intensity. He simply couldn't keep up. Harry reluctantly agreed. Outside of combat training, Flitwick was far more approachable and endearing, unlike the stern Professor McGonagall. His teaching style was unorthodox, not strictly following the 2nd and 3rd year curriculum. Often, he would teach a single spell and then follow it up with a related set of spells. For instance, alongside Aguamenti, he would introduce freezing charms, fire-making charms, and other complementary spells, creating an entire tactical repertoire. Flitwick didn't just teach spells, he passed on his dueling experience. Harry soaked up the knowledge like a sponge, greedily absorbing everything. He grew more confident by the day, while Flitwick grew visibly more haggard. By August 1st, a letter arrived from Hogwarts. The same as always, term starts September 1st, along with the second-year book list. Harry's primary concern was defense against the dark arts. He knew firsthand how much a competent teacher could elevate his skills. Hopefully, it won't be another Quirrel. He opened the book list. Upon seeing the required texts for defense against the dark arts, he froze. 7 books. All written by the same author. Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockheart. Harry frowned. Who's he? A pompous, self-absorbed braggart, Flitwick grumbled, stabbing his sausage with a fork. I wish I could throw him into Gryffindor. Professor, Gryffindor doesn't take just anyone, Harry retorted. Is he that bad? Flitwick sighed. No, his character is atrocious. He was a Ravenclaw, you know. Most of us little eagles are well-behaved, but Lockhart was an exception. From his first year, he used his pretty face to con third-year girls into doing his homework. In 5th year, he somehow convinced the prefect to beg me to make him a prefect too. He always boasted about his skills, but in his OWLS, he barely scraped an E in charms. The rest were all P's or D's. That's his real ability level. Yet everyone bought his excuses about being ill or having an off day. I thought he'd end up as a mediocre ministry worker or in the Muggle world. His Muggle studies grade was an O. But who could have guessed? After graduation, he suddenly blossomed. He became a famous author, won the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, I don't even have one of those, and turned into a celebrity. That face of his is admittedly perfect for... Flitwick trailed off, ranting endlessly. Still, Dumbledore invited him to teach. That must mean he has some skills, right? Harry ran a finger over the book list. I've never seen him duel, Flitwick replied cautiously. If he's even half as capable as his books claim, he'd be qualified. Books. Harry raised an eyebrow. Flitwick nodded. Yes, books. Those 7 you're supposed to buy. They're filled with exaggerated tales of his supposed exploits. Be careful, Harry. Me. Harry was surprised. Another Quirrel. Trust me, you'd rather face Quirrel than deal with Lockhart, Flitwick said with a dramatic shrug. He's a showboat. And you? You're the most famous wizard in the magical world. Harry's mind immediately went to Dandelion, Gerald's bard companion. A flamboyant womanizer and chronic storyteller, he once tricked Harry into paying for drinks at a brothel. Perhaps people like that aren't so bad, Harry mused, shrugging. He had always been fond of Dandelion. Perhaps, Flitwick said, giving Harry a pitying look. When will you go to Diagon Alley for your books? In a few days, with Hermione, Harry replied. Flitwick nodded. Finally, a day off. So today, Harry said, could I trouble you to cover what we missed? Flitwick reluctantly agreed. August 16th, Diagon Alley. Hermione waited outside an ice cream shop. When she saw Harry, she handed him a cone. How's training with Professor Flitwick? She asked. Hedwig flew from Harry's shoulder and landed on Hermione's head, pecking at her hair. Oh no, Hedwig, please, I'll get you a treat later. Hermione pleaded. Hedwig stomped on her head before curling up to roost. I've learned a lot, Harry said after licking his ice cream. The chill spread through him. Some things I couldn't write about, but we'll talk at school. That's wonderful. Hermione beamed, shaking her head carefully. Let's go get your books. I already checked, there's a discount today. Really? Harry asked, surprised. Yes, because Professor Lockhart is holding a signing event, Hermione said. Harry froze. A signing event? What luck. Don't worry. He's not another Quirrel. He's been at Flourish and Blots all month, Hermione reassured him, sounding confident. Since the day we got our letters. Harry's unease deepened. Hermione hesitated, catching on. Let's go, Harry said, heading toward the bookstore. Maybe he's been waiting for me. Hermione followed like a loyal shadow. Lockhart was a huge draw. A long line of fans stretched out the door, while reporters from the Daily Prophet snapped photos. Suddenly, Harry felt 2 pairs of eyes lock onto him. There was no malice, only excitement. The news quickly spread. At its end stood Gilderoy Lockhart, signing books at the entrance. The handsome wizard with striking blue eyes immediately looked up, his voice ringing with excitement. I can sense the magnetic pull of talent between us. Is that Harry Potter? Harry Potter. Have you come to attend my book signing too? Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 43, Can't Hold It Back Anymore. Lockhart stood up and pushed through the crowd. Make way, please, make way. His excitement was palpable, his eagerness almost overwhelming as he made his way toward Harry. The heat in his gaze, full of greed, admiration, and desire, was so intense it practically scorched the air around him. He reached out to grab Harry's arm, intending to pull him into a dramatic embrace. Harry stepped back, letting Lockhart's hand grasp at empty air. What are you doing? Harry asked coldly, his eyes sharp. Just as Professor Flitwick had said, Lockhart was all fluff. The man reeked of cloying perfume, and his magical aura was laughably weak. He was barely any better than the petty wizard Harry had dealt with in Hogsmeade, the one who specialized in scamming younger wizards. The icy glare in Harry's eyes doused Lockhart's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Still, Lockhart quickly recovered, flashing a dazzling smile. Great wizards are naturally drawn to one another, wouldn't you agree? Come now, Harry, let's take a picture together. We must commemorate this grand moment brought about by destiny. Harry's expression remained frosty, his body language brimming with rejection. By destiny, do you mean how you've been holding book signings non-stop since Hogwarts sent out their letters? And how you stationed people to tail me, so they could report back to you the moment I showed up? Lockhart's face stiffened, though he forced out an awkward laugh. You Gryffindors, always such comedians. Harry stepped closer. Lockhart mistook the gesture for reconciliation and gestured to the photographers behind him. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Something sharp poked at his waist, sending a painful sting through his robes. Lockhart looked down. A kitchen knife gleamed in Harry's hand, its blade honed to a wicked edge. Professor Flitwick told me a few things about your past, Harry said evenly, his gaze unyielding. Would you prefer we discuss this here? Lockhart froze, his voice trembling as he spoke in a low, panicked tone. What are you doing? A knife? What kind of young wizard carries something so dangerous around? And it's pressed against my waist. Is he planning to kill me? We're here to buy textbooks. You can continue your book signing, but don't involve me. Understood. Harry's voice was calm, but the slight pressure he applied with the knife was enough to tear through Lockhart's robes. Of course, Lockhart replied hastily, nodding. Harry withdrew the knife. Lockhart exhaled in relief, nearly collapsing as his legs buckled beneath him. He really was waiting for you, Hermione said, stunned, as she jogged to catch up with Harry. Lowering her voice, she added, but why? It's not like he needs. Before she could finish, Lockhart bounced back to his earlier persona, addressing the crowd in his loud, theatrical tone. Our young savior is such a shy boy. He doesn't like being in the spotlight, which is such a pity. The crowd, especially the women, sighed wistfully. Many had noticed that the boy who lived was quite handsome, with a rugged charm that Lockhart lacked. If only he'd appear in the papers more often, they thought, so they could see more of his photos. But Lockhart's voice rose dramatically. I do have some thrilling news for you all. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, internationally renowned. He launched into a pompous recitation of his titles, his teeth gleaming unnaturally white, am honored to have been invited by none other than Albus Dumbledore to serve as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts this year. And I promise to teach our dear savior and young Gryffindor Lion King how to become a proper, charming wizard. Inside the bookstore. Harry couldn't hold it in anymore. He drew his wand. Expelliarmus. A jet of red light struck Lockhart squarely. The man, whose list of titles was longer than Dumbledore's full name, collapsed to the floor with a thud, caught completely off guard. Lockhart, not realizing it was a spell, assumed he'd been overcome with fear and quickly came up with an excuse to save face. Harry. Hermione gasped, shocked by what she had just witnessed. Harry, his face expressionless, pocketed his wand. Sorry. Couldn't help myself. He's a bit much, Hermione admitted with a sigh. Seeing that the crowd outside was more concerned with fawning over Lockhart than confronting them, she relaxed. Still, I didn't expect him to be like this. Like a celebrity in the Muggle world, Harry muttered. Sighing again, he added, another year, another terrible defense against the dark arts professor. I'm starting to think Professor Snape really did put a dung bomb in Dumbledore's head. Harry. Hermione scolded. You shouldn't say that about Professor Snape. Though even she had to admit that Dumbledore's choices for this position were questionable. After purchasing their books, they stopped by the pet shop to buy the best owl treats for Hedwig. Hedwig was unimpressed, finding the treats far inferior to Petunia's cooking. She pecked at Hermione in protest before grudgingly accepting them. They then sat outside an ice cream parlor, waiting for Ron. As Harry flipped through one of Lockhart's books, he suddenly paused. Maybe our dear professor isn't a complete idiot after all. Hermione frowned. What do you mean? Here, look at this part, Harry said, pointing to a passage and reading aloud. Werewolves, under the full moon, lose all reason and attack anyone nearby. But dear readers must remember that the Muggle myth of silver bullets is ineffective against them. The dashing and brilliant me. Harry skipped over the self-aggrandizing part, discovered a method to temporarily subdue a werewolf, the Homerfoo's charm, which can forcibly return a werewolf to human form. However, the caster's magical power must exceed the werewolf's, and the werewolf must not be exposed to the moon again afterward. Hermione hesitated. After losing trust in Lockhart, it was hard to regain it. That sounds too good to be true. I'll ask Professor Flitwick about it when I get back, Harry said, closing the book. Just then, he looked over his shoulder. Ron, your footsteps are too heavy. If you're planning to prank someone, take some tips from your brothers. Behind him, Ron, who had been creeping up with a mischievous grin, startled and fell flat on his backside. How'd you hear me? I was so quiet. Harry shut the book. Why are you so late? Harry, Hermione, you should have come to Flourish and Blots with us. Ron said, clearly excited as he plopped into a chair. Dad got into a fight with Malfoy. Mr. Weasley fights kids too. Harry asked, surprised. Not Draco, Lucius Malfoy. Old Malfoy. Ron exclaimed, gesturing wildly. Dad punched him so hard, left hook and everything. Hermione sighed. This day really has been something. Harry nearly hexed Lockhart into oblivion. Really? Ron's eyes lit up. Why just nearly? That pompous git. Actually, I did hex him, Harry corrected. He just didn't realize it, so it didn't escalate. That guy. Harry shook his head. He's too flashy. All he wants is to ride on my fame, or rather, to get even more famous. Hermione mimicked Lockhart in a mocking tone. I'll teach Harry how to become a proper charming wizard. Ron gawked. He didn't seem to think about how to be a proper defense against the dark arts professor, Hermione said, slamming the table lightly. 5 galleons per book, all filled with self-praise. What a waste. After an eventful day, they each returned home. By the end of the month, Harry's new armor was ready. Crafted by the eccentric but skilled goblin smith Legnack, the trollhide armor was reinforced with iron and silver, giving it a sleek, dark gray finish with subtle, rippling patterns. It fit perfectly. Finally, September 1st arrived. Hedwig had been working tirelessly, delivering letters to Ron and others while ferrying Harry's repayment, both money and the knife, to Vernon Dursley. She even managed to nag Petunia into preparing 2 pounds of all treats. When she returned, she perched proudly beside Harry, ready to board the train. This year, however, the atmosphere at the station was different. Hagrid, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and a certain flamboyant figure in bright purple, none other than Gilderoy Lockhart, were all waiting at the platform. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 44, A Strange Feeling. In Lockhart's eyes, the students were like fresh, unharvested wheat, waiting to be reaped. He took a deep breath, his smile radiant. My dear students, I'm sure you're wondering why the professors are here to greet you at the station. Unfortunately, I must inform you that Hogwarts may be facing a grave danger, one that requires my Professor Lockhart. Professor McGonagall's stern tone cut him off like a blade. Her expression was frosty. We mustn't delay the students' start-of-term feast. Now, she commanded, her voice leaving no room for argument, all students, line up and prepare for inspection. Professors McGonagall and Snape, both radiating authority, scanned the students with sharp eyes. McGonagall's wand flicked, sending waves of unseen magic rippling over the students. Snape carried an odd glass object resembling a spinning top. When he passed by a student, the top would flash and spin rapidly if it detected something suspicious. Snape's face was inscrutable as he stared coldly at the students, sending chills down their spines. Trembling, a few pulled out dark artifacts from their robes, most of which were relatively harmless but still forbidden. While the 2 professors worked with grim efficiency, Lockhart stood to the side like a peacock, basking in the adoration of a cluster of young witches. The so-called charming wizard began giving them tips on magical beauty spells. Here's how to make your hair softer and shinier, he said with a theatrical flourish. Your skin. Smooth and radiant in seconds. Even magical tips for perfect nails, teeth, and fresh breath. Hermione leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. These spells sound so useful. Meanwhile, Professors McGonagall and Snape finished their inspections. Unsurprisingly, most of the confiscated dark artifacts came from Slytherin students, with Ravenclaw having more than Gryffindor. Shockingly, the Weasley twins were clean, no dark artifacts at all. The Hufflepuffs, as expected, were the most well-behaved. Only one 4th-year girl had a dark artifact, a gift from her boyfriend at Demstrang. When Snape confiscated the charm with an icy glare, she burst into tears, sobbing hysterically. Why don't you go after Potter instead? The first years, confused and nervous, stood anxiously in line. Harry's eyes scanned the group, landing on a small red-haired girl. Is that your sister? He asked Ron. Yeah, that's Ginny, Ron said, smiling. She really looks up to you, you know. She's been wanting to meet you forever, but... Hermione huffed. Harry frowned. She seems nervous. Well, it's her first year, Ron shrugged. And this whole inspection thing doesn't help. Fred and George probably scared her half to death over the summer. You joined in, didn't you? Harry asked knowingly. Ron froze, then stammered, I just added a little flair. Told her how you pulled the sword of Gryffindor to get sorted into the house. Hermione rolled her eyes. And now your poor sister is probably terrified she won't even get to attend Hogwarts. Harry said nothing more, but his gaze lingered on Ginny. Her nervousness was different, it wasn't just first-day jitters. She was hiding something. Could it be related to their encounter with the Malfoys at the bookstore? But when McGonagall passed Ginny, her wand detected nothing unusual. Even Snape's spinning top remained still. Harry decided not to dwell on it. Lockhart's incessant chatter and the occasional gasps of delight from his audience grew increasingly grating. Professor Lockhart, Snape interrupted, his tone dripping with disdain. The students have been inspected, and Professor McGonagall and I are done. We will now proceed to the castle. Snape's cold glare swept over the group of witches surrounding Lockhart, and they reluctantly stepped back. Severus, you should be more. Lockhart began, his tone regretful. We're not close enough to use first names, Snape cut him off icily. Well, Professor Snape, Lockhart said with no trace of shame. You should try to be a bit more understanding toward the students. Perhaps, Snape replied coldly. But I don't believe we should be lenient with a fully grown wizard either. Professor Lockhart, McGonagall added, her rare interjection bolstering Snape, the castle requires our attention. We don't have time for you to bask in the attention of your fan club. With that, the three professors swiftly departed, carrying a collection of confiscated dark artifacts. You know, Snape was kind of cool back there, Ron remarked. He washed his hair, Harry said simply. Ron blinked. What? The smell of oil is much lighter now, Harry explained. Though he didn't use the shampoo I gave him. Guess he didn't like it. I'll have to pick something better for Christmas. Ron stared, at a loss for words. Hermione and Harry, meanwhile, were already walking toward the carriages. Ron hurried after them, deciding it wasn't worth dwelling on Snape's hair care preferences. At the end of the muddy path, the carriages waited. Looks like we're riding these, Hermione said excitedly. I've never been in one before. Ron climbed into a carriage. Fred says they're pulled by invisible horses. You can actually feel them if you reach out. Hermione tentatively extended her hand. They're thestrals, Harry explained, his voice softening. Magical creatures only visible to those who've witnessed death. Ron and Hermione froze, their expressions clouding with sadness. Harry. Hermione murmured. Those things are behind you now. It's a pity you can't see them, Harry said wistfully. They're beautiful, just a bit too skinny. A good horse is a witcher's best companion. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Right. Harry's not exactly a normal person. As the carriage began its bumpy journey, Harry's mind wandered. He wondered how he might persuade Dumbledore to let him take a thestral. After all, a proper witcher needed a trusty steed. The carriages arrived at the castle. Students buzzed with excitement over the day's events. Inspections like this were unheard of, even with the occasional presence of dark artifacts among older students. Was it because of last year's incident with Quirrel? Theories flew as they waited in the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony. Once the ceremony concluded, Harry made his way to the sorting hat and picked it up. Harry, the hat exclaimed, delighted. It's so good to see you again. I've been terribly bored, Dumbledore's always busy, and the portraits don't want to chat. Even Fawkes hasn't bullied me lately. Harry stuffed the hat into his robes. I'm only here for the sword of Gryffindor. You could at least say something nice, the hat grumbled. Flatter me a little, and maybe I'll help you with your trials. Wait. What are you wearing? Why is it so stiff? Harry bit into a sausage. It's armor. Made from troll hide. This is a school, the hat cried. Not a battlefield. Even Gryffindor didn't wear armor here. Yes, Harry replied, and this is Hogwarts. The safest place in the world, the hat huffed. Harry swallowed his sausage. You mean safe like last year, with the troll? Or the Part Voldemort quasi-being that snuck in? The hat fell silent. That evening, Dumbledore addressed the students, introducing Lockhart as the new defense against the dark arts professor. He then reiterated the school rules, no magic in the corridors and no entry to the Forbidden Forest. Later that night, Harry donned his invisibility cloak and slipped into the Forbidden Forest. He needed to check if the two-horned beast's movements had changed over the summer. The good news, nothing had. Now he could begin preparing to hunt this crucial magical creature. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 45, Love Potion. The behavior range of creatures doesn't typically change much if the environment remains stable. The Bicorn still frequented the same locations. Harry even found a fresh pile of dung, less than a day old, enough to track the creature by scent. However, he didn't act immediately. Proper preparation was crucial for a successful hunt. Gryffindor Common Room. Hermione woke up early and found Harry writing furiously at a table. What are you working on? Professor Flitwick's assignments, she asked. I'm researching bait for the Bicorn, Harry replied, shaking his head. Hermione sat down, intrigued. So you found it. Last night, Harry confirmed. Judging by the tracks, there's only one. I'm planning to use bait and set some traps. Hermione leaned in. She had evidently taken a bath, as her hair carried a faint mistletoe fragrance. On the parchment, two names stood out prominently at the top of Harry's notes. Oh. Professor Snape and Mr. Weasley. Are you consulting them? Wouldn't asking Professor Snape be a bit too obvious? Harry's expression was unreadable. I'm wondering if I can use them as bait. Hermione's head shot up, looking at him in alarm. The Bicorn favors men of unwavering loyalty, Harry explained. Both of them are suitable, strong enough to handle a Bicorn. That's what he meant. Hermione exhaled in relief and nodded. That makes sense. But Professor Snape would probably try to stuff a dung bomb into my brain, Harry said, shrugging. And Mr. Weasley is too busy for me to bother him. Unicorn hair, roses, lilies. Hermione muttered as she read through the listed materials. These seem unrelated in terms of properties. They're symbolic, Harry explained, pointing at the words. Loyalty, love, faithfulness. And symbolism often carries magical power, Hermione recited from Lily's notebook. The next line in the notebook was particularly relevant. When working with symbolic materials, the method and mood must align with their meaning. Violating their symbolism may weaken or even nullify their magic. Harry nodded. Hermione joined the discussion. Her knowledge of flower meanings, as a girl, was more extensive than Harry's. Lilies, for example, weren't ideal. Their symbolism leaned more toward loyalty and dignity, often representing a relationship between ruler and subject rather than romantic love. Red roses symbolized passionate love, but for a creature like the Bicorn, white roses, symbolizing pure love, might be more appealing. By 8:30, they were still finalizing which materials to use. Suddenly, Ron burst out of the dormitory, stumbling and shouting, I'm late. Harry didn't wake me up. He stopped mid-sentence when he saw Harry and Hermione casually seated in the common room. Half his body froze while his legs kept moving, causing him to trip and fall. Sitting on the floor, he stammered, why are you still here? The first class starts at 9, Hermione replied calmly. We still have over half an hour, but we should get ready soon. It's almost 10. Ron shouted, his voice tinged with panic. Oh no, Hermione's mistaken the time too. I set your clock an hour early, Harry said, closing his notebook. You always complain about being groggy in the mornings. Feel more awake now. Harry, Ron said, pausing as his shoulders slumped. I really thought I was going to be late. That kind of joke was funny, wasn't it? A pointed tip poked out from Harry's robes. Was it your idea, Hat? Ron asked, his eyes narrowing. The Sorting Hat responded smugly, of course. Our dear Harry doesn't have such a refined sense of humor. Ron clenched his fists. The hat, however, hummed a cheerful tune as it retracted its tip into Harry's robes. Safely nestled on Harry's hip, it had no fear of Ron's retaliation. The first day of term, a Wednesday, brought a packed schedule. At 9 a.m., they had charms with a visibly exhausted Professor Flitwick. However, his teaching quality remained impeccable. After an hour-and-a-half break, they had potions before lunch. As usual, Snape's scowling voice filled the classroom, 2 points from Gryffindor, Potter. It was a familiar scene that brought a strange sense of comfort to the Gryffindors. Hogwarts life was back to normal. The afternoon was spent in history of magic. The Gryffindors and Ravenclaws were equally drowsy, most had stayed up too late in excitement the previous night. By 3 p.m., classes for the day were over. On their way to the Great Hall, Hermione suddenly exclaimed, I've got it. Got what? Ron asked eagerly. I hope it's lamb chops tonight. Not food. Hermione snapped, irritated. Love potion. Ron froze mid-step and turned to Harry. Wait, you're giving Harry a potion. That's a terrible idea, and you shouldn't say it in front of him either. Not for Harry. Hermione glared at Ron, her face reddening. That's fake love. Harry frowned. Hermione shook her head. But it looks real, intense, passionate, and unwavering. I read that everyone smells something different, depending on what attracts them most. It could be useful, she added. Harry pondered. But it requires Ashwinder's eggs, which are prohibited. The advanced students have some, Hermione said confidently, her eyes bright. I know a few girls who carry love potions with them. Carry love potions around? Harry's expression turned skeptical. Well, love does make witches desperate sometimes. Hermione said, her voice trailing off. Ron, still confused, asked, who are you two planning to drug? Him or her? Hermione's patience snapped. It's for it. The Bicorn. Ron clapped a hand to his forehead. But why use a love potion? Oh, Harry, you're not thinking of. Whatever he was imagining, his face contorted in horror. Looks like Mr. Weasley needs a refresher on magical theory, Hermione said through gritted teeth. While we're trying to solve a problem, Mr. Weasley is focused on whether dinner will have lamb chops, Harry finished dryly. Ron mumbled, his face red, what's wrong with lamb chops? You said you wanted French food yesterday. That evening, their plates indeed featured French-style lamb chops. Ron devoured 3 before patting his stomach in satisfaction and following Harry and Hermione back to the common room. Later, Hermione returned with a small bottle of potion. The long-necked bottle shimmered with a pearly glow, its neck surrounded by spiraling wisps of mist. Thanks, Harry said, placing it inside the sorting hat. Ron eyed the group of giggling older girls who had given Hermione the potion. What reason did you give them? Don't ask. Hermione snapped, her face turning crimson as she slammed her hand on the table. Ron flinched and nodded quickly, sensing it was best to let it go. Harry later approached the Weasley twins by the fireplace, interrupting their game of wizard's chess. George, do you know where the kitchen is? George immediately overturned the chessboard. Hey! Fred protested, scooping up the pieces. He was losing. George ignored him, running over to Harry. You want to know where the kitchen is? Harry nodded. It's below the Great Hall, George explained. Follow the underground corridor until you find a painting of a bowl of fruit. Tickled a pair, Fred added, joining them with an armful of chess pieces. It'll open the kitchen door. The house elves inside are very friendly. They'll make anything you want, George said. And they won't tell the professors, Fred chimed in. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 46, The Patronus Charm. Late at night, Harry and Ron draped the invisibility cloak over themselves and headed for the kitchen. Passing through the Great Hall, they entered the underground corridor. Wait, my legs feel weak, Ron said, tugging at Harry's sleeve. Harry turned back, raising an eyebrow. This is too close to Snape's office, Ron said, taking a deep breath. Let me compose myself. Ron was terrified of Snape. Even though he had kept a low profile in potions class and rarely been reprimanded, the image of Snape spewing venomous insults was enough to scare anyone. Fortunately, they didn't run into Snape. The painting of the bowl of fruit was easy to spot. Harry reached out and tickled the pair. It let out a giggle before protruding and transforming into a green doorknob. Harry turned the knob and stepped inside with Ron. The room was filled with dozens of house elves, all busy with their tasks but turning to glance toward the seemingly empty space. A concealed spell. Which little wizard is it? One of the house elves asked, sniffing the air and approaching respectfully. How may Crow assist you? I need a live cow, put to sleep with a stunning spell, Harry said, keeping his voice low and his cloak on. The magical contract allowed house elves to recognize Hogwarts students, but Harry had little trust in these creatures. Of course, but that may take some time, Crow replied, nodding submissively. Crow must finish cleaning Hogwarts first. The little wizard's request can be fulfilled by tomorrow night. Do not punish yourself, Harry commanded, stopping the elf just as it began to cry and hit itself. I'll return to collect it at 11 p.m. tomorrow night. As Harry turned to leave, Ron eagerly asked, do you still have any of those lamb chops from dinner? Of course. Crow snapped its fingers, producing a plate of lamb chops in an instant. Are these enough? The kitchen has plenty more. More than enough, Ron said cheerfully, grabbing the plate. Crow looked overjoyed. Crow has pleased the little wizard. Is there anything else the little wizard wishes? Tomorrow morning, prepare me some mushroom soup, a croissant, and a small pat of butter, and deliver it too. Ron mumbled, his mouth full of lamb chops. Harry elbowed him lightly. To the Gryffindor table, Ron corrected quickly. Crow bowed low. Everything will be as you wish, little wizard. They left the kitchen. On the way back, Ron munched on his food, marveling, they're amazing. These lamb chops taste as fresh as they did at dinner. And yet it was a house elf intercepting your essay that forced you to rewrite it before term began, Harry said, twisting the knife. Ron turned a little green. Thanks for reminding me. As they reached the common room, Ron asked suddenly, Harry, can I come with you to the Forbidden Forest tomorrow? Harry shook his head. I swear I'll stay quiet. Ron began to promise, the adventurous Gryffindor spirit shining through. The location is too close to the Acromantula colony, Harry said softly. They've been restless. Several times at the end of last term, they almost attacked me. Spiders, giant spiders. Ron turned even greener. All right, maybe next time, then. Of course, Harry replied with a nod. Thursday. Second-year Gryffindors could sleep in a little. Their first class, Transfiguration, didn't start until 10 a.m. Transfiguration was one of the hardest subjects at Hogwarts, likely second only to Defense Against the Dark Arts. The difficulty of the latter came from never having a competent professor, while the former required sharp intellect. Professor McGonagall began with a review of last term's material, turning a ladybug into a button. Only Harry and Hermione completed the spell perfectly on their first try. Ron ran into trouble. He managed to create a button, but it still had legs that skittered across the table. Frustrated, he had to squash it with a book. McGonagall, fuming, assigned an 8-inch essay. At noon, they had time to rest and digest the lesson before bracing themselves for the week's final class, a double session of potions. Snape gave them a challenging task, brewing a skill grow potion. The recipe demanded precision, and even the smallest mistake would render it useless. For Harry and Hermione, it wasn't a problem. Both completed the potion successfully, one of the few pairs in their class to do so. This is barely adequate, Snape said, inspecting Hermione's potion. Anyone using this would endure 2 days of excruciating pain before their bones regrow. Gryffindor, 1 point. The room fell silent. Everyone stared at Snape in disbelief. Wait, did Snape just say what they thought he said? Snape, meanwhile, picked up Harry's potion, glanced at it with a faint sneer, and set it down quickly, muttering disdainfully before moving on to scold the next student. After class, Ron kept glancing at Hermione, curiosity written all over his face. Hermione, what did you do? He asked. Why did Snape give you points? It was only 1 point, Hermione replied, shaking her head. And he deducted 5 from Harry, even though Harry's potion was better. Maybe you reminded him of my mom, Harry speculated. Your preparation techniques are similar. Hermione didn't respond. I need to learn them too, Ron said enviously. I don't care about the points, I just want Snape to stop yelling at me. Hermione huffed. I told you to study over the summer, but you didn't listen. Now look at you. Who studies during summer? Ron grumbled, glancing at Hermione. She looked defiant, she had spent the entire summer studying. He turned to Harry, who looked equally unapologetic. Harry had worked even harder, driving Flitwick to exhaustion. Wait, are students supposed to study during summer? Ron asked, sounding genuinely doubtful. Reflecting on it, he realized that apart from the twins, Percy, Charlie, and Bill had all studied during breaks. Even the twins read books occasionally. Could it be that he was the odd one out? Study hard, Ron, Harry said earnestly. Study hard, Ron, Hermione echoed, equally serious. How about we try to take the top 3 spots this year? Professor McGonagall would be thrilled. Ron groaned, his expression pained. Fine, I'll try. If you get 3rd, I'll take you to the Forbidden Forest, Harry promised. Ron's eyes lit up. Really? Suddenly, he felt a surge of motivation. After dinner, Ron buried himself in his textbooks, determined to write his Transfiguration essay without help. Harry, meanwhile, headed to Snape's office. It was the first supplementary lesson of the term. Harry figured that after his trip to the Forbidden Forest, he might as well turn himself in, he couldn't waste such valuable time. Knocking on the office door, Harry stepped inside. Potter, Snape sneered, rising from his chair. I thought your empty little head might have forgotten about this. Actually, I almost did, Harry replied calmly. But I'm here to ask why you gave Hermione points. Has our dear Mr. Potter gone mad? Snape said, waving his wand to clear the room. Would you rather see me deduct points from Gryffindor? Enough. I don't want to see your stupid face any longer than necessary. Let's start tonight's lesson. Snape narrowed his eyes. Before you learn occlumency, you must master the Patronus charm. Surely even you know what it is. Harry nodded. One of the oldest and most powerful spells, known as a defensive charm. Only the most virtuous and strong-willed wizards can cast it, he added, emphasizing certain words. Snape's eyes narrowed further. Spare me your theatrics, Potter. The incantation is Expecto Patronum, Snape continued coldly. It requires no complex gestures or rituals. All you need is pure happiness, assuming you have any. If not, think of that little witch of yours. Harry stared at Snape. What are you waiting for? Snape snapped. For me to curse you with the Imperious Curse? Won't you demonstrate first? Harry asked. Snape's expression didn't change, but his aura became noticeably dangerous. Fine, he said icily, raising his wand. Expecto Patronum. A stream of silver mist poured from Snape's wand, quickly filling the room before coalescing into a corporeal form. A doe darted around the space before disappearing. Did you see that? Snape hissed. Harry nodded. A beautiful doe. Probably a fallow deer. Snape aimed his wand at Harry. Shall I praise your sharp eye and award Gryffindor 100 points? Now, cast the spell immediately. I hope your attempt doesn't look like a troll waving a stick, Snape added venomously. Harry raised his wand, gripping it tightly. Happy memories. He had so many. Lambert getting scolded by Vesemir for helping him train as a witcher. Dancing drunkenly by the lake with his companions. The female sorceresses, bards, and healers he had met on his journeys. Returning to this world and talking to his grandparents' portraits that night. His friends, Hermione, Ron. Despite the hardships of being a witcher, Harry had always been surrounded by love. He took a deep breath and uttered the incantation. Expecto Patronum. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 47, Grass, Wood, and the Sea. High spirits and firm resolve, Harry lacked neither. From the tip of his wand, dense, silvery mist poured forth. It swirled and coiled, striving to condense into a shape. Within the mist, a hazy, indistinct figure began to emerge. The head was unclear. But 4 sturdy, powerful legs stood out, along with a muscular body. Snape's expression softened slightly. These weren't the legs of a stag, they resembled a carnivorous creature of some kind. Harry focused on maintaining his magic. The mist rolled in waves, but the creature within remained caught between transparency and solidity, struggling to take form. Doubt crept into Harry's mind, why hasn't it fully materialized yet? With a soft pop, the entity disintegrated into a swirl of vapor, dispersing to either side. Harry frowned slightly. It wasn't a matter of emotion, he could feel he was just one step away. Something was missing. Looking at Snape, who seemed ready to unleash a snide remark, Harry suddenly realized what he lacked. It was the essence of the charm itself, the belief in protection. That understanding was fundamental to the Patronus charm, as its name so clearly conveyed. And a witcher of the school of the wolf would never lack such a belief. Harry raised his wand again and recited, Expecto Patronum. Brilliant silver light erupted, and a weaker mist swirled, giving way to the emergence of a large animal from the tip of his wand. A thick mane. A whip-like tail. A lion. It landed lightly, standing guard in front of Harry. It bared its teeth, growling and huffing toward Snape, ready to protect. A dim-witted lion even a professor can't mistake, Snape muttered, waving his hand dismissively. Dismiss your spell. Harry ignored him, gazing fondly at his Patronus. He'd expected a wolf, given his connection to the school of the wolf. But a lion was just as fitting. Mr. Potter. Snape's tone sharpened. Harry reluctantly flicked his wand, dissipating the Patronus. You seem pleased, Professor. Of course, Snape sneered. Because it means I won't have to endure your idiotic face all night. Don't think producing a corporeal Patronus on your first attempt makes you special, Snape added, flicking his wand to summon a box. Surely you know that many dark magical creatures can only be repelled with the Patronus charm, he said coldly. Now, use your Patronus to drive this away. The box snapped open, revealing a black cloak. But Harry could sense the pulsating life force and magical energy emanating from it. This wasn't fabric, it was a living creature. He quickly identified it in his mind, a Dementor bat. A rare cursed creature, native to tropical regions. I was expecting a Dementor, Professor, Harry quipped. I'm just grateful you didn't mistake it for an ordinary cloak, Snape replied dryly, casting a Confundus charm. The bat let out a shrill screech and darted toward Harry. Don't use anything you learned from Professor Flitwick, Snape warned. Don't draw the sword of Gryffindor either. Use the Patronus charm. Snape kept his wand at the ready, his voice icy. Don't worry, I'll mercifully save you before it devours you. The bat moved with terrifying speed. Silent as a shadow, it was upon Harry in an instant, spreading its enormous wings to reveal its small, furry body. It was almost cute. Certainly more endearing than the grotesque monsters Harry had fought before. Harry raised his wand and incanted, Expecto Patronum. The lion surged forth, swiping the bat away with a single paw. Its tail lashed as it crouched protectively before Harry. Finding no threat in the bat, it turned its wary gaze back to Snape. Well done, Snape remarked without emotion. It would be better if your Patronus had more intelligence. Mr. Potter, 10 inches of parchment on the Patronus charm. Due tomorrow. Harry raised an eyebrow. Are we done for the evening, Professor? I thought we might practice occlumency, Harry suggested. Snape tossed a book at him. Read this first. Then we'll talk about occlumency. While I'd enjoy watching you flounder when someone invades your mind, your insipid thoughts hold no interest for me. Harry caught the book and tried again. What about more practice with the Patronus charm? Snape flicked his wand, causing the office door to fly open. Get out. Wait, Professor. I have some questions about potions, Harry said, unwilling to waste a moment. With visible irritation, Snape answered each question. Advanced potion-making techniques began to overlap with those of Witcher alchemy. Both disciplines often required high-proof alcohol as a base. Vesemir had stocked so many spirits in preparation for brewing potions. If Harry could adapt Witcher potions to his world's magical principles, it would greatly benefit him. Harry kept asking until it was nearly curfew. Snape, finally fed up with Harry's lingering presence, waved his wand to physically toss him out of the office. The moment the door shut behind him, Harry donned his invisibility cloak and slipped into the kitchen. Crow. With a soft pop, the house elf appeared. Little wizard. Crow exclaimed, puffing out its chest. Everything Crow was asked to prepare is ready. It snapped its fingers, and with a heavy thud, a large buffalo appeared out of thin air. The creature was enormous, bigger than Snape's desk. For the first time, Harry fully understood what the Weasley twins meant when they said house elves spared no effort in completing tasks. This buffalo was so massive it wouldn't fit under his invisibility cloak. "Can you take it to the edge of the Forbidden Forest without alerting anyone?" Harry asked after a moment's thought. "Of course." Crow replied eagerly. "The little wizard need only call my name." At the forest's edge, Hagrid was patrolling with Fong. Once they were out of sight, Harry whispered, "Crow." The elf didn't appear, but the buffalo materialized silently before Harry. Waving his wand, Harry used vines to bind the creature, lifting it into the air and leading it toward the unicorn's territory. He found fresh dung nearby, less than a day old. The unicorn had been lingering in this area recently. Setting the buffalo down, Harry uncorked the vial of amortentia and poured it over the animal. A faint aroma of grass, wood, and the sea wafted into Harry's nose, a strangely alluring scent. He burned unicorn hair, scattered flower petals across the ground, and cast a spell to cut the buffalo's skin, letting blood flow freely. To be continued. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 48, The Hufflepuff Head Must Get Involved. Patience is the most important element of hunting. The scent of love spread through the Forbidden Forest, carried on the wind. Drawn by the lure of blood and flesh, many creatures came and went. A ravenous wolf pack gnawed greedily at the juiciest parts of the carcass. A mangy fox sneaked in to nibble on a leg in the chaos. Wild dogs and feral cats grabbed whatever scraps they could, slinking away to enjoy their stolen bites. They didn't dare remain at the table for long. Surprisingly, these beasts coexisted peacefully. No fights, no quarrels. They tacitly enjoyed the feast that had miraculously fallen from the sky. Though apex predators of their own domains, within this forest, they were merely prey. Even this unexpected bounty was not theirs to keep. Before long, an old wolf threw its head back and howled in panic. The pack immediately tucked their tails between their legs and fled, leaving chaos in their wake, scattered pawprints, broken branches, and most of a cow carcass. The centaurs arrived next. They too had caught wind of the love potion's aroma. Harry had encountered these self-proclaimed guardians of the Forbidden Forest on previous excursions. He never greeted them. Hagrid had once warned him that centaurs were deeply distrustful of humans, though they showed some leniency to children. Avoiding unnecessary danger was a key survival principle. The lead centaur glanced at the stars and let out a long sigh. They did not touch the cow. Turning away, they led their kin back into the depths of the forest. It seemed they had come solely to scatter the other predators. Deep into the night, the crisp sound of hooves echoed, gradually drawing closer. From the bushes, a plump and bloated creature emerged cautiously. Harry's long-awaited target had finally appeared. It sniffed the air greedily, enticed by the overwhelming scent of love. Pure, faithful love. But when its gaze fell on the source, a cow carcass mangled almost beyond recognition, it tilted its head in confusion. Cows were not known for their fidelity in love. Perhaps this one was an exception. For a creature with such exquisite tastes, such a delicacy was rare, even rarer than the offerings from the castle beyond the forest. Lowering its head, it took a lick of the blood. The taste wasn't right. It hesitated, then tried again, moving to the spot where the love potion scent was strongest. This time, it was certain. Fake. This was not love. It was something vile, ugly, and deceitful. The Bicorn let out an enraged roar, rearing up and stomping on the cow's corpse, reducing it to pulp in its fury. This was the moment. Harry finally acted. From beneath his cloak, he hurled a potion bottle at the creature. The glass shattered on impact, splashing a murky gray liquid across its bloated body. Instantly, pustules erupted across its skin, courtesy of Neville's failed potion. The abnormal sensation made the Bicorn cry out in pain. Harry didn't let up, flicking his wand rapidly. Incarcerus. The vines binding the cow surged like snakes, coiling around the creature and restricting its movements. Aguamenti. Glacius. Water drenched the Bicorn, freezing into a thick layer of ice that further immobilized it. The Bicorn struggled desperately, its cries growing more frantic as dark magic began to gather at the tips of its two horns. Black mist, heavy and ominous, oozed forth. Harry wasn't about to give it the chance to finish. Expulso. He followed up with a precise gesture. Igni. A fiery serpent of molten heat coiled around the Bicorn's neck, scorching its hide. Shielded by the golden glow of his Quen spell, Harry cast off his invisibility cloak, drew his sword, and dashed forward. The Bicorn, however, had been waiting for this very moment. As soon as Harry appeared, the dark magic on its horn surged toward him. Harry rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the blast, but the curse followed, curving midair to crash into his shield. Sparks erupted in a dazzling golden spray. Some of the black mist clung to his robe. With a soft sizzle, the fabric disintegrated. But the cursed remnants failed to penetrate his troll leather armor and dissipated harmlessly. The Bicorn began to charge up a second curse. Harry didn't give it the chance. Raising his sword, he struck the scorched, burnt patch on its neck. The blade bit deep, slicing through flesh and bone. With a heavy thud, the creature's massive head tumbled to the ground, its horns digging into the earth next to the cow's carcass. I didn't think you'd use such a method. The Sorting Hat's voice was tinged with complexity, perhaps even regret. What did you expect me to do? Harry replied. Charge in like I did with the troll. He waved his wand. The vines holding the cow lifted it and smashed it against the Bicorn's severed head. At the moment of contact, a dark, malevolent curse erupted from the horns, unleashing the last vestiges of the Bicorn's life force. Black mist swirled ominously, reducing the cow carcass to a shriveled, foul-smelling husk. The sight was horrifying. This isn't very Gryffindor of you, the Sorting Hat muttered. You could have faced it head-on. But it was safe, Harry countered. This is a 4X class magical creature. After testing the remains several times to ensure no residual curses lingered, Harry knelt to harvest the materials. Why fight head-on if you can strike from the shadows? The Sorting Hat continued to grumble about wizardly honor and combat glory. Ignoring it, Harry cut off the Bicorn's horns and stuffed them into the hat, silencing it for now. Sneaking out of the Forbidden Forest, Harry didn't return to Gryffindor Tower immediately. Instead, he headed toward the third floor. Wait, Harry, where are we going? The hat whispered nervously. This isn't the way to the tower. I know. Harry's tone was calm. He arrived at Professor McGonagall's office, removed his invisibility cloak, and knocked respectfully. After a moment, the door opened. Professor McGonagall, wearing cat-patterned pajamas, looked surprised. Harry. I thought it was Filch. Why are you here at this hour? It's past curfew. Professor, Harry interrupted, his voice steady. I just broke school rules. I went to the Forbidden Forest. McGonagall's eyes widened in astonishment, and she let out a series of surprised noises. Oh my, this is... She was stunned into inaction. She knew Gryffindor students were mischievous. Sneaking around after curfew, entering the restricted section, or venturing into the Forbidden Forest were practically rites of passage. But voluntarily confessing to breaking the rules, and with such eagerness. Harry was the first. Last term didn't count, that had been Dumbledore's request after the Quirrel incident. Are you hurt? McGonagall asked, her expression turning grim. Did you encounter a dark wizard? What did they? No, Professor, Harry replied evenly. Hogwarts may not be perfectly safe, but it's not as porous as a sieve. There were no dark wizards. Then what? Just magical creatures in the forest, Harry assured her. McGonagall sighed in relief. If nothing happened, you should go back to bed. The Forbidden Forest is no place for students. Professor, shouldn't I be given detention? Harry interrupted. McGonagall blinked. So this was why Harry had come. Perhaps Wednesdays and Fridays. Harry suggested. I already have detention with Professor Snape on Thursdays and Saturdays. McGonagall stared at him in disbelief. After a pause, she nodded slowly. Very well. Harry bowed slightly. See you tomorrow, no, tonight, Professor. Sweet dreams. Good night, McGonagall murmured absently as Harry left. The Sorting Hat muttered indignantly, McGonagall, he's toying with you. Surely, this deserves a points deduction. Take 5 points from Gryffindor, McGonagall grumbled reluctantly. But as she returned to her office, she began to plot how to involve the Hufflepuff head of house in Harry's relentless pursuit of knowledge. 3 heads down, 1 to go. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 49, The Knowledgeable Miss Granger. I have a HP fanfic released. Check it out. Harry pulled the bicorn horns out of his bag and set them on the table. The spiraling, glossy black-purple horns exuded an unsettling aura of malevolence. Where are you planning to brew the potion? Hermione asked cautiously as she picked up one of the horns. I'll handle the materials in the dormitory, Harry replied. The polyjuice potion was a time-consuming brew. The most troublesome ingredient wasn't the magical ones but the lacewing flies, which needed to be stewed for 21 days. These tiny insects, also called aphids, were smaller than a fingernail. You couldn't just leave them on the stove and walk away, or they'd dissolve into mush within a day. Their stability required constant attention and magical intervention. This step wasn't dangerous, just tedious. Harry planned to handle it in the dormitory, provided Seamus didn't point his wand at the cauldron, everything should be fine. Ron, wake up, Hermione said, jabbing a snoring Ron Weasley with the blunt end of the horn. Ron jolted awake, reflexively shouting out a line from Gamp's Law of Elemental Transfiguration. Halfway through the recitation, he blinked, realizing he wasn't in Professor McGonagall's class. He awkwardly lowered his head. Harry, you're back. Did you get the... He trailed off when he noticed the horn in Hermione's hand. Guess you did. Go back to sleep, Harry suggested. Friday's schedule was packed. In the morning, they had charms. Professor Flitwick looked more refreshed, his dark circles less pronounced. That day, they learned a powerful mischief spell, the Tarantaligra Jinx, which forced its victim to dance uncontrollably. Professor Flitwick was particularly fond of this spell, especially when using it against Harry. The Jinx could be cast on inanimate objects as well. Flitwick regaled them with the story of a wizard who cast it repeatedly on Mount Vesuvius, causing the volcano to erupt and destroy the city of Pompeii. The students were so enthralled by the lesson that they didn't even complain when Flitwick assigned a 5-inch essay on the Jinx. The afternoon began with herbology. As they approached the greenhouses, Professor Sprout stood at the entrance, her face dark with irritation. The reason for her foul mood was standing beside her, Gilderoy Lockhart, decked out in a teal robe trimmed with gold and topped with a matching tall wizard's hat. "Oh, hello, young wizards." Lockhart waved enthusiastically. "I was just discussing better herb-growing techniques with Professor Sprout." He paused dramatically. "Of course, I don't want you to think I'm more skilled in herbology than your professor. It's just that, during my travels, I've encountered some truly magical plants." "Greenhouse 3, today." Sprout interrupted him curtly. "Professor Lockhart," she said, stretching his title into 2 distinct sentences, her tone laden with frustration. "I have a class to teach. Please return to your own preparations." Lockhart waved dismissively. "Oh, but I have something to discuss with Harry. You know how exceptional wizards always have their little secrets. Surely, you don't mind." "No, I do." Sprout began to refuse, but Lockhart cut her off mid-sentence. "Thank you, my dear Pomona. I knew you'd understand." Sprout clenched her fists and stuffed her hands into her robes, clearly restraining herself from pulling out her wand and cursing him on the spot. "Harry," Lockhart called, beckoning him over. "I don't think we're on a first-name basis, Professor," Harry replied coolly as he approached, his words earning a surprised blink from Lockhart. Those words sounded oddly familiar. Where had he heard them before? "Professor," Harry continued, looking up at him. "I hope you called me for something serious, not something ridiculous." "Of course, it's serious." Lockhart raised a hand as if to drape it over Harry's shoulder but hesitated halfway, the phantom pain in his side making him think better of it. "Mr. Potter, you're already quite famous, a remarkable figure in the wizarding world. Although, I must admit, you're still a bit behind me. Anyway, I only recently heard about your exploits, drawing Gryffindor sword as a first year. Incredible. Honestly, what's Rita Skeeter even doing? The Daily Prophet hasn't said a word about it." "Get to the point," Harry interrupted, pulling out his wand without hesitation. Lockhart froze, raising his hands in a placating gesture. "We could work together. I'm a world-renowned wizard, a 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. I could help you become as famous as I am. All you'd need to do is..." Harry raised his wand, pointing it at Lockhart's stomach. "Professor, I believe I mentioned earlier not to bring up ridiculous ideas. Even Professor Snape might like you for that. After all, it's not every day you meet a wizard with a troll's brain." Lockhart panicked, waving his hands frantically. "I could pay you in galleons." Harry raised an eyebrow. Lockhart brightened. "I knew you'd be reasonable, Mr. Potter. We're both brilliant wizards, we should be helping each other." "But I don't need money," Harry interrupted, shaking his head. "The name Potter carries enough weight. You should know about our family shampoo potion formula, it's widely used in the wizarding world." Lockhart hesitated, visibly deflated. "Spells. I know plenty." He tried again, only to trail off. "But of course, Hogwarts already has outstanding professors. You're McGonagall's favorite, aren't you?" Harry said nothing. After a long pause, Lockhart finally relented. "Fine. If you ever need access to the restricted section or anything else within my power, just ask." Harry nodded coldly. "In return, I'll tolerate you using my name occasionally, but don't cause me any trouble." Lockhart's expression stiffened, his attempt at a charming smile faltering. Harry delivered the final blow. Imagine the headlines, "A Hogwarts professor loses to a second year." Wouldn't that be delightful for the Daily Prophet? "Fine," Lockhart muttered, stiff and subdued. Harry turned on his heel and walked back toward the greenhouse. Professor Flitwick was right. No reasonable person would want to piggyback on a child's fame, except Lockhart. The herbology lesson focused on a dangerous plant, mandrakes. Their cries could knock a person unconscious. Hermione and Ron wanted to ask what Harry and Lockhart had discussed, but there wasn't an opportunity during class. Everyone had to wear earmuffs. Missing this lesson could mean being unprepared for the term's first defense against the dark arts class. After herbology, as they left the greenhouse, Ron couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. "What did Lockhart say to you?" "I'm guessing he wanted to use your fame," Hermione speculated. Harry nodded. "Exactly. So, I made a deal. He can use my name sparingly, but in exchange, he has to grant me unrestricted access to the resources his position allows. Like the restricted section," he added. Other professors were much stricter. Professor Flitwick, for instance, had frequently mentioned the Book of Spells, which contained nearly every known charm, but had yet to allow Harry to borrow it. Ron looked envious. Hermione, thoughtful. Their next class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and the students were eager, finally, a professor who seemed competent. Lockhart was even more flamboyant than Harry expected. For one, he had changed into a bright red robe with silver trim, his hair freshly styled, and was drenched in perfume with a cloying blend of henbane, honey, and calamus root, common ingredients in love potions. After an over-the-top introduction, Lockhart announced, "I see you've all purchased my complete works, excellent." Ron whispered, "It's on the book list, as if we had a choice." Hermione nodded in agreement. "To begin, let's have a little quiz." "Don't worry, it's just to see how well you've read and understood." Harry's initial surprise, thinking Lockhart might have a practical side, evaporated as he read the questions. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday and his most desired gift? Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers. "Ah, Mr. Potter didn't turn in his quiz." "Don't be surprised, we've discussed these answers privately. He scored full marks, by the way. Gryffindor gets 20 points. Harry glared. Miss Hermione Granger. Another full score. Another 20 points to Gryffindor. Hermione raised her hand, her face as blank as Harry's. Someone actually answered them all correctly. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates. Chapter 50, Your Brain is Like Your Mother's. I'm unsure as to why my scheduled chapters keep on appearing in Volume 1, therefore messing up the order. Ron stared at Hermione in shock. Other students, who were beginning to grasp the kind of person Lockhart truly was, also looked at her with complicated expressions. Miss Granger had always been intelligent. How could she? The rest of you must be disappointed, Lockhart said, setting the graded quizzes aside. If only you were as outstanding as Miss Granger and Mr. Potter, who clearly understand all of my secrets. Then you too could become as remarkable as they are. The students hesitated. There was no doubt that Granger and Potter were the top 2 students of their year. Could it be that Lockhart was, actually right? Was this quiz not a reflection of his narcissism, but rather a genuine test of their capabilities? For our first lesson of the year, Lockhart continued, bending down to retrieve a cloth-covered cage from under his desk, I'll introduce you to the most dangerous, most wicked, and most terrifying creatures in the magical world. The students held their breath. Those sitting in the front row tried to edge back, fearing they'd be showered with blood. Remain silent, Lockhart warned, lowering his voice dramatically. Do not provoke them. Slowly, he removed the cloth, revealing the creatures inside. A group of Cornish pixies. The tiny beings were barely 7 or 8 inches tall, with iron-blue skin and faces that looked as though they'd been smashed flat. Their personalities matched their grotesque appearances, and the sudden exposure to light sent them into a frenzy, screeching angrily with shrill, ear-piercing voices. Pfft. A student couldn't help but laugh. Ron rubbed his face in frustration, muttering, bloody hell. I actually believed him. Harry remained expressionless. Pixies. Some wizards called them Cornish pixies, but that was merely a reference to their common habitat. They weren't dark creatures and were mostly harmless, albeit extremely mischievous. Essentially, they were the shrunk-down, ugly version of the Weasley twins. I know what you're thinking, Lockhart said seriously. But these are classified as 3x magical creatures. Don't underestimate them. They're nimble, cunning, and incredibly agile, perfect practice opponents for young wizards like yourselves. With that, he reached for the latch on the cage. Harry quietly grabbed his textbook and stuffed it into the sorting hat. Wait, you can't do this, the sorting hat protested. Too many things, no books. Ignoring it, Harry grabbed Ron and Hermione's books and stuffed them in as well. Creak. The cage door swung open. The pixies erupted in chaos, zooming out with wild energy. Some grabbed students' textbooks and hurled them around the room, others tore Lockhart's posters from the walls and shredded them into confetti, scattering the pieces. A few even broke through the windows and escaped outside. Quick. Subdue them. Lockhart called out in distress, clutching his head. They're just pixies. But none of the students paid him any attention, they were too busy scrambling to protect their books, robes, hats, or themselves. Lockhart raised his wand and attempted a spell. Nothing happened. He prepared to try again, but a pixie swooped down, snatched the wand from his hand, and tossed it out the window. The creature then stuck out its tongue at him, taunting him with exaggerated gestures. Lockhart said nothing, turning to Harry with a mixture of hope and desperation. Harry began to reach for his wand, but Hermione grabbed his hand. Let me and Ron handle it, she said. These aren't exactly difficult opponents. Harry nodded and stayed seated. Hermione stood and cast a freezing charm, immobilizing 2 pixies in midair. She followed it up with a petrification jinx, stopping a third that had been diving toward her wand. Ron's accuracy wasn't as sharp. After several failed spells, which didn't hit a single pixie and almost resulted in his own wand being snatched, he grew frustrated. He tore off his robes and transfigured them into a fishing net. Using the levitation charm, he swung the net around, eventually capturing a wriggling bundle of pixies. The rest of the class gradually regained their composure, and soon the remaining pixies were subdued. They were shoved unceremoniously back into their cage. Well done. Lockhart applauded. It seems last year's lessons weren't entirely wasted, you handled that quite well. This was all part of my plan, of course, he added with a smug grin. I pretended to be flustered to test your skills. Especially you, Miss Granger. And. He hesitated, glancing at Ron. Ron awkwardly offered, Ron Weasley. Yes, Mr. Weasley. Lockhart said enthusiastically. For your exceptional performance, I'm awarding each of you 10 points. The bell rang just then, signaling the end of class. Lockhart dismissed the students with a few self-congratulatory remarks. As they walked out, Seamus turned to Harry. Can you believe it? Our first class of the year, and we filled out the stupidest questionnaire ever, only to get humiliated by pixies. Yes, Harry agreed. Without one of your explosions, it felt incomplete. Hey. Seamus protested, his face reddening. I've been a lot more stable lately. I hardly caused any accidents in Transfiguration. He paused, turning to Hermione. Granger, don't tell me you're a fan of Lockhart. Hermione scoffed. Of course not. Then why? Seamus trailed off. Hermione didn't seem as fanatical as some of the other girls, but acing that ridiculous quiz was suspicious. He's a professor, Hermione said matter-of-factly. And did you see how many points he gave us for one class? She held up her left hand, spreading all 5 fingers. Harry offered one of his own fingers to complete the count. 60 points. 60. Hermione exclaimed. Last year, it took us an entire term to earn that many points. They passed by the house point hourglasses on their way to the Great Hall. Gryffindor's ruby hourglass had surged ahead, outstripping all 3 other houses combined. Is there a professor more generous with points than Lockhart? If we just act like good fans and play along, we'll rake in points like never before. Seamus nodded, convinced. This seemed logical. Though Lockhart's self-satisfied smirk was grating, the thought of a flood of rubies made him seem much more tolerable. After dinner, back in the common room, Seamus began brainstorming with the other Gryffindors about how to milk as many points as possible from Lockhart. Meanwhile, Harry didn't linger. He had a detention with Professor McGonagall. By the time McGonagall found a reason to send him away, it was nearly curfew. The next day, Harry spent most of his time in the dormitory processing materials. When evening came, he headed to Snape's office. The room had been cleared, with several rare specimens noticeably absent to make space. Potter, Snape said, standing tall. Did you read the notes I gave you? Harry nodded. Of course. Good. Snape's tone turned icy. But let me remind you once again, occlumency requires control over your thoughts, emotions, and mind. This might be particularly difficult for someone like you, Potter. Was it difficult for my mother? Harry countered. Snape's knuckles whitened as he gripped his wand. You still have time to be snarky. You've underestimated tonight's lesson. Draw your wand. Harry obeyed, pointing it at Snape. You're free to defend yourself however you see fit, Snape said ominously. You'll need to. Before he could finish, Snape struck. Legilimens. The office blurred before Harry's eyes, replaced by a vision of Kaer Morhen. The overgrown stronghold of the Wolf School came into focus, its moss-covered pathways unmistakable. Axii. Harry raised his hand instinctively, casting a sign. Snape let out a startled grunt. Reality snapped back into focus. Harry found himself drenched in sweat. So this was legilimency. It could probe not just his current thoughts but his past memories as well. I didn't expect you to be so fond of Hogwarts, Snape sneered. The memory you clung to most was of the place where you currently live. Because I don't have a home, Harry said coldly. So I've made one here. Snape's eyes narrowed. Using your silly wandless tricks was clever, but if the Dark Lord ever invades your mind, will you Axii yourself? Try again, without magic. Control your emotions, empty your thoughts, and lock your mind. He attacked once more. Legilimens. Memories of his parents' wedding by a lake in the family photo album flooded Harry's vision before he finally broke free. Snape's face was pale, his grip on his wand trembling. Your brain works like your mother's, he muttered grudgingly. At least that's one decent thing about you. Progress is passable. Next Thursday, same time. Harry nodded and left. Instead of heading back to Gryffindor Tower, he made his way toward the grassy area outside the castle. Power Stones. For 20 advanced chapters, patreon.com/michaeltranslates.